Yo, guys, what's up?
Yo, yo.
Yo,
Hello?
last time. Here
What's
we
going
are.
on?
It's the draft.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
So we all know that in the F1.
Oh, where is this? Here at the draft, I hope you all know who you're picking, because if you don't do it within the time window, then you're literally going to be executed from the league. Who do we
Because the
have
Wizards
right now?
need a new owner.
Yeah, there's no privileges here. So it's a privilege to be here, not a right.
Yeah.
Our draft starts in 1 minute at 12 sharp. The first on the clock will be the Detroit Pistons, and they will be either trading or selecting at number 1. We don't have confirmation of either yet until it starts, and we'll let you know when the clock has started and when the clock has elapsed. Okay, here we are at 12 o'clock sharp. It just turned it on my phone, so I'm taking that to be pretty strict authority. From here on out, the Detroit Pistons have 10 minutes until 12:10 to make their selection for the number 1 pick. Here's the draft order. We have it on screen right now. It's Detroit first, followed by Atlanta and the Spurs, who, as you remember, way back, I think 2 months ago when we did the lottery, or was it 1 month ago? I don't remember. They jumped up from number 11 pick to number 3 pick, so they'll be picking there. And the last winner of the lottery was the Cleveland Cavaliers at number 4. So that'll comprise the first about like half hour. That's going to be about the first half hour of the draft is these 4 guys, because they're probably going to talk for 10 minutes each about trading the draft pick to Kamal, who's not going to trade anything. So
You know, we have a rumor going on right now that San Antonio will not actually be available for their number 3 pick. What do we think of the odds of that actually happening?
it doesn't. Well, listen,
I find it quite likely.
the executive board of the league has made. They've taken precautions against that. We've implemented the TAM contingency, so don't worry. Every outcome is planned for. Even if the entire league doesn't show up for this draft, we would have been fine because I would have taken all the picks.
So when do we think the Spurs will actually make their selection? What pick will it be?
I think they're just gonna wing it. They're just gonna take whoever falls. I think a lot of people have that mentality going into the draft. They don't really have guys they like.
And that pick was on the clock, was on the trade block. I'm surprised that nobody got it.
We were close, and then I got a GM, and we ended up not doing the deal.
For which one?
For the Spurs pick.
Oh, for the
I had talked to Burrow quite a few times, and
That's a rough pick. Well, I think even in this draft, everyone hates it or everyone looks at it like it's a weak draft. But even in this draft, you can find talent in the top 3 spot. You can find someone who you like, who's worth the pick, right?
I honestly think there's going to be more talent come like mid to late lottery, in my opinion, or like the 20th pick, something like that. There are going to be some really good players that I'm looking at that could really just be very good for a team. Maybe not like this year, but just down the road with a lot of development, they can become real good players.
yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of starters and role players for years to come in this draft.
There's going to be a gem that shows up late round, in real life at least.
Definitely.
Just like how Giannis got picked at 15, it's going to be something like that.
Hell, even the second round. I can see a lot of players in the second round do very well in the NBA.
Okay, guys, we have gotten confirmation of the pick. The pick is in. We're going to continue to our draft pick slide. If we can have the commissioner come in and announce the pick.
With the first pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Anthony Edwards from the University of Georgia.
No surprise.
Wow, great pick. Listen.
I mean, for Detroit, was there really like any other option?
LaMelo.
Okay.
I think it should have been another.
No, I mean, listen, I've been in DM conversations with a lot of teams at the top, and Detroit was one, and a lot of the top 3, or a lot of the top 5 guys were ones where they weren't really sure who exactly they want to take with the pick. But here, I think this was the obvious one. This is the guy with the highest upside in the draft. He's the one with the shot creation skills to make it as a star, and he has the easiest road to success, I think, out of anyone in the draft.
I just know that Detroit's been talking about the little few months.
You're cutting out, Kamal.
I just know that Detroit's been talking about this guy for the last few months over.
Really? I mean,
the thing is, this was honestly, I didn't know who I was gonna pick until I think I DM'd Chuck at 2 a.m. last night. You know, there's smoke screens saying that LaMelo may go first overall. My toss up was between the two. I just felt like Edwards' negatives outweighed LaMelo's. There's less concern about it. LaMelo's shot form and defensive issues. I watched film all night.
And, yeah, with LaMelo especially those defensive issues. Wasn't he like he was like the worst player in Australia, like the worst player by far in Australia with his defensive ability? I mean, it's not good. You can teach defense, but like when you're that bad at defense, it's hard to teach.
So people made note of Ben Simmons' defensive issues in college too, and said that in reality he developed into a hell of a defensive player when he got locked in, and he learned a lot. So there is a possibility that he turns it around. I don't think he's going to be as bad as a defender as he was, just because.
I agree.
coaching is a big thing, and I think NBA coaches are going to be able to get him to hone in better. But like I said, ideally, I don't. He can shoot the ball from a distance. His form is just disgusting.
But the thing that comes with LaMelo, and it's the same thing that happened with Lonzo when he was drafted, where you have the character concerns. It's not when you're drafting LaMelo Ball, you're drafting a ball. You're not just drafting a ball.
I think it's overstated.
The player.
I think it's overstated. I think that his dad is going to be, he's going to be in the headlines for a bit, and then it's just going to get worn down, and people are going to stop caring. And from what I understood, LaMelo is actually a better person in terms of being a commanding person in presence in the locker room. He can actually speak up compared to Lonzo. That's what I read.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that, but it's just hard to figure out what is people trying to hype up a player versus what is actually true. So you just never know.
Yeah, I mean, we've known about LaMelo Ball for, what, 4 or 5 years now? We've known him since he was in 8th grade playing freshman, or as a freshman playing varsity. I mean, we've known about him for forever. So you have that kind of just like, we could be hyping him up a little bit just because of the name itself. I do agree that LaMelo Ball is very talented and he's very good, but at the same time, there's a little bit of a concern that maybe you're just hyping him up a little bit too much.
But there's also the chance that since he's been up there so much, we could just be tearing him down like the past 6 years,
That's definitely
trying
true.
to find all his flaws. So it's all a wash for me.
Definitely true.
I think the smokescreen about LaMelo going first, I don't believe that one bit. I don't see how that's a fit in Minnesota if they don't trade out. I think Edwards is literally the person that fits their team perfectly.
Definitely.
The only thing that would stop him is just Wiggins' PTSD.
This is true. I mean, if you watch his games in Georgia, it's autopilot. He was on autopilot a majority of the time.
But his team sucked too.
His team sucked, but that doesn't
Whoa,
really.
whoa, take that back. Georgia's great.
Georgia basketball is great. Okay.
Who said that?
Man. I mean, you'd expect them to just like give it a little bit more effort. Georgia had some okay players. They weren't a terrible team. I mean, I'm talking like if they were in the Pac-12, they would be.
Do you think Tom Crean is a good coach?
No.
Okay, so there's another issue too. Tom Crean basically he coached Wade, he developed him, but I mean his teams are not good whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Tom Crean's very just like he did one good thing, and now everybody's just like it happened with Shaka Smart at Texas now.
Exactly.
I mean, it's the classic Shaka Smart where he did one good thing. He had those like 1 or 2 good years with VCU, and then got a big deal with Texas, and just has not panned out at all. And that's really what's happened with Shaka Smart. And same thing with Tom Crean.
Is Nelson gonna get on the mic so I can talk shit to him?
What's his pick?
I'm here.
Here, I'd like to remind everybody that we are 10 minutes away from the window expiring for the number 2 pick. And as a reminder, if you want to do a trade involving your pick, it has to be prior to the first minute of your window. And there is 1 minute left until that window expires for trading this pick.
Wait, what?
What's everybody doing this morning?
Who's that?
So I can't trade my pick?
You can trade it within I thought it was a minute.
Yeah.
So I have 9 minutes to do it?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, 1. You have 1 minute.
1 minute.
Nelson waited till the last second to trade this pick.
At 59 seconds, it's just Nelson. They get the Alex.
The only
Nelson,
one
let's
you
make a
can
deal.
count
Let's
on
do
at this
this.
point is if you DM Mike, you'll get it. But if not, then it's shaky.
Mike will fucking offer you Norvell or whatever for fucking number 2.
Dude, he's going around the
That's a
fucking
great
league
trade.
offering
I would
Norvell
take it,
Pell
Brian.
to everyone.
If he wants Norvell Pell, he can just draft James Wiseman. It's not a big deal.
Hey, raise your hand if you've been offered Norvell Pell by Mike.
I think Mike has offered it to his mom too.
Guys, we cannot share DMs. That is illegal in the Constitution. So
I thought we could share, like, we just can't screenshot, like, we just can't have proof, but we can say
Exactly.
I could be lying about Mike offering me Norvell Pell, dude.
stuff. Except everybody else has been offered, so we just kind of know.
He offered me Zaire and Sumner, but I said no.
Kid has tried to package TJ Leaf and Edmund Sumner as two decent players for the past 2 days. I don't
Edmund
think his
Sumner was
efforts-
good.
Hey, don't forget
I
Kai
don't think
Bowman,
his-
man.
I
Oh
don't
my
think his
God.
efforts are working, but he really made it. He really tried, and I respect that. You know.
Oh
Somebody's
my
gonna
God.
jump on it. Like there's always somebody who's gonna jump on trades.
Dude, didn't Jay have like a
Edmund
giant
Sumner wasn't
fucking
even the best
hard
player
on
in
for
the-
TJ
Yo, yo, yo!
Leaf?
Don't say that name. Don't say that name. Just be careful. All right. Jeez. I heard you were talking about the previous Jazz owner. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I think previous
I said
Jazz
Edmund Sumner.
owner
Donald
has
Trump
a
Jr.
huge
That
fucking
too.
huge hard on for fucking TJ Leaf, man.
Oh yeah. Okay, guys. I'd like to say the second overall pick is in. We're gonna have the commissioner announce in just a second.
Oh baby.
All right, who's guess it?
LaMelo.
Guess it.
LaMelo,
LaMelo
team no
Ball.
defense.
LaMelo Ball.
Wiseman.
Wiseman would be a good move.
Wiseman would be very good player.
Hey!
for them.
Let the commissioner talk.
Okay. Love you,
With
Chad.
Oh,
the second
cool
pick
graphic.
in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select James Wiseman
Ooh,
Hey, good pick.
from the
Good pick.
University of Memphis.
I like it.
I like that pick.
Yeah, I mean they just moved Capella, you
I
know.
think that's gonna be an interesting just pick for them because they still have. Do they trade away Clint Capella? I'm not sure.
Yes.
They did. Okay, so that's actually a perfect fit for them. I forgot if they traded away Clint Capella. I'm not on the trade committee. But I mean that's a good pick for them. James Wiseman's good. I mean he only played 3 games in college, but I mean he was very good in those 3 games. The whole thing is that his like stats are a little bit blown out of proportion because he only played those 3 games. So if you look at all those stats on like Tankathon and all that, you see like 30 points per game and like extreme amounts of.
I mean he was also
he's
kind
still a
of
very good player.
he was also kind of raw.
Yeah.
I think that's not really talked about enough. I mean, honestly, he
Yeah.
really shades of Mo Bamba here. You know what I mean? Like, that's not to say he can't be a good player. He's, you know, a real athlete and he's got great physical metrics, and that alone is going to make him good in
back to
2K.
Harvard Draft Show with
I mean,
the
I don't know if
NBA.
any of you guys remember, but Bamba on the Raptors last season averaged like 15 points a game and 10 boards, and that's as a 76 overall. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's gonna drop for sure, though. I mean, this season, he doesn't play much. He can't stay healthy from what I read. My thing with Wiseman that is really going to be telling whether he succeeds or not is if he can shoot
Yeah,
from outside.
definitely.
Yeah.
If even fucking shooting.
I don't think
At
that's gonna
free throw
happen. Though.
I mean, I'm not saying being
It's
being
not.
Steph Curry, but shoot from the free throw line.
Right, I know what you're saying. I don't think the mechanics are there for him to
I
ever
don't
become
think
like
so.
a decent 3-point shooter. I mean, he's a pick and roll guy. He's gonna protect the rim. I'm not too big of a fan of this pick for Atlanta, only because, right, they're still in a mishmash of wings and guards that they have no idea who can actually work. They have no idea if Reddish is gonna work. They have no idea if Herter is gonna work. They have no idea if Hunter is gonna work. So you're still just trying to figure out who your main core is back there. And honest to God, the reality is center is the most replaceable position right now. You can go out and get a guy to roll to the rim and block shots for like 8 or 9 million, right, in free agency every year.
You can get
I mean,
3 centers if you need to.
exactly.
Brook
The
Lopez.
thing is, Wiseman
Lopez to your man.
was projected as the number 1 pick coming out of high school, and he didn't get enough time in Memphis to show himself. He is literally more of a wild card than LaMelo is because
Definitely.
No, I don't. I
would say so.
we
I would
have
say
so much film on LaMelo at least playing in Australia. We have 3 games of Memphis.
To be honest, though, I think what you're getting from Wiseman is what we all expect. I think you're going to get a guy who's, 7'1". He's going to be a physical kind of center.
Didn't Embiid not even have a shooting at all coming out of college? He developed that out of in
Yeah,
Right.
but Embiid also
It's a
started
little bit
playing
different, though.
basketball at like
it's a little bit
15
different
years
compared
old. You know what I mean?
Embiid to Wiseman.
Mhm.
Wiseman just doesn't really have that type of shot. He's-
And
this is going to be a guy. I think that it's a kind of a safe pick, though. I mean, you have the injury concerns, yeah, but at the same time, he's just the kind of guy who can just play. Like he's a physical center. He can play. He'll be in the league for a long time if he doesn't have serious injury concerns. But I mean, like, is this the number 2 pick? Probably not. But like,
I don't know who Atlanta would have taken at 2.
Exactly.
I know they tried to trade out, I'm sure, and the fact is they had to pick the best available person, and it's either him or LaMelo, and LaMelo makes no sense for them.
I agree.
What do you guys think of the? Well, I'm guessing it's going to be Collins and Wiseman for the future in the front court. What do you think of the fit of that?
I think it fits. Collins can shoot. And Collins is slender. The thing that's going to be telling with Collins is, one, how he's going to be doing in terms of mobility, playing that 4. Because if I'm not mistaken, wasn't he playing the 5 before Atlanta made these trades for Dedmon and Capella?
John Collins?
He was a little bit, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's like one of those players that definitely is a hybrid player. So he's got to solidify himself and hone in on being a power forward if he's going to be a power forward. So
Wiseman reminds me of a little bit of I would say a little bit worse of a DeAndre Ayton type of player. I mean, we're like
Ayton had a shot though, didn't he?
Ayton, he didn't really have a shot. He's developing more of a shot now. If you saw him during the double, he was shooting more threes. He was doing that kind of stuff. But I mean, in the terms of like athleticism and just like overall,
I'm talking direct, just college to college, because this is all we can base Wiseman on.
If we're doing college to college, I mean, I would say I don't think he had much of a shot in college, to be honest. I watched a decent amount of Arizona games. He didn't have much of a shot.
Let me see.
I would say in terms of college to college, it's a pretty fair comparison. I just think that Arizona was just a better team. I personally hated that Memphis, but that's.
Let me just say something here. The only reason I don't like the Wiseman pick is very safe. It's been said multiple times. Super safe. Like, Atlanta knows exactly what they're going to get. Worst case scenario, he's at 81, 82 overall, who can, like a Steven Adams type. I think they should have taken a bigger risk here with the fact that they're not a team who's like a playoff team and they can afford to take a safe pick and just ride it out. I would have liked to see LaMelo here, only because the potential of that pick to like skyrocket them into contention would have been like amazing. But I understand the safety in the Wiseman pick. I just think I would have liked to see LaMelo here though.
So factor this in terms of the Hawks are going to have a shit ton of cap space next off season. If LaMelo busts his first year, it's going to really hurt their chances at any type of free agent. If Wiseman looks even decent or, average in general and shows promise, it's going to only help their chances.
Well, then the question becomes, what free agents are going to Atlanta next year?
If, you have Trey, who could be... No, I mean, you could have AD. I mean, it really just depends on what happens.
I mean, realistically.
Would AD
we're talking realistically.
No, they could easily swap Collins and then put AD. It'd be AD and Wiseman.
I mean, just realistically, I don't see. I feel like Atlanta. I mean, they can obviously get free agents of more mid-tier guys, but I feel like it's another case of they're going to have to build through the draft. And my thing is, they have so many prospects right now. I mean, like just tons of them. Like
People take a risk on them. But right. Teams, you could easily take those prospects, trade them for anything at this point, and you'll get more value.
Right. I mean, I get it. I just kind of feel like, last year the Hawks obviously went with Hunter, which I felt at the time was a very safe pick. 3-and-D, what his floor is going to be. I just would have liked to see a bigger risk here, kind of like with how they, when they drafted Trey a couple years ago, that was considered a risk. Everybody thought Trey was going to bust, right? But, if he didn't bust, then, wow, you have this, like, Steph Curry type player. I think it's the same situation with LaMelo. You draft LaMelo. If he turns out to be what we think he could be, you have a 6'8" shooting guard back there with Trey who has range and can play make and possibly has a little bit of defensive potential. So that's just my opinion on it. But I get the safe pick.
See, this is my question. If LaMelo Ball turns out to be what he's supposed to be, then he would be a great facilitator, right? Does that mean that you would put Ball at point guard and Trey at shooting guard? It's just a dynamic. I'm trying to figure out how that
I
would
think it
work.
would be more of a combo guard situation, to be honest. If you're going to do that, you could kind of play more fluid in the terms of like both of them could bring up the ball at one point. You could have
Time out.
Trey Young bring up the ball and one time
We're at 9 minutes before the Spurs picks in, right? Right,
Yeah,
minutes.
Yes,
and
we are at 9
the big
minutes.
story right now is that none of the Spurs front office is online.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Tamsin and his picks.
All right, let's do this.
beforehand.
Let's just do a group vote for their pick. Let's.
I think Obi Toppin right here.
Yeah.
No,
I think so, too.
I'm going.
Miles Powell.
Wait, who said that? Who said that?
Miles Powell. Let's go. Miles Powell. Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Okay, that's mad.
Poku. It's got to be Poku.
It's
What-
close.
what's their
feeling
lineup?
a-
They have
I'm feeling they're gonna go Denny.
Yeah, no.
usually
On a
big.
serious note, I expect the Denny pick right here. I mean,
don't-
it's not Popovich. Obviously, isn't in the Spurs front office here, but I still feel like Denny would fit with them very well.
Danny's a
LaMelo
bust.
would be a better option.
Somebody talk to me about Denny because I have not watched as much film as Denny. You know, I'm a
I-
college
Yeah,
guy.
I
haven't
feel
watched-
like
He's a
I feel
bust
like
that's just riding on the coattails of Doncic right now.
I feel
Yep.
like
No.
how I view him is he's either going to turn out like every other Euro that can't shoot, or he's going to turn into like a less successful version of like the peak of LaMelo. Like somebody who's not got a great shot, but he can shoot. Like
I wouldn't-
like
I
a
wouldn't
like a
agree.
below average but still serviceable shooter who can pass decently.
He's a
But he-
point forward.
Yeah, he's not going to be a number one option, but
No,
he can
but that's
definitely
not
be a
the thing.
serviceable role player.
He is right now. He has by far, I believe, the best defensive IQ for like team defense right now. His playmaking IQ, I think, is also one of the best in the draft. I think the thing is he's very like plug and play. I believe he'll fit with like any team composition, and he'll contribute to winning. Whether he's going to be your first option, your first playmaker, I don't think so. But I think he can be like your second playmaker, your second best defender, or your third best defender. So he's not going to be the first anything, but he's very good at a lot of skills. Obviously, he needs to improve shooting, but he's very all around.
But taking an all-around pretty good player with the number 3 pick in the draft, it kind of seems counterproductive.
Yeah, true.
You know,
Well,
like
the
don't
Spurs-
you want like what you think is going to be a star?
No,
if
I
you're-
agree. If you're San Antonio
yeah.
here, you should be swinging for the
Probably,
fucking fences, man.
I mean,
You-
It's the Spurs we're talking about.
I think we also have to take into account that like it's no secret that they're trying to shop DeMar DeRozan and LaMarcus Aldridge. If they can possibly get some like decent pieces for that, I could see the Denny pick being reasonable. You know,
It's more about like if you're picking LaMelo, like we said, it's very boomer bust. Like I think if LaMelo busts, he might be almost like he's Michael Carter Williams, right, for you if he busts. And so with Denny, the floor is way higher. I mean, way higher, and his potential not as big as LaMelo's, but I mean, I just don't think that you can just discount Denny because he's not elite at specifically one thing. I think he's very all around good, and if he improves those skills, that's the type of guy you want on your team. Team defense, playmaking. I mean, it's the Euro guys, right? The Ginobili, the Doncic's that have those all-around skill sets.
Do you think he could be an all-star one day?
Yeah, his playmaking and his team defense is already at a level. I believe it's at an NBA level right now. It's up to him to improve his shooting, right? If he can improve his shooting and his offensive handle and stuff like that, I don't see how he couldn't be an all-star.
Well, I mean, if I improve my shooting, I'd be an NBA player too. Just saying.
I mean, if I improved my shooting and I grew 10 inches, I would be an NBA player. Just so you guys know.
Really?
Maybe D2. I'm thinking maybe D2.
I don't even need shooting. My post moves are ridiculous, but I'm 5'6".
I'm 5'8", dude, but not much better. Hey, I had to defend. You want to hear my high school basketball stories?
Are we
I
at
had to
that point of the
defend-
draft show?
Well, here's my draft show right now. We got I had to defend Jabri Abdul Rahim 2 years back. This is a top 50 recruit who's going to UVA, and he's about 6'6".
Did you shut him down?
I think he scored about 20 points on me. I stole the ball away from him once, and that was when I was like, you know what? I'm done. This is when I'm done. I'm quitting basketball forever. I've reached my peak. So this was the highlight of my career, just stealing the ball from a top 50 recruit.
What's the context on this? He had 20 points on you after the first quarter, or
Probably first quarter, first 5 minutes. Yeah,
it's kind of hard to say you shut him down if it was only the first quarter.
He did shut him down. The coach just benched him because he didn't need him.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
I went to.
No, he saw when I stole the ball away from him, and he was like, "Oh wow, this kid's good," and then you just took him out. It didn't matter that they were up by 30. You know, that one steal was like, oh, okay, this guy's good. So that's what happened.
It's like has anyone ever seen the clip of Zion when he's playing against like a little 5'8" white kid?
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It was not.
So, are the Spurs not? It's been 15 minutes now. It seems like.
They got 2 more minutes.
Do they have a draft board, or are they going to have to go best available? Because I bet that whatever they use for best available probably has LaMelo next, right?
I think they have. I'm pretty sure they have a draft board.
Dude, I hope they submitted a list, man, because it would really suck to luck out, get the third pick, and then not be able to make it.
So how are y'all's days? How are y'all doing today?
Excited.
I'm also
trying to make some more trades.
I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on with that last Andre Drummond trade.
Yeah.
That wasn't that bad a deal, man. I mean, Dallas.
I don't think it's a bad deal. I'm trying to like wrap my head around. It's a huge trade. It's just like a lot of picks going to Cleveland.
Yeah, what the fuck happened with the Knicks there? I was putting that into a roster for myself, and I'm not sure what the hell happened with the Knicks.
Let me say something. Who the hell allowed?
Yeah, why did New York get DeLon Wright?
Yeah.
Why did we let Mike get rid of the Al Horford contract? Who let him?
But then they got the Tim Hardaway Jr. contract, which isn't.
What about but Tim Hardaway Jr. is expiring, and he's a good player.
Oh, it is? Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't even realize.
Horford's long-term contract. Trent's is a long-term contract.
K-man, right? And I don't understand it. Something's going on here.
I think we might have some tampering going on in the league right now.
Killer's in here.
What do you mean once again?
Sources have been talking to me. There's something going on. What? I don't know, but something.
Now back to conspiracy theories with Johnny.
I just want to say that what I offered Kyle for Steven Adams, I offered this similar thing for Drummond, and Killer said no.
Rest in peace.
He's capping. That's cap.
We have Killer. Killer put pick number 4 on the trade block. So this is interesting. I wonder if there will be a trade for trade 4.
I'll just be honest here. If I'm Cleveland, I don't see why you don't make this pick. They need talent. They just need talent. I don't care if it's low floor, high. They need talent, and specifically like wing talent. I mean, especially if Denny's there, like they have to pick Denny.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, Denny's best case scenario for Cleveland.
The third pick is in. We're gonna let the commissioner announce the pick.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, I was watching for the screen. There it is.
This is going to be the most laughable pick, I feel like.
With
Definitely.
the third pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select LaMelo Ball from Chino Hills, California, and the Illawarra Hawks.
All right. I
Not a
mean,
bad pick.
Okay.
No.
For being a simmed pick, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went for it. Best of luck to them.
yeah. I mean, high, like we talked about, high
This is
boom.
literally the best case they could have had at 3. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of need to get out of the gutter right now with this Spurs team, and LaMelo would definitely help them. come out of it. Him and Murray would be a really good backcourt if they, develop correctly. I just I mean, there's what we said about LaMelo is what needs to be said. There's not really more you can say. High boom, high bust.
The only thing I do want to add is I'm gonna be interested to see how long it takes people to assign LaMelo like the bust term, because I feel like some people are expecting him to instantly be an NBA player, and I just don't think that's realistic. I think it might take a season or two for him to actually develop. I think this might be a slow burn, and so it's going to be interesting to see that.
But that's
When
what
that happens, I'll be there.
But that's what happened with Lonzo. People expected Lonzo to be this generational talent right away. Lonzo's okay. He's
Lonzo's pretty good.
He's pretty good. But people just say he's a bust because he didn't live up to those once in a generation type talents. LaMelo's good, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if LaMelo is going to be a very good player, but he just doesn't get the love that he deserves because they immediately make him a bust.
Yeah.
No, I think LaMelo is a much better playmaker than Lonzo, and
but Lonzo plays defense.
Right. I mean, that's the big thing here. I mean, the LaMelo definitely has the build to be a really like dominant defender as like a 1 or a 2 guard. It's a matter of him actually putting in the effort to become one. So like with any team drafting him, don't bet on his defense, right? You're betting on the shooting coming along, and then you have like a 6'8" Steph Curry basically. But
I've said this before, but his passing is similar to somebody like Jason Kidd. And of course, Jason Kidd had defense, but even coming out of college, Jason Kidd wasn't really much of a shooter. So there is a path for LaMelo to succeed based on his passing and learning everything afterwards if he has the work ethic to do so.
We might maybe have a trade going in for Cleveland. I'll just say that.
What the?
Okay. We can't confirm.
We cannot confirm it. No, not yet. But there are.
I'm Cleveland, bro. I can confirm it.
You can confirm it. Oh, you can confirm it. Okay, fine. Confirm it then.
Listen, all I'm saying is that if anybody wants Terrence Davis, I mean, he's there.
Oh shit!
All rookie second team.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. I guess Chuck. Listen, I think we gotta make a trade now.
Not gonna happen.
So Cleveland is picking up all these bad long-term contracts like Al Horford and Prince, but then they still want to get rid of Kevin Love. I don't understand. Like, who cares about the Kevin Love contract if you're already paying Al Horford 4 years?
Sources tell me the trade market for Kevin Love is not there, and so it does not matter what Killer wants to do with Kevin Love.
I'll give you a 26 second for Kevin Love, Killer.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna let you know that the commissioner has something to say at this time.
Commissioner?
We got that screen, Cheppy.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were going to mine.
Oh.
We have a trade. The New York Knicks receive Cleveland's 2020 first-round pick. In return, the Cavaliers receive the Knicks first-rounder this year and the Mavericks first-rounder next year.
I believe that Knicks pick is pick 7.
Yes.
I guess they're banking on Dallas to not have a good season next year.
No, I just think Killer is too indecisive.
I don't
Didn't want to fuck this up.
You know,
you're going to pick somebody that's going to be there at your pick at 7. You can move down and add assets. That's probably what he's thinking.
I get the trade for Cleveland. I just don't really get it for the Knicks because I'm thinking the Knicks really need, if anything, a point guard as their main concern. I don't know if they're trying to maybe trade for a point guard or do free agency for a point guard, but I think the Knicks' main concern should be a point guard. And, I mean, the best point guard everybody was saying was LaMelo. And then the other point guards, I mean, I think you could get them at 7. I don't think you really needed to trade down to get that point guard. Maybe I guess they're trying to be safe, but I don't really see the point.
Yeah, this is a deep enough draft where like at least one like serviceable point guard will come to you at 7. I don't know why you give up 2 picks for this.
I mean, there's guys like Tyrell Terry have been climbing draft boards past couple weeks. I mean, this is a really like high potential draft with point guards that you can even get in like the late lotto, like Cole Anthony. I don't know if they're only my thought could be here. They're moving up to take Denny, right? Because there was a thought maybe he doesn't drop to 7, which he probably wouldn't. So maybe Denny, but this wouldn't really make sense if they moved up to like take Okoro or someone like that. Or
it would have made sense if they traded maybe the 3rd pick and then got LaMelo. But
right, I get that. Yeah,
it doesn't really make sense. I get wanting a trade for LaMelo. That makes sense. But LaMelo's already been chosen. You have the 2 best point guards now. I guess are Killian Hayes and Tyrese Halliburton, and I really believe they could be at 7.
So I guess we know that number 6 pick is probably going to be Denny.
I mean, it depends.
6?
You don't know.
Because if the Knicks don't pick Denny, then I don't see the Pacers picking Denny because they have Wiggins.
I mean, if you're Pacers, right, wouldn't you just go BPA?
You could.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem here is like when you're. I mean, I can't speak on kids' mastermind plans, right? But I would assume with teams in this range, you're just looking for talent. I mean, especially in this type of draft, it's like I don't know if you'd really want to worry about fit too much, but.
Well, Aaron Holiday is on the trade block, I think, if I remember. So there's a chance that the Knicks want to jump ahead of the Pacers to pick a guard.
Yeah, possibly.
You still have the kind of concerns with Are they gonna? Do they trade away Victor Oladipo? Am I just? Oh, they did.
They did. Correct. After Kid got played by a fake report 2 weeks ago. Very sad.
Okay, guys, the commissioner has something to say.
Come on, Knicks, don't screw it up.
Do you know how happy
With the
Cheppy was?
With the 4th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the New York Knicks select Onyeka Okongwu from the University of Southern California.
I like it. Wow.
I don't think this is a reach.
No.
I mean, I don't think that this is a
reach.
reach, but I don't think that this is a trade. That this is a trade that you do if you don't have insider information on another team that was going to pick Okongwu before you.
This. Here's the thing here. I don't think trading up for Okongwu is worth it. He would have been there at 7.
Well, the Pacers don't have a backup center, do they?
No, but you don't draft. Him backup center. This is a player who can automatically get starting minutes. I think in the NBA. Very athletic, very talented center / power forward, who I think is very good. They don't really need a backup. This wouldn't be the type of player you start as your backup. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if the Pacers already have good players at every position and they're looking for an additional backup who may be good, wouldn't there be a chance that they would draft somebody like Okongwu?
I mean, I guess. I just don't really think.
I mean,
I also
can I mention real quick? This surprises the hell out of me because they already have Mitchell Robinson, right? That's like one of the next
Julius Randle
core players, right? I mean,
Randall's not there.
Randle's not there. I keep on missing out on these trades.
I believe the thing is, I feel like Robinson could be a very decent center for them. He's obviously good in 2K and young guy. I don't know. This just I don't think a center is the right pick here unless they think he can play the 4, right?
But the Knicks just got Blake Griffin.
Right.
So
then it's like,
what?
do you not think Mitchell Robinson? I mean, I'm just saying their guard depth is so void right now Like, does not exist.
Mitchell Robinson.
Just move everybody down, right? Just play Blake Griffin at small forward, you know.
Big ball.
I mean, you could probably play Okongwu at small forward, maybe.
Listen, guys, we
I mean-
if anyone was here last year when a certain team tried to play Millsap, Kevin Love, and Rudy Gobert, they'll remember it did not work.
The only thing that I can think about this is that they had info that somebody was going to pick Okongwu at 5 or 6, and they want to try and pull a trade off so they can get more assets.
So does this mean that pick 5 might be Toppin?
I think it might not be trade 5. I'm actually gonna say 6.
I don't think Toppin's going 5.
If you know what I mean, I think it could actually be 6.
Toppin could go 5. I mean,
The Pacers have Pascal. They're not going to draft a guy who plays the same position when they're going to start Pascal.
I mean, Pascal's not really I wouldn't call him a solidified starter, in my opinion.
The dude averaged 15 points a game. He's pretty
on a shitty Warriors team. You're expecting him to possibly go down next year.
Listen,
everybody is going to be a backup, just because they have Sabonis and Brook Lopez, and T.J. Warren. Anybody who they draft is not going to be better than any of their starters.
I probably agree with you. Yeah.
That's why I think you just go BPA here. You know,
I think it makes sense. But
Toppin's also an atrocious defender, and this is a team that has a lot of plus defenders. I just don't. I don't see it for Indiana.
So if we're talking about Toppin going 6, does that mean it's a smokescreen with Johnny keep talking about Denny, and then he's just not going to pick him if he's there?
Maybe.
And
I'm actually going to draft Miles Powell at 6 because dude, did you guys know he was college player of the year? Did you guys know he's college player of the year? Did I forget to tell you he's college player of the year?
No, he wasn't college player of the year. He won the Jerry West Award.
Obi Toppin was college player of the year.
Yeah, Obi Toppin, and then Luka Garza was second. I can tell you all the first team All Americans. Your first team All Americans were Marcus Howard, I think. No, wait, hold up. It was Payne Pritchard, Marcus Howard, Miles Powell. I'm pretty sure Marcus Howard made it. I'm annoyed about this because I should know this by heart. Okay, this is me back to college guy. Okay, we had Luka Garza. Yes, it was Marcus Howard. Marcus Howard, Miles Powell, Peyton Pritchard, Obi Toppin. Those were your consensus first team All Americans. And Miles Powell. People say he's a bad shooter, and that's not true. That's not true at all. Miles Powell is an amazing shooter, okay? He is undersized, sure. He's 6'1" as a shooting guard, and, he can't really pass well, and, he can't really play defense well. But, I mean, he shows heart, and that's really what you have to appreciate.
So if the Pacers are taking such a long time on pick 5, I mean, it's only been 5 minutes, but does that mean there was a chance that they were looking at Onyeka?
Possibly.
Probably.
But I wouldn't, I think, actually the story right now is Denny has dropped farther than at least I thought he would. I thought he would go top 4. And so if I'm the Pacers here, I'm thinking I'd probably just go Denny.
Are you drafting Denny number 6 when the Pacers don't draft him?
Can't reveal my plans. That's not gonna
pick 6 is on the block. Also, I don't think Indiana's not even in their 10-minute window right now, right? Or are they?
But we can
they are. They're 5 minutes left until.
Oh, okay, got you.
Another guy we haven't really talked about, Okoro. Definitely, I would say I believed he would be a top 5 pick, especially to maybe Cleveland. And it seems like he's going to drop a little bit farther than projected.
I'm not the biggest fan of Okoro.
So, John, your top 5 are Edwards, Wiseman, Ball, Denny, and Okoro?
My top 5, I believe, I definitely thought the 3 of Wiseman, Ball, and Edwards was going to be the top three. In what order, I didn't know, but that was going to be the top three. And then I expected Denny and Okoro to be 4 and 5. And so that was kind of how I was expecting this to play out. I did not think Okongwu would go this high. That's a surprise to me because everything I've seen, I mean, it is true, though. This is the type of draft where Okongwu could have gone literally like 3, and he could also have gone like 9 or 10. So very volatile, but yeah, I did not expect this. I'm very surprised Okongwu went 4.
Yeah, same here. I mean, listen, we're talking about Kuro. I don't even think he's the best like player. I think Devin Vassell's better personally. I think Okoro, he can get inside at a high rate, but he can draw fouls very well. But he really needs to work on that 3-point shot because he doesn't really have one.
Yeah, I mean his body is just by far the most NBA ready.
Yeah,
I'd say in the top 6, even more than Edwards. He's so athletic and stuff that I mean, you're drafting based on that athletic defensive potential and hoping he can develop a shot. Big if. This man could literally turn into Stanley Johnson, right? If he doesn't develop a shot. So it's a big if.
Yeah.
As a Pistons fan who actually drafted Stanley Johnson, the comparison is really not there.
How so?
He's shown way more promise coming out of college than Stanley Johnson.
Listen, I really like Auburn. Bruce Pearl, I love what they've done with the program, but I just don't think that Okuro's the best player. I think he can teach a lot of stuff.
Right.
I mean, you can't teach. The classic saying is you can't teach athleticism. You can teach defense. You can teach shooting. You can teach that kind of stuff. And I think that would be more of a prospect, like a project kind of player. He can be very good, but just our team's willing to.
I saw so much footage of him, game footage of him. He was scared to shoot at Auburn. I mean, he was scared. He was scared to be an offensive threat. He'd shoot sometimes, but he was scared. That doesn't bode well if you're hoping he starts to develop offense by year maybe 3, right? Hopefully like 2. So I'm saying when I say he could become Stanley Johnson, I'm just saying like that Josh Jackson archetype of player where you think he could be a really good 3-and-D who's super athletic, right? And then never develops a shot. And then he's just
the Josh Jackson comparison I can see more. Stanley Johnson didn't have the athleticism. Stanley Johnson was a strong player and had an NBA body. He just wasn't athletic though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, we have a announcement from the commissioner at this time.
With the 5th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Tyrese Halliburton from Iowa State University.
This is my favorite pick of the draft. What? I'm just saying that. I'm saying that. This is my favorite pick of the draft. I am in love with Tyrese Halliburton. I've seen him live. I've seen him play against Seton Hall twice as well. I mean, this player is insanely good. This is I think he's like 6'5", 6'6", and the way he's able to pass and shoot, he is so good. I love this guy, and I love this player.
I don't know how I feel about this. This is his floor very high. He has such a low ceiling in my mind.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't know if this really, like with the Pacers right here, I feel like since it's not someone that's starting, Halliburton would make sense in my opinion. Say the Hawks, right, are picking like around 6 or 7. Halliburton makes sense, right? He's gonna be a high floor shooting guard next to Trey. With a guy with the Pacers who's not starting next year, right? I don't understand why you wouldn't just go super high floor here, right? Because free agents aren't coming to Indiana. We all know this. So you need to shoot for the stars with this. I don't know.
At the same time, this is the kind of player that you can develop. I mean, he had those kind of injuries throughout the season. He was out for the season. I think it was like a thumb injury, someone got the finger, and then he just sat out for the rest of the season. But I mean, this is a player you can develop, and he's very good already. There are some things that can be developed, but those are pretty easy things to teach, and the Indiana staff is very good at developing those kinds of players. So I think he is going to be a very, very good type of player in the future.
So the Pacers backups, they're looking like they're going to have Aaron Holiday and Halliburton as their guards, and Andrew
Holiday.
They're
going to trade Holiday. There's no way he stays.
I agree.
Let me just speak on Tyrese Halliburton since Pistons are actually rumored to take him in real life. Halliburton is the player I don't want. The dude has a question. His shot is money. He's got a questionable floor, and he's got he's got a questionable ceiling, and there's no athleticism. The guy, and he doesn't have a NBA body either. He's got to develop that. He's gonna get bullied.
I think that's fair. That's definitely fair.
I think Killian Hayes is the best. Is literally the player that I'd want to take.
Interesting.
I think that he's gonna have an interesting sort of synergy with Sabonis. I feel like his skills complement his.
Yeah, I think he's the most he's a safe pick. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
You know that he's gonna be a productive player coming out of college, but he's not. I mean, is he top 5 worthy? That's the real question.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern. I really think in this. I was thinking this was going to be a type of player that would actually fall a little bit more, and I was thinking like if he was going to fall, this is going to be one of those players that like he would fall to like 8 or 9, and like whoever gets him 8 or 9 would be just amazing. I mean, he's a good player. I really like him, and I just really like him as a player. But when he was healthy, I think. There's a big difference between when he was healthy. Iowa State was actually a decent team. People forget like Iowa State really collapsed during that season of college basketball. But I mean, when he was healthy and when they were playing, Iowa State was actually a really good team to play and was actually pretty scary. So I think I really like this pick, just as a Tyrese Halliburton fan.
How do we think Denny's going to be in the Minnesota Timberwolves starting lineup?
Is he going to be in it? I mean,
like
a shock pick to announce the Minnesota Timberwolves select Nico Mannion with the 6th pick.
I thought that was official.
I'm looking at
I know.
Like who else is going to start at small forward?
Looks like Miles Powell. You know?
No.
At small forward?
Yeah, small forward. Miles Powell, 6'1", small forward. He kind of plays like he could get inside very well. He's very strong. I will give that to Miles Powell. He is very strong in getting inside the rim. This has become the Miles Powell show. And he
maybe in college, but NBA guys are a lot stronger.
Yeah, but like still, like he was like overpowering some of the strongest players. I remember like Sadiq Bey, for example. He was really doing a number on in terms of just getting inside. So I mean, he could really play well.
Top NBA prospect game.
But I mean, to be honest, I'm going to say this as the biggest Miles Powell fan. I will say this: he will probably not be very good in the NBA. That takes a lot to say that.
Surprise! 5'11" guard with no defense might not be good in the NBA.
He's 6'1". He's 6'1".
Hey man, that's what people said about Isaiah Thomas.
Don't
And look where he is now.
Only I'm allowed to
Brinks
disrespect
truck.
Miles Powell around. Okay, but he will not pan out in the NBA. He will be maybe at best like a serviceable backup.
So
He's coming out of the famous basketball college development program of Seton Hall, which has produced so many wonderful NBA players.
That's gonna change soon. Okay, that is going to change soon. We're building.
Listen, I love Seton Hall as much as the next person, but like, yeah, how much can you really do with Rutgers right there?
Oh, okay. We are the team in New Jersey. Okay, don't say anything else about that. We are the team in New Jersey.
What about Rutgers?
Yeah,
Listen, I don't like Rutgers. I don't like Rutgers any more than the next guy, and I say that as a New Jersey native. But like,
I do like what Steve Peichel is doing there. Like he's doing an amazing job there. But I mean, as of right now, and I think it will continue to be, Seton Hall is the best team in New Jersey. I think I'm really excited to see. I don't even know if it's gonna happen because there have been rumors that it might not happen. But the Hardwood Classic this year is going to be so fun to watch. Like it's fun to see both teams in New Jersey doing well again because I mean for so long both of them sucked and then Seton Hall was the best team for a few years and now both teams are good. I was just talking about Rutgers the other day, going in more depth about them. I mean, if Rutgers gets better, if Rutgers can develop and keep on going, they're going to be a very good team for years to come. Seton Hall kind of have that kind of culture already set up, and we're getting recruits and we're getting those kinds of players. And I mean, next year, I keep on saying this. Next year, the prospect that everybody's going to be watching from Seton Hall will be Sandro Mamukilishvili. This is a 6'11" power forward / center who can shoot lights out from the 3-point line and can get inside very well too. I mean, he's a very good prospect and will be a better prospect than Miles Powell. But yeah.
So the Timberwolves have. It looks like they're probably going to keep Beasley, right? So they have Beasley and
he has
D'Angelo
the
Russell
pending
as the guards,
criminal charge.
right?
Can we let's talk about Beasley for a second because
Just get arrested.
yeah, Beasley's as good as an asset right now as all rookie second team Terrence Davis. I mean, they're in the same boat.
You could even argue Terrence Davis is better of an asset.
Yeah, he hasn't been actually arrested yet.
Since he's a restricted free agent, that kind of it puts a big cap hold on Minnesota, who would normally have enough cap space to sign somebody, but it kind of seems like they won't be able to get anybody in round one just because of that cap hold that they have.
To be honest, the other contract that's just hanging out there is James Johnson at $16 million for Minnesota. If they're able to package his contract for something, they can make a deal. I think that they should be using this pick and James Johnson to get another solid player. I think that's really like the go-to because they have no cap space.
Not only is that draft. Not only is James Johnson $16 million, but they have $19 million of cap holds. If they didn't have to worry about those cap holds, they could easily move Johnson and try to sign somebody big. But even if they get rid of Johnson, they'd only be at $10 million in raw cap space.
I'm saying that they should take James Johnson's contract, package it with a pick, and grab somebody within $16 million times 125%. Something like that. They'll. I don't think Juan Hernan-Gomez is worth his cap hold.
Yeah, I think they should. I don't
renounce
know. I
that.
feel like they shouldn't. Yeah,
But then just re-sign Malik Beasley and go over the cap, or just match.
Because nobody's gonna offer Hernan Gomez.
No one's gonna offer Hernan Gomez, but they're gonna offer Malik Beasley for sure. I think so, at least. He showed so much promise as a player when he got traded to the Timberwolves.
Okay, guys, we have an announcement from the commissioner.
Denny.
With the 6th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Killian Hayes from Cholet, France, and Ratio Farm.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna say that.
I'm here to make it make sense, buddy.
I mean, shout out for the smoke screen, but like,
unless it was a trade.
Are Beasley's days numbered?
Beasley's days are not numbered. We fully plan on bringing Malik back. We think he's a very important part to the team. Here's the thing. Killian Hayes, D'Angelo and Killian will work together, I believe, perfectly. And this is the reason we made the pick. We believe Killian Hayes very well could be the best player in this draft. And when you're in a position like we are, we have to take the highest potential player, right? We're trying to win. And anything that can assist us in possibly, getting better in the long run, whether it be trading a high potential guy, we have to do that. So we definitely didn't want to take high floor guys here. And I think Killian is a all-star level player.
So who's going to start at small forward?
Josh Okogie?
No. We've got something for that. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, you know what? The Cavaliers just played four-dimensional chess with all of us. They just got a first-round pick next year for a player that would have been available, and drafted a player that was available for them and was probably the best player available for them as well. So,
are the Wolves worried at all that the comparisons for Killian Hayes are a player that they already have?
All right. I'm gonna address that, right? Because every single draft mock has him as literally D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah.
I believe the reason we made this pick is because we believe Killian has much higher defensive potential than D'Lo. We, from the tape I've seen, from the scouting we've done, our elite scouting department of Yogi, we have concluded that Killian Hayes definitely has room to improve defensively, but we think he could become a above average defender, which is the reason we felt safe in this pick.
If I'm Minnesota right now, if I'm Minnesota right now, I don't think that there is any chance I'm making the playoffs in the West. So I would definitely go with whoever I think is the best available.
You know who I see in Killian Hayes? I see a lot of Dragic. Maybe it's the left-handed thing, but I see Hayes being able to grow into a player like Dragic. Maybe not the pure point guard early on in his career, but I believe that's something he'll be able to pick up, and that's the comparison I see the most.
Well, we have to remember the guy. He played in a B-tier European team, and still the shot isn't elite, so there are a few weaknesses, and we have to be careful of the way we evaluate European prospects, because especially in the last few years, people have been getting it way more wrong than they usually do with these guys. So, I mean, Killian Hayes could be part of the trend that we've been seeing where Euro prospects are just being misevaluated and, overvalued relative to, what they're actually going to contribute in the NBA instead of, the German league.
Who will Cleveland draft?
Grown men. Still grown men.
Denny.
Listen, Denny's dropped off very, very
Like,
far.
if you don't draft Denny at this point, it's...
I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if Toppin is the pick here.
Yeah.
No
I've
way.
been saying that even in real life, but I don't think Toppin. I think Toppin is terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, like...
If you look at a guy with like Toppin who has a high floor, and you're in Cleveland who just traded for a bunch of draft picks and bad contracts, I don't think you're looking for a high floor. I think you're looking for a high ceiling.
Why don't you take Patrick Williams then?
Patrick Williams is very good.
That's probably their best. That's a better pick than Denny if they're gonna shoot for the stars.
I mean, I think people are just saying that Obi Toppin's worse than he actually is. I actually like Obi Toppin personally.
I just like the fit between, like, if you're gonna run the Garland Sexton backcourt,
it's definitely
then Denny is the really only prospect that makes sense unless you're planning to get some sort of playmaker to replace Garland or Sexton.
Yeah. Johnny says we do not expect Hayes to start. Johnny?
What the heck?
So, I mean, listen, your team's fucking terrible if your pick 7 is starting. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it, right? Okay? So, we don't want to throw a rookie into the fire that early. Beasley obviously proved himself last year. I mean, he went crazy at the end of the year. So, we expect Malik Beasley to be our day one starter at shooting guard. If Hayes overtakes him, that's what it is. But we're not going to throw Killian Hayes out into the fire of a 2K sim as a 75 overall. Just not going to do that.
So now we know that Johnny does not think his team is trash.
So what does Beasley get as a contract this offseason?
Beasley, we're in talks right now.
Please don't do that because somebody's gonna offer like $1 million more than whatever you want.
No, I'm asking the not just Johnny but everyone. Like, what do you think Beasley's
69
million? Yeah, perfect.
Nice.
I would just say, it's gonna be that'll be an interesting free agency because he's obviously had some Terrence Davis-like issues in real life. Pointing a gun at a child is not very cash money. So we'll see. We'll have to see what happens.
Wait, do you have kids? Because it's completely understandable. I'm just saying.
Are you happy that incident decreases his market value and makes him easier to keep?
I'm still gonna sign him. What do you mean? I'm gonna put an offer.
I know. Detroit's gonna max him, and Washington's not gonna match it.
Exactly.
Max Malik Beasley.
we obviously we understand Malik's dealing with some very difficult issues right now, so we're not gonna make a comment about
Malik for Terrence, straight up.
Do it.
Straight up trade basket
Terrence,
cases.
didn't Terrence Davis like actually get charged?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, didn't Schroeder get charged?
No.
No, they
I got
Yeah, but
swept
it
under the
doesn't get
rug.
talked about anymore.
I got swept under the rug. Like
So
what
I
happened to
actually,
everyone.
I investigated the Schroeder thing because I was pretty curious about it. Like last week, me and Nelson were talking about it. Dude, there is not a single news article in regards to what happened to it after about August 2018. After that, it's just like the occasional mention of, oh yeah, when he's got an ongoing felony trial.
When you're
But,
rich, you can make things go away very quickly.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
now Portland has to deal with felon.
he beat somebody outside of a bar, right?
Yeah, but like to near death and like crippled them.
Dude was talking shit though, so understandable.
So if I say some things to an NBA player, I might get a little beat up, but I could get millions of dollars out of that.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
If I see a 6'5" NBA player, I'm not going to talk shit to him.
Schroeder's-
that's just. I mean, that's not. I mean, Schroeder's 6'1". He's still 6'1".
Yeah,
you talk shit to an NBA player, that's
than
natural
anything.
selection.
Yeah, I mean, didn't Charles Barkley like throw somebody out a window once? In a bar?
Yes, he did.
Didn't Hope Solo like punch somebody in a bar? Like, I'm pretty sure she was suspended from the national team.
I thought she beat her spouse.
What?
Whoa, that's like 20 times worse.
Lonzo Ball on the block. 0 offers coming in right now for this.
Wait, is he really on the block?
I like Lonzo.
Dude, I need a point guard to run the center for me.
Okay, guys. Yo, can someone
In
ever take
2K,
over the-
Lonzo plays decent defense. He's got the height, which 2K loves.
He hits
And
threes.
he's a good passer.
Chippy can
passes.
talk about Lonzo, actually. He got to experience him in the playoffs last year. So
What do you think of him?
Lonzo, well, he's a great player. I mean, look at his ceiling. It's sky high. He has defense. He's developing the shooting. He's a great playmaker. Not just a passer like his brother, but he's a playmaker. So I think he has a very, very long time to go in the league. And
He's already at his floor. Like, he's not getting any worse, and he's already a good player.
I mean, his floor was his rookie year. You know what I mean? But
Insiders, do we have any info on this Cleveland situation here?
it's developing.
Well, no.
Hey, kid.
Complicated.
But
Were
I
you gonna
can
pick
talk
a
about
Conway?
my pick.
It's complicated right now. I'll say that.
I can say if this isn't Denny or Toppin, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
It could be Patrick Williams. I'm just saying.
Could be
Kid,
no
were
one.
you gonna pick Okongwu with the 5th pick?
I didn't really know if Edwards and Wiseman and Ball were all gone by then, and no one wanted to trade up or trade down to get one of, or no one wanted to trade down for me to get one of them, or no one wanted to trade up and take that pick. I had several guys I was looking at. Ultimately, it came down to Denny or Halliburton, and I mean, I like both of their versatility. I think both of them are going to be very solid, probably starters, I would imagine. But I've just been very high on Halliburton. I think, especially on 2K, he's a guy who can hit shots. He's a big guard. He can play the point. He's versatile. I mean, I can probably play him at 1 or 2 if I so desire. I think long term he could play alongside Brogdon in the backcourt, but I just think his flaws are far outweighed by all the solid things he's going to bring to the league. I think you see a lot of players like him who are currently having successful careers, and so I just think at the very least we're going to get a solid rotational player. But I do think he's someone we can build around as well, not as a centerpiece, but as just a solid starting backcourt player.
Right now, kid, let me.
That trade.
We might have to interfere here. We might have a trade. I don't know if we're announcing trade yet, but
Yeah, you can.
we can. So should I announce it or is Chuck announcing it?
I said
We
it's
can
Chucky,
announce.
so.
We can announce here.
Oh no, he said Chuck said. Chuck said too.
Chuck, do it.
Oh, he said you can announce that it's traded. Go ahead.
Oh, I can announce it. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
There has been a trade for the number 7 pick. It looks like the Cleveland Cavaliers will trade away their number 7 pick and their number 48 pick for what is that? What team? What team is this?
Boston.
For
Boston.
For their 26 and their 2022 first
No,
round.
14, 26, and 22.
22. Yeah, I'm not good at this.
I like this for Boston.
That's the trade.
I'm
making
not
this pick.
sure what the hell Cleveland's doing here. I mean, they're fucking terrible. Why aren't you just picking, BPA with whatever pick you have?
They're waiting for Imani Bates.
Killer, would you like to
They're waiting for Imani Bates.
Ooh.
I'm not loving anyone here. Kind of wanted Halliburton earlier, but Kid had to take him.
And he's
So
really
Okay, guys, we have an announcement from the commissioner.
With the 7th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, for now, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Denny Avdia from Bet Zera Israel and Maccabi Tel Aviv.
I don't know. This almost seems redundant, but I mean, it could,
You gotta pay smart, right? Or
Redundant how? He's a high ceiling guy.
No,
It's
see,
going to
my
Boston.
my thing is the Celtics. I mean, obviously Tatum and Brown is your core, and then, I guess if Tatum is your future power forward or Denny is your future power forward, but I always assumed if the Celtics moved up, they would aim for like Okongwu or something. I mean, obviously he's not here, but I would expect a big man, right?
Williams would have
Solve Boston's issue at center.
Yeah.
There's a lot of centers in free agency, and the fact that Boston needs one is kind of, I don't know. I feel like they can get their guy in free agency.
I guess. I really feel. Did Cleveland employ Sam Hinkie or something? Because it just feels like they're trying to amass draft picks right now.
So the Knicks traded up to get a player that was going to be there at 7, and Cleveland traded down and ended up losing out on Halliburton. This is they both lost the trade, it seems.
Yeah.
But why would they take Halliburton when they're already not? I don't want to say stacked because that's giving too much credit to them, but they have overloaded.
It doesn't make sense why you would take a guard.
I was saying they were playing 40 chess a second ago, but I mean, I don't know anymore.
This this may be kind of an unpopular opinion, but I honestly think with the roster that Cleveland currently has, they're going to be in contention for maybe the 8 seed in the East.
Oh yeah, they are in the East.
Yeah, but they'll get dominated in the first round. That's this is the Detroit thing. They're just falling into
Well, I'm just saying I don't think their pick next year will be all that great, and I don't think they're trying to tank either. So I think that they're just trying to amass assets because right now they're in need of them.
It's gonna be a weird structure of the team next year, though.
I mean, they have Sexton. They have Larry Nance and all their power forwards.
That sounds like a nice 12 seed.
I mean, Horford,
really have
Love,
4 power
and
forwards. I'm looking at this.
and KPJ, I feel like are a core that can get you close to the play. At the very least, it's going to be hard to tank with that group, in my opinion.
But it's just a weird combination of players. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't seem like they have 4 power forwards, right? They have Kevin Love, Al Horford. I guess Tristan Thompson can be a center, and then Larry Nance.
Al Horford could technically be a center as well. I mean, he's more of a power forward, but he can be a center.
They just have 4 bigs that are all power forward built. And then outside of that, they have Sexton and they have Kevin Porter.
Yeah, I mean they're a blank slate. I think they have they still have a lot to build, and Killer's been doing a good job right now where he knows he's not going to do anything this year. Like, there's just no way to go from where you are at the beginning of the season and make smart, even if you're a smart trader, to get to the playoffs. Unless you do something unprecedented in the draft, you get extremely lucky. So, I mean, he's doing the best with what he has right now.
You know, there is a world where Kevin Love could play small forward, and that team could make the playoffs in the East, just based on Kevin Love being a good shooter, starting him at small forward, and then you would have like a decent team that could break through.
I don't know. I don't think the whole starting your slow power forward who can't play defense at small forward has ever worked and will ever work. But I could be proven wrong.
I'm kind of stretching it for Cleveland. I'm just trying to figure out what's going to happen this season since it looks like they have 4 power forwards.
They're throwing in the towel, right? I mean, obviously, listen, like, next year's draft is so much better than this draft. Like, it's not even close. And so, like, most of the guys going in the top 3 here might go 7 or 8, right, in next year's draft. So, I mean, it's obvious, right? Tanking for next year's draft is obviously going to be the goal for some teams. And, if you're Cleveland, it makes sense.
So this upcoming Chicago pick is interesting because if I was still there as a GM, then Markkanen would be gone and I would be drafting Toppin right now if I was there. But I'm not, and Lowry's still there, so Toppin pick doesn't necessarily make sense. And they have Gobert, so it seems like there's a good chance that they could be competing this year.
The debate now is whether it's Toppin or Williams. I think that's the real debate now. If you're going and which one's a better fit for your team, is Toppin.
Well, I think who's their power forward right now? They still have Markkanen, right?
Lowry, yeah.
Yeah. If you think Lowry's not a good fit with Gobert, which some would argue probably not, then Toppin. This is a team where Toppin's deficiencies could be covered up because of Gobert and the fact that I think the Bulls still have some 3-and-D wings here and there.
Yeah, I'm not a big Lowry fan, so I was all for trading him. It seems like they didn't trade him, so I don't know what's going to go on, But
guys, we have an announcement from
I like
how
Terry here.
How does Lowry and Gobert not fit when you have a stretch 4 and then defensive big? And you have 2 7-footers.
Because you have 2 7-footers.
The next pick is about to be announced.
Oh, okay.
Tyrell Terry's my guess.
With the 8th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Obi Toppin from the University of Dayton.
Nice job trying to make me seem like an idiot, Chi-Town. I knew what you were doing. Anyway,
I think Toppin's the best
like
player.
No, it's a genuine question, and we felt Toppin's one of the most ready to play players right now.
I feel like Toppin's a top 5 player, honestly.
Right. I get what you're saying. I just think Lowry and Gobert, perimeter-wise, can't switch very well. I mean, Gobert gets burned by a lot of guards a lot of the time. Same thing with Lowry. So I think with your 4, you want someone. I mean, Obi's terrible too.
I'm trying to figure out because Obi and Lowry.
He's not very much, but I guess the idea is you're hoping Obi is a little bit quicker than Lowry is, defending kind of 1s and 2s and 3s.
I know he's trash at defense. We felt he was the most ready offensive player, however. And Gobert's good at defense. We have a shooter and Hield. I think Kobe's going to see some big steps forward. I honestly think Lowry can improve with a brand new front office in Chicago because they redid everything. Because Lowry. Hopefully they got rid of the dude that almost killed Luol Deng. That was still on their I can't remember his freaking name. He's been there forever, but he was one of the guys they replaced on their medical staff. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Lowry was averaging 18 a game before Boylan showed up. So now with a whole new front office, I think it's very possible to see an uptick with Kobe and with Lowry, and we felt Obi was the most ready as far as offensively, like we can slot him in at the 6th or 7th spot off the bench
So
And
so
he can give us.
who's gonna be the starting small forward there? Are you gonna match Valentine and keep him there?
I don't know. We're talking about it. There's that option. We might put Thad Young there. We can throw him at the 3 if we had to.
Because it seems like you're set at every other position.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we were hoping if Denny had fallen, we would have drafted him possibly. We were one pick away. But we've talked about putting Thad Young at the 3. There's a couple players in free agency we may throw a MLE at. It's the weakest position we have right now, but we'll tinker with it and see what we can do.
I think that's most teams' weakest positions. Just looking around the league, it seems like everybody needs a wing.
Yeah, I mean 3-and-D wings are hard to come by.
So it's Kobe White, Buddy Hield, and then whoever's the small forward, and then you have Lowry, Markkanen, and Gobert. It's not bad.
I think if you're the Bulls, you're building what I would call like a roster to attract a big name, right? And so I feel like they're positioning themselves to possibly make a run in 2021 for
they only have 57 million guaranteed contracts for 2021. So if everything works out, they should have cap space.
Yeah, but wouldn't the most attractive player there be Gobert, and he's one of the guys in free agency? Like, he's the vet that's going to take them to the playoffs, or like right now he's the best player on the team, and he's an expiring contract. So when they get to free agency, his cap hold is going to be even bigger.
Yeah,
well, the idea is right. I don't think the market is there for a Gobert full max. I mean, I could be wrong. But I just don't think it's there. And so if you're Chicago, you're hoping you sign him early to a long-term deal that's under the max. And so you get that in there, and then you still have your room to make a play for another, like a max contract for one of the big names.
If Chicago has a winning record in the early extension window, I could see him re-signing just because centers who can't shoot don't have a huge market compared to other players. Just because there's so many of them, you can sign an 80 or a 75 overall center who also can't shoot, and like there's a huge difference there between them and Gobert. But at the same time, it's not big enough to offer Gobert a max. In free agency.
I mean, this pick for Chicago, I just have to say real quick that, I mean, personally, Obi Toppin, he's on my undraftables list. I really just didn't like what he could bring to an NBA team, and I personally think that the lack of defense is going to be so crippling for his NBA success, regardless of whatever scoring he can bring. I mean, you look at guys like Mo Spates, that's my comp, really, for a guy like
So can you compare and contrast Obi Toppin and John Collins?
Well,
No.
I would say that John Collins isn't going to cripple your team like Obi Toppin would. The Hawks have that problem with the defense because they have both Collins and Trae Young.
I watched a lot of tape on Toppin, and I mean, some of the defensive, I guess low lights. I mean, they're bad. Like it's really bad. His feet, they don't move on the perimeter at all. He gets blowed by all the time. Down low, he can't bang with anyone that's bigger than him. He just kind of like gives up. I mean, there were like average D1 centers who are just like 7 foot tall and big who were dominating him. It's just there's almost no defensive potential there. And so you're betting that he just becomes a little bit below average, which is still a big bet. I mean, like his low lights on defense are honestly like disgusting to watch.
I mean, this is a time in the league when if you can't defend the perimeter, you kind of just get played off the floor. When you get to the real meaningful games, you just don't play. And we saw that in the playoffs this year. We saw that last year. We saw that the year before then. And now, I mean, this is a guy who, I mean, his best projection is he's going to get played off the floor in the playoffs.
So if I'm looking at league talk, it seems like Yogi likes Toppin. Does that mean he's going to be a bust?
Odds have risen.
Yes.
I mean, listen, I think ideally, if you're a team drafting Toppin, I mean, maybe this isn't the best comparison, but you're hoping he like turns into the Amari Stoudemire type of player, which I've seen comparisons of from some people. Now, I mean, Amari hasn't been in the league for a while, so I can't exactly recall how well he was as a defender, as a small ball 5, but you're hoping Toppin offensively turns into like an Amari.
So if you're
how
drafting
viable can Toppin be as a small ball 5?
He's going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
He could barely play
right
defense
now,
to begin with.
Right now, yeah. Right now, yeah.
Well, that might have to be his role going forward because his main skill is going to be stretching the floor. He has that shot, and if it really translates to the NBA, that's going to be his marketable skill. That's going to get him on. That's going to keep him on an NBA roster.
Yeah, I would also say it's a lot easier to teach someone. Like with him, the problem down low against bigger centers is he just gets bullied. If he's able to put on weight and get a little bit more like stocky and everything, he possibly like it's a lot easier to teach him interior defense than perimeter defense. Perimeter defense is like a whole nother ball game with him. So it might be easier to make him an average defender at the 5 than as like the 4.
Right.
I don't see any way he could play.
Toppin is 6'8", 220, which is tiny if you're going to play him at center. Just for example, Christian Wood played center for the Pistons last year. He's 6'10", 230, and he got bullied as a center.
I don't see any way Toppin could play the 5 because when I think of small ball centers, I think of like Julius Randle, who was coming out of college already being like a more grittier player. Like I don't see Toppin just getting enough grit to play.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Tucker playing the 5 in the Rockets. I mean, the Rockets obviously got bounced in the second round of the playoffs, but
Tucker's grittier.
I could see him being like one of those like weird, like the weird. You know what I mean? Like the weird offensive centers.
I just see him as a power forward.
I mean, yeah, he's primarily going to play at power forward, but like I feel like if you want to like cause chaos kind of on the floor and like you just need scoring, I could see him played at center and just hope that he scores more points than he gives up.
Any old timers remember who Chuck Hayes is?
Yes.
Oh, yep.
6'6", Chuck Hayes.
Did he play for the Raptors?
He played for the Rockets.
Mostly.
No, but I think he did play for the Raptors near the end of his career. I think you're right.
Just a small ball 5 in mind that I had.
Yeah, he played for the Raptors for 2 years. 6'6", 240.
That's
Honestly,
a
it's
unit of a man right there.
It's 2K. I'll throw Toppin at the 3. Why not?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, I mean, yeah, in terms of 2K,
like let's be
small
real,
ball really doesn't work.
He could start there.
Okay, guys, we have an announcement from the commissioner on the next pick.
With the 9th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Kyra Lewis Jr. from the University of Alabama.
Wow.
Yeah.
This, let me say, this pick right here, you can tell they reached a little bit with this, but this obviously is their guy. If they could have traded back and got him, so this makes me think for a while now this has been their guy. I mean, if that's your guy, you got to take him, but definitely a little bit of a reach.
He's gonna go in the 20s in real life. That's where I see.
Maybe late lotto.
If 15, 16, 17 range, but I see him at like 22.
I mean, I can tell you, I can tell how we were looking at him.
Okay.
Chuck and I were really looking at Kira Lewis as our point guard, and I mean, this kind of annoys us, but now we can do a little bit more stuff, so that this could change a little bit. But Kira Lewis is a very good player, and at Alabama he was very good.
Oh yeah, I mean, I agree. Definitely, his stock.
I think it's a little bit of a stretch,
along
though.
with Tyrell
That's
Terry.
why I was like a little bit concerned as well. But
Matt, check your DMs.
Okay.
How does he compare to Sexton? That's my question.
Oh, this is my hot take. I think he's actually better than Sexton.
Yeah, that's a hot take. Yeah.
A very big hot take. Sexton is kind of average.
What wasn't
Sexton is an
Sexton a
efficient
better
18
wasn't he a better defender coming out of college than Kier Lewis?
A little bit.
He had effort. That was the most thing.
You have to think, and I keep on saying this. I've said this like maybe 3 times during this show alone. You can teach that. You can teach defense, but you can't teach like athleticism. And Kier Lewis has that athleticism, and that's shooting.
I feel like you can teach discipline on defense, but it's really hard to actually teach being a good defender.
Like footwork and stuff like that, yeah.
And when you talk about defensive awareness, that's just a trait. Like there's no coach that's going to teach you how to like read a playbook, know where your opponents are going to be.
Intangibles, instincts, things like that go into
right.
account.
That's what I was talking about with Denny earlier. Is like Denny's not very athletic, but the way he's able to play team defense, his defensive IQ is so high right now as a starting point that, when you have a player like that who's not very athletic, but he has very high defensive IQ, it makes it easier to just slot him into your starting lineup because he's not going to make a bevy of mistakes.
What are the chances
I will say, if you want a point guard, unless you believe Tyrese Maxey can play point guard, then this is probably the best one that was available. However, seeing as arguably the 2 best players in Charlotte are point guards, I'm not sure why they coveted one so much. But
this is the big thing for me is unless you don't believe Devontae Graham is like, because I don't think Devontae Graham can be a long-term shooting guard, so I think you have to play him at point guard.
Yeah, but one thing but Graham has a lot of tradability, so they may capitalize on that.
I mean, that's true, but are you trading Devontae Graham to hope you get Devontae Graham again eventually with a pick or something?
Well, they already drafted a point guard, so.
I don't know. I think if you're Charlotte, you kind of need to covet the young talent that does develop for you.
Is Graham a flash in the pan type of player, or is he actually going to be a good player for them? That's the real thing.
I think he could definitely be a solid point guard. Obviously, we need to see more of his game. But,
I mean, Devontae doesn't have a lot of time left on his contract because he was drafted in the 2nd round. So maybe that has something to do with it?
So I'm going to go back in time a little bit. Wasn't there a point where Cheppy put out a mock draft and it didn't have Okongwu on it, and then Killer came out and he's like, hey.
That was me.
No, it was Nelson. He said... Killer DM'd me.
just because, like, how do you forget him if you're gonna pick him?
No, he did it on purpose.
It was intentional.
Smoke screen.
He was trying to hide him.
Definitely.
No, I actually forgot. I actually forgot. Okay.
That is so not true, dude.
You actually forgot the player that you wanted to trade up.
You had Tankathon definitely up on the left side of your screen when you were making this.
No, I did not.
You got to Okongwu. Okay. You're like, oh. Let's just forget to put him in here and move on.
He was like, this dude's so bad, he's not going to go in the lottery.
Wait, so who was the one who pointed it out?
It was Nelson.
Oh, okay. So Nelson knew what was up. Nelson knew what was coming up.
Wizards here on the clock.
They're not going to pick
anything. What they're going to do.
Is DJ online? Oh, he is.
Well, I mean, he should.
Yeah, he's online.
Yeah, he's here. Don't worry about it, man. All right.
I mean, the best player available is Denny still, I would say. So,
I mean, I have a general idea of what they're gonna do here in terms of. I just think they need to pick a wing. Like who? It's just up to preference at this point. But like, I'd be very surprised if they took a guard, right? Wouldn't make a lot of sense to me.
Gotta be a wing.
Gotta be a wing. Maybe if you're not confident in Thomas Bryant being a day-to-day starter, then maybe like a center. But I think
you're looking at Vassell or Okoro.
I'm just saying they wouldn't trade
Are you not concerned with Devin's shooting form? I know that he said that he did it as a joke, but you guys saw the video, right?
I mean,
it was
but
hideous.
he was. I mean, listen, he
It
was
was
very
so
good.
hideous. It was a joke.
Vassell had a lot of success. I mean, taking difficult 3-point shots in college, like with defenders in his face and making them. So I'm not worried about his shot necessarily. I think whatever he does with it, it'll still be solid in the NBA. I expect it to translate no matter what.
If his form is or his cockback is that like the way that it is, he's gonna get blocked every shot. The way that NBA plays defense and college are two totally different things. So he's got to adjust.
But I don't. I think he'll just revert back to what his college shot was, and he didn't have like the catapult.
It wasn't as bad, but it still wasn't that good. His college shot was still kind of wonky, wasn't it?
Not from what I remember from the tape I've watched, but it's been a while.
It was a bit.
He wasn't a guy I scouted. I just remember.
I mean, I project Vassell, another guy. Vassell is in the same territory as Halliburton. I mean, the floor is pretty high in my opinion. Vassell is almost like the Mikal Bridges prospect of a couple years ago. I mean, it's almost identical with him, and so I think it's
better shooter though, right?
Situation. Yes. There's more potential with Vassell, I think, to become a more diverse shooter, like off the dribble and stuff like that, because he showed flashes of it. But I mean, obviously, if you're bringing him in, you're only expecting him to catch and shoot, so it's not a big deal anyways.
It does worry me, going from 68% to 74% free throw shooting. That's not exactly what you want to see from your sharpshooter types.
He went from 68 to 74%?
Yeah, 74 just seems a little low to me. The free throw line doesn't change, and I think you want that to be more in the 80s for your sharpshooters.
I mean, I don't know. I think 74 is kind of low, but at the same time, I mean, it's not like I don't think it's Denny levels of concerning because I know his numbers are like almost in the 50s with free throw shooting, and so I don't know. I think Vassell is just one of those guys that's his shooting's gonna translate, in my opinion.
Oh my god.
So, pick's going to come in soon, but I just want to talk about how a lot of teams don't have small forwards, and Gordon Hayward just went on the block. Who's going to make that move?
Did BJ pay you to say this?
No, I'm just wondering because usually small forward is like a position where you can be like a 77 overall small forward.
Well,
and
here's the thing.
You're going to have a trade market for that.
BJ, Hayward's contract is literally out of this world. I mean, I guess it's expiring, but it's still like 30-something million.
But Tobias Harris had a market as the 9th best small forward.
Portland,
right? But with Hayward, the Hayward thing is nobody's gonna give up assets for an expiring because Hayward he's a wild card. He could go anywhere. No one's gonna give assets up for an expiring, and you still have to find a team that's considering. I would only assume that teams trading for Hayward are competing or playoff teams, so they have to find ways to absorb the contract by sending back like expirings or whatever. Because BJ's definitely not going to take back long term.
Who has that amount of money to match contracts though?
Right, exactly. That's my point. Yeah.
I mean, there's a way because you can just send like 2-3 contracts together and go, I really need a wing, and he's expiring. He's 1 year compared to Tobias Harris. So Tobias Harris is ranked as the 9th best small forward just by rating.
Right.
And Gordon Hayward is 10th. Harris actually has a long-term contract, and Hayward is only a 1 year rental. So he would be the guy that you would want if you're competing.
The thing is, BJ, obviously, there's no incentive for BJ to just dump Hayward. And so BJ's not just going to give him up for like 3 shitty fucking contracts. Like,
guys, I have to interrupt. We have the next pick ready to be announced. Guys.
With the 10th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Washington Wizards select Patrick Williams from Florida State University.
Good pick.
Good pick.
Good pick.
Yeah, I don't hate this pick.
Nah, it's a great pick.
Didn't they say wing? Come on, they picked a wing, guys.
They picked a wing with a
Patrick
lot of
Williams is a
potential.
wing. I thought Patrick Williams was like more of like a 4.
He's a small forward, power forward. He's leans more towards a small forward though. He's got a frame to defend the 4. I don't know how defend the 4 in the NBA, but he projects as one of those hybrids.
Yeah, who said that he had best player in the league measurables or whatever? Because I thought that was, I mean, he had a point. I guess he has a good physique. He has a good body to build on. It's just he's still pretty raw though. It's just gonna take a while for him.
Yeah, it might be a few picks too early, but if you like him, I mean, it's worth moving.
Well,
It's worth
he obviously he would have
10.
gone. He would have gone at 12 to Avatar. So, if
I
that's
think
your guy,
he goes top 10 in real life. I really see it. He's been rising up. He's got a lot of chatter around it. They're saying even potentially, what is it? Cleveland would be taking him at 5 over Toppin.
I do think this is a guy you probably play at the 4 rather than the 3.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have much playmaking ability.
No, not yet. But he's someone that could develop it. I don't know. We'll see. Chuck, I think that you got to hurry up with your pick, though.
We got something.
Oh.
Well,
I
dude,
see it.
stop leaking. Stop leaking. Okay.
I am on the Suns.
Okay,
All right, I got it. Hold on.
Check DMs.
I'm not leaking my own things.
Check DMs.
This is the Chris Paul trade, everybody.
I know, that's exactly what I was thinking. Chris Paul on the move again.
I'm writing it up. 1 second.
We just traded for Giannis and Steph Curry. Just be prepared.
All right, let me finish writing it before you leak it.
Miles Powell trade incoming.
You know it, yeah. We got Miles Powell, guys.
Yeah.
Just keep
Trade
on naming
Miles Powell.
Trae Young.
Okay, we have a trade to announce from the commissioner.
Is it official?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Suns will receive the 19th pick and the 24th pick and Philadelphia's second round pick in 2026 in exchange for the 11th pick in this draft.
Wow.
Sweet graphic.
I mean, who do you guys think would be a good prospect for Philadelphia at this range? Number
Gotta
11.
be. I feel like Okoro at this point. If he's still there at 11, I don't think there's a lot of guys you would.
Vassal. It could be Vassal here for sure.
Potentially.
Listen, if you're Philly, that brings up a good point. I don't think it'll. I mean, I could be wrong. It could be Okoro. I mean, you need shooting, right? Like they don't want to repeat of past lineups with Simmons. I mean, I think you have to go with shooting here. Who I don't know, Neesmith.
What about
Aaron
Naismith? Yeah,
Naismith,
Aaron
yeah.
Naismith is best shooter in the draft, probably.
Yeah, I expect shooting here. I'd be very surprised if they didn't pick a guy who was like an elite level shooter here.
I mean, is Devin Vassell that guy that's really going to contribute on Philadelphia? Because Philadelphia has been struggling for a long time. They just made this trade for Chris Paul. Do they have a hole right now at small forward?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, that might be a good.
I think with Philly, they should not be concerned about getting like difference makers necessarily. I think you just need solid role players, and if I'm them, I'm picking 3 and D here.
The pick is in for Philadelphia.
With the 11th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Devin Vassell from Florida State University.
Yep.
I fixed
Saw
myself.
that coming from a mile away.
Wait, it's really pronounced
Yeah, we
Vassell?
kind of knew it was coming.
I mean, I think it was obvious, right? Vassell is he could project to be the best 3-and-D in this draft, and if you're Philly, that's exactly what you need at the at your small forward position. It's just a guy who's a solid 3-and-D and can defend multiple positions.
So if you have him and Hardaway on the same team, do you find a way to put Hardaway at small forward so that you can have Simmons and CP3 being the guard combo?
No, Simmons, I think, and Mike, I believe, has talked about this publicly, Simmons will be at power forward this year.
Okay.
So I expect Hardaway to be at shooting guard, and I mean, I don't know if Vassell starts. I don't know if Vassell starts day one, but I'm sure they hope he develops kind of like how Thibault did, where he was playable in the playoffs.
And we were talking a lot about his shot, but he is a very good defensive player. So that's going to be there right away.
Well, I think it's important we be careful when we talk about defensive prospects who are going into their rookie year, and especially for someone like a team like Philadelphia that has high expectations. It's good to temper those, because even though, one of his pluses coming out of this draft is his defense, it's really unlikely that he's going to make much of an impact on that end, that he's going to be a rotational player right away or something like that. As a prospect, he's pretty safe, but I don't know that we can say his ceiling is that high at this point. For me, my comparison for a 3-and-D prospect, right, was Michael Bridges in 2017 or 2018, I think. And that guy was like the premier 3-and-D prospect. You looked at him, he had the measurables, he had the defense, he had the shooting, he had everything. And right now, that's the bar, I think, that we should have for 3-and-D prospects. And I don't think Devin Vassell is right there at that bar just yet. Do you guys think he will fit in well with the rest of the roster, though?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
I mean, spaces the floor, and that's something they desperately need.
could.
So, I mean, if his shooting holds up, yeah, he's
never
a pretty
know.
good fit.
JD asked a good question. Who do you guys think is top 8 in the East?
Bucks, Miami, Indiana. Beyond that, I probably need to look at roster sheets.
Nets.
Oh, yeah, Nets.
Nets, yeah,
of course.
Nets.
Boston?
Toronto,
Probably Boston.
Boston.
Is Orlando going to make the playoffs?
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
I think Westbrook raises their floor enough that I don't see how they miss.
I don't know, man. That
Who
Detroit
else
team,
is
that
on the
Detroit
team,
team
though?
was well constructed last year, and they fucking sucked, man.
That Detroit team, I mean, if you think about it though, Zion, I don't think Zion was
fucking great in 2K, man.
I mean, yeah, but you're with Westbrook, like you 100%, like
There
it
was
has to be all shooters around him.
They
Or
have
even in-
zero shooters on their team at all.
On Orlando.
Aaron
Yeah, there
Gordon
was
is their
a-
best shooter, and he shot like 32% from 3 last year. So
Bad, bro. Could be worse.
I
they
think
really
traded
don't
too
have
much.
any shooters.
no,
on that
it's
team.
literally that bad. I'm looking at their roster sheet right now. Their best shooter,
I mean,
literally their best shooter is James fucking Enos, who plays like 5 minutes a game in real life.
Ennis.
we
When
don't
I
know.
DM'd
We don't know the
Kyle,
construction.
I tried to sell that pick on the fact that Orlando was the worst shooting team before trading for Westbrook.
I mean, you've got Aaron Gordon's an okay 3-point shooter. He's, Terrence Ross, I guess, is okay. Al Farouk Aminu, And you got Ennis, and that's about it. After that, this team just has virtually no shooting whatsoever. So they've got a team that clogs the paint with Bamba and Gordon. and they're going to have, Westbrook taking 80 shots a game? I don't think the Magic are anywhere near what they're being chalked up to be, just because they have former MVP. Russell Westbrook is, he's 32. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the volatility with Westbrook, though, is his sim numbers can be absolutely fucking insane. Like, I know when Kyle had him a couple of years ago, like, he had various sims where he would, or like games and sims where he would put up like 45 and stuff like that. I mean, it's very, I think it could go either way with the Magic. It just depends how the sim engine treats them.
It's so volatile.
I think Charlotte, Atlanta, and Washington are all better teams.
Ooh.
Atlanta for sure.
Charlotte?
Washington is going to have a healthy Beal, a healthy Wall. They're just better.
Okay,
yeah,
but then
Charlotte.
the question is how far because if Wall comes back in real life and he's like terrible or not as good,
Oh,
so,
then
like,
they're
he drops
fucked,
like
man.
That's what I mean. Like if Wall drops to like an 80, like Washington's gonna struggle this year.
So
They're
the thing I like about
banking on him coming back.
the thing I like about the Magic is that their front office is active and like proactive. Like they're looking for ways to win, and they talk a lot internally. So there is a chance that they could be making moves that other front offices in that range may not make.
Right, but the question was, who's top 8 in the East currently?
Yeah.
Orlando is not anything resembling a top 8 team in their conference. They're probably fringe playoff right now at best if they just rely on a Westbrook carry.
It definitely depends how. Okay, well, number one, Isaac, right, could be fucked. Like we don't know how bad it's gonna be with him after the injury. You also don't know what Bamba's gonna do. I mean, it's a lot of their young guys kind of need to develop for them, which is a big thing to ask.
I honestly think the Wizards have a better chance of getting the 8 seed, or the Bulls have a better chance of getting the 8 seed than Orlando right now. I think there are 7 pretty set teams in the East, and beyond that, it's a race for that last spot.
So who are the 7?
Milwaukee,
Celtics,
Miami,
Nets, Sixers, Raptors, Pacers, Bucks, and Heat.
You said Milwaukee twice, right?
I don't think so.
I mean, Atlanta's pretty solid. Washington's pretty solid. They're my pick right now to sneak in. Maybe Chicago. Chicago, they got Gobert now, and Kobe White might be better next year. They have a more complete roster.
Are the Heat good in 2K?
Jimmy Butler's pretty fucking good in 2K, man.
I want to talk about this real quick. The Heat could be very volatile, I think, in 2K because Jimmy is able. I mean, now Jimmy got a big boost. He's like, what, a 94 now? 93?
91, I think.
Well, in the next gen update, because I know he went up. He was 91 in the current gen, and then they boosted him again. But anyways, point is, like, there's credibility to the idea that Miami could regress from what they did IRL in a 2K sim because I don't know if Hero and Robinson and all those guys will perform sim-wise and stream-wise like they did,
I actually have some input here. I've been running some tests just to get an idea of how, my hastily put together roster performs. And Miami still is pretty good. Not a lot has changed for them. I mean, if they regress in real life and it hurts their ratings, I could see how that would hurt them. But right now they still project via Sims as a 50-win team with a decent shot at getting past the second round.
I'm looking at 2K ratings right now, and beforehand, Jimmy Butler did not have a jump shot. They massively gave Jimmy Butler a jump shot, like out of nowhere. So that
Butler averaged nearly 50 for us in the playoffs last year in Charlotte. So
it
with
just
a jump
seemed
shot,
like,
come on.
It seemed like he didn't have a high 3-point rating. It seemed like his shot IQ was low, but now it looks like he has a jump shot. in 2K.
He had a 72 last year when he averaged 50 for the Hornets in the first round of the playoffs. So
He's at 78
He
with 98
also-
shot IQ right now.
It is true. He did shoot us out of one. He was like 0 for 11 from 3 one game. But
remember the game where he dribbled out the clock in the last 12 seconds to break a random mid-range shot and lose the series?
I will say, yeah, 78 3-pointer. I don't know who at 2K is smoking crack, but I mean, he goes down eventually.
My biggest thing is that beforehand he had like no shot IQ, which really impacts how bad shots you take on stream. Like I've noticed shot IQ. Usually, if a guy has high tendencies for shot and they have a low shot IQ, they will just take horrible shots on stream. So them boosting his shot IQ is huge.
New Orleans, right here, taking a long time. Or no, the Jazz.
Jazz are in a good spot. I was just looking at that.
I mean, they did kind of trade Gobert for what seems like to me no reason.
I think it was Conley opting in, and they didn't really have a lot of flexibility, so they made a deal just so they could make more. I think it was kind of like a foundation-setting move.
I don't think it's a bad return. I just got confused because when I messaged about Gobert, he was talking about that he wanted to be more competitive. And I don't think it's a bad return. I just don't see how it makes the Jazz more competitive. But they do have a starter at small forward. So I guess maybe? I don't know.
This is another team that has very little guaranteed for next year.
Okay, we have an announcement from the commissioner.
With the 12th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Utah Jazz select Cole Anthony from the University of North Carolina.
This is the worst pick of the draft. This is
Dude,
the worst.
what the hell?
This is the worst pick of the draft.
Let me do the devil's okay. The only reason that I can see this somewhat being justifiable is the fact that Conley's gone next year, right? And they're hoping to get more of a long-term fit by Mitchell, maybe. But
yeah, but Mitchell and Cole Anthony are probably the worst fit. It just doesn't work. I'm a very strong Cole Anthony hater, and
probably some of the preface the.
No, nothing against Cole Anthony at all. I just don't like his game. Like, I don't think he's a good fit at all with Donovan Mitchell. They're both. He wants the ball. Cole Anthony wants to be the scorer, and same thing as Donovan Mitchell, and that's two colliding personalities that I just don't think will work.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony has a high ceiling. I think he had a bad year at North Carolina because his team was awful. So it didn't really get a good look at him, I'd say, last year. Long term could be a good pick for the Jazz. Short term, obviously, it's not a big help to them. I don't know.
If you're drafting outside of the top 10, don't you kind of have to go with high ceiling players just hoping that they turn out? Because
yes. And the fact that Mitchell is pretty young, they're not too concerned about rushing with a fit pick right here. But I think this lets you know all you need to know about Conley's future in Utah. He's gone next year.
I will say that looking at the Jazz roster, as far as this being like a right now kind of pick, they don't really have any guards under contract for next year other than Conley, Mitchell, and then some like 60-something overall guys. So he's a combo guard. Like, he can come off the bench. I think he already has a lot of scoring ability. If you are looking for a guy who can be a bench guard for you right now, I think Anthony's not a terrible fit in that particular role.
Pelicans might be moving this pick right here, it looks like.
Do you think the Pelicans are going to make the playoffs with Zion and company, and maybe whatever they do with Drew?
I think we need one more piece.
I'm gonna be honest. I think it depends a lot on the IRL counterparts. If the IRL Pelicans develop, then you're gonna see a boost to the NBN Pelicans. I think it kind of goes hand in hand almost, unless of course the Pelicans in here make a move for a big name. But
I mean,
Sorry. Go ahead.
There you go.
I want to know how the Mavs are going to do with KP and Drummond back there. I feel like that could be good, but at the same time, this is coming from the guy with two centers, so it's.
I think it could work.
Yeah, it's 2K or IRL. I don't think it's as successful, but it's 2K. Drummond has a history of being. He's always at least kind of above average in 2K just because the rebounding stats are ridiculous, especially in Sims. It could work. I think you saw with the Lakers last year when they had KP, they had Jarrett Allen starting next to him, and it worked out pretty well for them. I mean, like, their paint presence was amazing, so I think it could definitely work out, but Drummond's kind of a weaker defender, though.
Yeah, but it should be good because they have Doncic there. Like, overall, that should be a pretty good team, right?
Oh yeah, Mavs. I project them to be a top 5 seed, minimum.
Like in the league?
In the West.
Oh, okay. So who's top 5 in the West then?
Give me. I think in the West you have the Lakers, you have the Warriors, you have
Clippers,
Mavs, and then Denver.
So I'm 6, okay.
I don't know, man. Depends if Markel Fultz decides he wants to.
Markel is a 6th man, and he's going to be a very good one.
I think the Rockets are pretty much a lock for the playoffs as well. I don't know if they'll be that high, but
I'm aiming top 4. I want home court advantage.
Top 4?
You might need another center if you want top 4, Kamal.
Ain't that the truth?
I think Vooch at power forward could work very well. I think Harden at point guard with no other ball dominant guard is just going to average like 35 points a game or something ridiculous.
Yeah, but I think we saw that in 2016, 2017, that first year when they got rid of Dwight and all the old Rockets roster. I mean, it's like the ceiling of that type of team is like a 2nd round exit.
Yeah, but this is 2K.
Right, but in past years when we had
Kamal, what about
those type of hard?
Last year when we saw Denver with Vucevic at power forward get dicked on by the Lakers in the playoffs.
See, that's why the team that's kind of scaring me are the Mavs, because they would have KP and a center. Like, my competition is the other 2 center team. And of course, obviously, I believe I would be able to
compete with a team like the Lakers just because I can clog up the middle. But a team like a dark horse that would just be able to maybe even dominate in the playoffs would be a team like the Mavs, who would have a 7'3" power forward to counter me having two centers.
Looking at the Pelicans here, what do you guys think about a point guard for them?
They have Ball.
Yeah,
But he
and
does.
Holiday.
I believe Holiday gets moved eventually. It might not be now, but I believe it will be sometime this year. So I think a point guard is actually maybe the way they want to go here.
I mean, who do they target though if they're aiming for a point guard right now?
Tyrell.
I think Tyrell
Maxey.
Terry, Tyrese Maxey, one of those two could be a good pick right here.
Okay, I can see that.
I think they need. I mean, Ingram obviously is your main kind of scorer right now, and I think Zion. I've never believed in the idea that Zion's going to average like 25. I think that's not going to be his thing. So I think a third reliable scoring option in that starting lineup in the future, right, is going to be imperative to them being a successful team. So I think a guy like Terry with just like super high offensive upside is a good pick here.
Is there a market for Drew Holiday?
Oh yeah, I mean, come on, he's got good defense. He's got.
I mean,
shooting.
yeah, there definitely is, but the problem with Holiday is he's expiring. Obviously, that's one of the big things. And another thing is, if you're thinking you have to give him a max, how many teams are willing to max a guy that, like, if he's your third guy and you already have two superstars, yeah, but your two main guys need to be like very high level players. It's kind of weird because I don't think the Pelicans are going to get what they're hoping for in a Holiday trade if they trade him this year. So they might have to accept a little bit less just because of the expiring contract.
He's like an older Tyrese Halliburton, in my opinion.
Holiday's a lot better of a scorer.
I don't know.
Holiday struggles on stream pretty bad, man. And I'll tell you, based on the stuff I've done so far, he still struggles on stream pretty bad in 2K21.
Well, I do remember. Now, I can't exactly remember if Avatar was just stupid and not putting Holiday on Reggie Jackson whenever Reggie Jackson was lighting the Pelicans up for 40 a game, but Holiday does offensively sometimes disappear on 2K, which is a problem. Which means he has to be your third or fourth option if you're a playoff team.
Drew Holiday is one of those players, just looking at ratings, when I talk about having a starter who's going to take some shots but has a low shot IQ rating, like usually on stream, I've just noticed they kind of end up taking bad shots. And that's just, if you're going to the playoffs, I'm not necessarily sure I want that type of player. I'm not necessarily sure he's worth the amazing defense that he does have. Unless you can find a way for him to not take bad shots.
Okay, we have the next pick ready to be announced.
With the 13th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Aaron Nesmith from Vanderbilt University.
Well, it's a shooter. It's a shooter, and in this league, you need shooting. It's shooting all the time, and they drafted the best shooter in the whole draft.
I think this solidifies that Ball is their point guard, right? Assuming Holiday's moved. So I think they're probably hoping Nesmith can come in and play shooting guard.
Dude, then why they put him on the block? Why would you put him on the block at all?
Just to see what's out there. I think they could keep Holiday. I mean, I think just one of their guards is going to be gone in the next coming months.
We'll see. I like this pick because he's just one of the Nesmith. He's one of the. I think he's probably one of the safest picks in the draft. When you have a skill like shooting, I mean Darius Garland last year, he got drafted basically just off of shooting, and he went 4 in that draft. And Neesmith, it's a very similar strength, but in a bigger body. So I just think there's not a lot of ways where he falls out of the league entirely. Like I think he has a role here no matter what.
So he's going to replace JJ Redick when Redick retires.
No, I guess so. Maybe.
Is Cleveland going to trade down again?
I'm hearing that
It's
will
always
make
a
the
possibility.
pick. I'm hearing they'll make the pick.
The pick is in.
Well, you can't say that.
I'm Cleveland, bro.
I know, but you can't, we have a show, man. You serious?
So Yogi said Neesmith is good. Does that mean he's going to be bad?
No, Yogi is right here. Because he agrees with me, so I think he's right.
As long as he agrees with you, then it's right.
Pretty much. I mean, what other criteria is there really for being right?
What the heck, Johnny?
Sorry, I'm getting to the point where I'm on Twitter.
The real draft is until Wednesday. This is good. We get it done early because then we get to see... Well, you don't really get to see if you were right or not until a few years down the line, but you get to see how your decision-making stacks up against NBA GMs and whether or not there's a real difference. Last year, I thought there was a really big difference between what we drafted in NBN and what was drafted in real life, and that was not just because of Bruno Fernando and Okpala being drafted in the lottery, but those were definitely big factors.
Hey, Chappie, what do you think of... What is your thought process behind Blake Griffin? Do you think he's going to blow up and you'll be able to trade him?
We're going to hold that because the next pick is in.
With the 14th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Isaac Okoro from Auburn University.
Yeah, I like this pick. I think this pick right here justifies the amount of trading back Killer has done today. I kind of shit on him early on. I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" But Okoro is someone Cleveland feasibly could have had at 4, and everybody would have been okay with it. Mm-hmm. And so the fact that they were able to move back 10 spots and get the same guy, I think that's a good day for Cleveland.
Didn't Cheppy mock Okoro to Cleveland at 4 originally?
Yeah,
I believe so. Yes.
It's a good pick for
picks later, getting him with 2 extra firsts and a second or 2, I believe.
I didn't think he would drop this far.
Yeah, I did not believe he'd make it to 14. So I mean, it's kind of lucky for Killer, but he played it right, and Okoro is what Cleveland needs right now. Assuming Garland and Sexton is the guard future. For them, they needed wings, right? Wing potential, wing depth, whatever. I think he projects to help out defensively for them if he becomes a long-term piece.
Now I don't know about Kevin Porter Jr.'s game a whole lot, but isn't there a lot of overlap between Okoro's game and his?
Okoro potential as an elite defender, I believe, is way higher.
Of course, yeah. I think he has a high ceiling, but right now it's just he's starting at basically ground zero, I think, and it's going to take a long time for him to really get to the point where people are going to respect him in the league. But he definitely has the ceiling to get there to be a high quality starter for sure.
Yeah, I think the thing with Okoro is you're betting. Obviously, you want his shooting to become like league average, obviously. But I mean, he has the body, he has the physical tools to become like you're a top 5 defender in the league if he's able to continue developing. So I think that's the big thing that you're aiming for.
Yeah, it's just a risk, because all the time with these projects with these young guys, you don't really know if they're going to reach that ceiling that you expect them to. Because
right, it's similar to the Josh Jacksons of the world, where it's like,
yeah,
all
exactly.
the tools are there, but it just doesn't translate.
And the fact that you could have taken him at 4, you could have taken him at 7, and you get him at 14. It's like it's definitely worth the risk at 14.
Oh, absolutely. I think and you're Cleveland too, you need high upside guys because Sexton and Garland both have not shown that they are, I would say, like long-term pieces yet. And so I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think when we come out here, we're
anybody dropping that people are surprised about? I mean, obviously, there Okoro, but anybody else on anyone's
well,
big
there's
board?
Maxi right now. He made it out of the lottery, and I didn't think that he would, to be honest. Tyrese. Hold on. We are getting word that the next pick is in.
With the 15th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Orlando Magic select Desmond Bane from Texas Christian University.
I like this pick a lot. This is one of my guys I had projected to be an instant contributor. I mean, he is in the form of like a Malcolm Brogdon, where he's going to come in his first year, and I think he gives you 10 points and 4 or 5 rebounds, 4 or 5 assists. I mean, I really think he's an instant contributor, and if you're Orlando, that's kind of what you're aiming for right now, is to have guys who can instantly contribute. So I think it's a good pick for Orlando.
Yeah, to be honest, Desmond Bane wasn't really a guy on my radar. I have a few guys I was looking at. Desmond Bane wasn't one of them, but from what I heard of his reputation, he's just a hard worker, like grit player. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously an older guy, right? Which is the thing. He's kind of what he is. However, his potential as a playmaker is the biggest thing that can develop with him, which would make him into more of like a secondary scoring option on a team. So I think he does have some more room to grow than your typical like 21, 22-year-old. But I mean, I expect him to come in and contribute day one. I'd be very surprised if he didn't.
But once again, another guy who probably was going to be there for another several picks. I haven't seen him this high on like any draft boards, but I don't know. Get your guy, I guess.
I've seen him around 20, so I think to pick him 5 picks in advance when in this league where everything, you don't really know what's going to happen, I think it's fine to just reach a little bit and take him. And since he's an older prospect, honestly, I think it's good to get these guys on first round pick contracts, on these rookie scale contracts, because they can contribute usually within the 4 years that they're on that contract, and I think it's good for them to have that as much of a vet presence as they possibly can as early as possible.
Yeah, I'll just mention too, this draft, as far as it goes from like picks 14 to picks 20, around that area, it's like the talent level is all pretty similar. So I don't think there's a big gap necessarily. That's why I wouldn't be surprised if guys who might be mocked in some places like 21, 22 go 15, 16, 17. I mean, just it makes sense to me.
So do we? Those two picks came in early, so do we have to wait a little bit longer for Portland?
No, the next pick will be coming shortly.
Okay. Looking at Portland, it's obviously they're set up to win now. What do you guys think about a big here with Whiteside expiring?
I don't know. I think their hole has always been in the wing for like the last 5 years. It's been no wing ever since what? Nicholas Batum? Like, so for them to draft a wing here, a good wing, I think that would be the best thing for them. And there's one that I'm really looking at that would be a really good fit for them, and we'll see if they pick that guy.
Yeah, I think defense. If you're running it back with Dame and McCollum, obviously creates two very big holes in your backcourt of guys who just, I mean, they're just not going to lock down anyone. And so the biggest thing with Portland is, and I mean, again, is Melo going to be back, right? Starting at power forward? I don't know, but you have to get defense into this starting lineup. And so I'd be very surprised if they pick a guy here with very high upside. Like, I think they're going to take a high floor guy here.
I mean, are we not allowed to speculate on who they could pick?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Top of my board would be for a wing would be Sadiq Bey here. I think he would fit very solidly next to Lillard and McCollum.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy I looked at and I hold in very high regard. It's just right now, I think there are athletic questions about athleticism with Sadiq Bey, but otherwise I think he's a very skilled player coming out of Villanova, which is a really great college program. Really, really great. Like, one of those you can bet on, kind of like Duke.
Sadiq Bey, very, very good wing. That's all I'll say. Very, very good wing.
Okay, so the next pick is in. The commissioner will make an announcement.
With the 16th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Sadiq Bey from Villanova University. You guys were right.
That's why I wasn't talking about this.
Fuck.
Yeah, no, I like Sadiq. We projected him. We did a lot of scouting on him because we knew he'd be in this range. 6'8" guy who he's going to be able to defend threes and fours. I mean, his shot is I think his shot might translate as well as like Neesmith. I fully expect him to be a very good player at the next level as a wing.
Let me tell you, this is probably like my second or third favorite prospect in here. I'm just saying that. In terms of like the value that you're getting, this is, in my opinion, the best 3-and-D player in this draft. He can shoot, he can defend at a very good rate. He is just extremely good. And do you have those athletic concerns? Yes, but I mean, like Sadiq Bey, when you want to kind of get those players that were coached by good coaches, Jay Wright is, in my opinion, I keep on saying this, the best coach in college basketball in terms of developing players. And you're getting a player who's already had some amazing coaching and is just going to keep on developing. I really, really like Sadiq Bey.
He's a gem. He's a gem, to be honest. And I think when he comes into the league and he gets the right training, the right conditioning, the right coaching, I think it's really going to show that this guy could have been in the lottery, to be honest.
Yes.
I think if a few more things went right, if people's perceptions were a little different, he could have gone in the lottery 100%. He could have gone top 10, to be honest.
This is my steal of the draft.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I mean, this is kind of like you had the Matisse Thybulle last year. Matisse Thybulle was lower down, yeah, but I mean, you have those kind of wing 3-and-D kind of players to kind of make that comparison. And Matisse Thybulle is going to be very good as well.
Thybulle. Wait, what? I mean, as Sadiq Bey gets picked, there's another Bey in the draft. What do you guys think of Tyler Bey?
Tyler Bey is also very good.
Mm-hmm.
I also like Tyler Bey. He was very good at Colorado with McKinley Wright the 4th, I think, or the 3rd. I forgot which one it is. But Very good wing as well. Not as good as Sadiq Bey, but still a very good wing.
Yeah, I think both of them have potential to contribute to a team right away. Sadiq Bey with his offense, Tyler Bey with his defense. And both of them, I think, they're going to be very successful in the league. So I'm really excited to see where Tyler Bey is going to go in the draft. And Minnesota, right now, what do you think they're targeting?
Probably a wing. Probably, I would say they could go Tyler Bey here for trying to assume where they would go with. Because I mean, it might be a little bit of a stretch, but I think they could go something like Tyler Bey, or they could go more of a big as well. You never know.
I would assume they're not going to pick him, but I'm surprised how far Tyrese Maxey is falling in this draft. I know he doesn't have maybe the shooting that you want, but even so, I've seen him in most mocks projected to go several spots higher than this.
Yeah, we might see him fall further. I think Minnesota's probably not going to be the one. I mean, they just got Hayes. I don't really think they want to draft another guard in this mid portion of the first round, but they don't have another pick, so I think they want to make sure that their selection is the best they can possibly do. We're just waiting on confirmation here. It's almost through. Okay, the pick is in, guys.
With the 17th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Precious Achiuwa from the University of Memphis.
Damn, man, good pick.
I don't know. I mean, kind of a surprise, to be honest, because I thought that people were not really that high on Achiuwa. And I thought he was going to fall to the second round, probably, to be honest.
Second round?
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Second round.
I don't know about that. I think this pick right here for us, it's about we are on the mission to find someone to help fucking Cat play defense. And so ultimately we were going to get we had to pick up a defender at this position. Sadiq obviously was, I think, more of our first option right here because he's a better shooter, but Precious projects to be a very good defensive player in the league, which was obviously important to us.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad pick. I don't know why you're saying this. He should go second round. I'm not as big on Precious Achiuwa as well, but I mean, I think he's very good, and I think this is probably the best fit right now for for Minnesota.
He's a raw player, and right now, honestly, I foresee a lot of development going on in his with his career, and I don't think that results are in any way guaranteed with him, or far from it. So it's just a very risky prospect to take, and I think that Minnesota had better, safer options with comparable ceilings. So personally, the pick isn't for me.
What would you have liked to see here?
Well, listen, I'm just gonna say this from like here until he gets picked. It's gonna be Tyler Bey for everyone for every pick until he gets picked.
All right. So I like Bey. Right. I think his ceiling is really high. My only thing with him is his shooting is somewhat streaky, and he played like exclusively the power forward spot in college and sometimes even center. And he's like 6'7". Let me see his weight. He's really skinny. He's 213. So I don't know how he'll translate to the next level if someone asks him to come in and play small forward. He's not really used to that. He didn't really play that in college. He was mostly almost like, it was kind of weird because he almost played like the role of a rim running 4 in college at Colorado. I just don't know how he'll translate to being asked to be a wing per se.
And he's a little on the older side.
Right, he's 22, almost 23.
Yeah, I think also another big man prospect that's not been picked yet, Jalen Smith, who I think is really up there.
I like Smith.
I like Smith as well.
Okay, I have to say we are ready for the next pick. Give me 1 second.
We good, Cheppy?
Yeah, go ahead.
With the 18th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Tyrese Maxey from the University of Kentucky.
Well, honestly, from Killer, I expected this kind of because we've been talking, and he's written very high on Maxey. I made my feelings clear on this guy to him, but when he's your guy, he's your guy, and he dropped pretty far from where I thought he was going to be. So Killer's been the beneficiary of two guys who have dropped pretty far from where they were projected.
Little bit of a redundant skill set here that's kind of becoming a pattern in Cleveland, but
well, to be honest, I don't think that Cleveland is in a position to really discriminate against talent, whether or not it's a good fit or not. It's just if you get the good player, it doesn't matter. Figure it out from there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, take the shot.
It's important. It's important to mention here. Neither one of Sexton or Garland have shown that they are long-term pieces to the puzzle of rebuilding Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
And so it doesn't make sense to bargain your entire future that Garland's your guard for the next 10 years, right? You need to keep looking for just the best talent, and kind of the same way Philly almost did back in the day with the process, right? Drafting Okafor even when they had Embiid, it was just seeing what would hit, and so I like the pick from Cleveland.
Let me tell you, as a Suns fan, from the Suns, we are very happy right now. That's all
you're
gonna
19? Yeah.
That's all we're going to say.
He's taking Miles Powell.
Oh, you got me. Damn.
Wait, no, don't they have 21? I think they can wait a little longer.
According to my sources, the Suns did not want Tyrese Maxey.
We did not want Tyrese Maxey.
That's a good decision. I mean, I can't say, but
It's just, I see the parallels. Tyrese Maxey could turn into what Colin Sexton is. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
I'd be surprised if that happens because Colin Sexton right now is averaging like 18 points in the on the Cavs. It's not really like inefficient either. He's a good scorer, and right now I don't think Tyrese Maxey is really there. So we'll see, though. Cleveland has a lot of time to decide what they want to do. A lot of time.
Definitely. We haven't sent in our pick yet, but we're very excited.
I'm sure.
Whoa there! Don't blow your load too quick.
We're just surprised this guy fell.
I swear to God, if it's the guy I'm about to fucking trade a future pick for.
Is it RJ Hampton?
God,
it's RJ Hampton. Why don't you be Miles Powell?
It is Miles Powell.
Who did the Timberwolves just draft?
Precious.
Oh yeah.
Your mom.
Got him.
Guys, I think I'm going to trade into the first to draft LeBron James.
Really?
Yep.
LeBron James Jr.
He has to come play for me. That's how this
Yeah, we
works.
drafted LeBron James Jr. guys. That's who we're drafting.
Yo, okay. Never mind. The pick is in, but I think I have to wait a little while. But yeah, just cautiously anticipate. Cautiously anticipate.
Cool it, Jeffy.
My bad.
I had to go stretch my legs for a few minutes because I haven't left my chair in 2.5 hours at the time. So yeah, just give me a second. I'll
You go, Chuck.
let you know, Chip.
It's the same for me. It's the same for me.
Chuck, you need a standing desk, man. You know those adjustable desks?
That ain't me.
Is it the one with the hydraulics on the stand, so it pushes up when you want, and then it goes back down when you press the button?
Those are nice.
Yeah.
You guys ever tasted hydraulic fluid?
Oh yeah, actually. It's kind of It's not
tastes like shit.
Yeah.
I've tasted kerosene before.
Yep, that's another fun one.
Filling up a jug and overflowed it, and when I clicked the pump off, it like spurted and it shot upwards.
Well, you can just say you were siphoning gas off someone, man.
Hey, we used to sell that. I didn't have to siphon it.
I drank a PBR once.
I'd consider it very similar to that. Maybe, have you ever had a Steel Reserve?
Can't say that I have.
Don't ever drink a Steel Reserve.
Disgusting. All right. Guys, we're more than halfway done, so we're in the home stretch here.
Still got round 2, man.
Round 2's tomorrow.
Oh, are we actually doing it tomorrow?
Yeah, we're actually doing it tomorrow. We're not doing it today.
I thought maybe if like we had the stamina and we were just feeling it, we'd do it. But okay.
Who's saying that right now?
Saying what? Oh, that's that one guy. That's me.
Oh, dude. Okay, well, listen. No, stop, please.
What?
I don't know, man. It just wasn't gonna happen. I don't know.
You guys don't want to sit at a chair for like 5 more hours and analyze
listen, I'll tell you what,
guys
we're
who
not doing
probably
this
won't mean
If we were doing
anything?
the second round today, we wouldn't be doing the slides. We wouldn't be doing the show. We wouldn't be doing any of this. All right, it's just.
Cheppy, play my music, brother.
All right, let's see it.
Hey yo.
With the 19th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Tyrell Terry from Stanford University.
Good pick.
Good pick.
Yo, this was my mock. Just by the way,
I like Terrell Terry. I like him.
Super high upside.
He emerged a little late for me. That I didn't really do a lot of scouting on him, but his stock really rose a lot in the last few weeks, I guess, from where it was, and everyone started saying, "Yo, he's this great shooter. He's being overlooked right now." And I thought he was going to go in the lottery or late lottery. I thought instead of here at 19, so he definitely fell a little bit from.
He's 100. Go ahead.
This is a player that we were debating drafting like at 11. So like you best believe that we are happy it fell to 19, and we also got another pick in the 2026 second. So like this is just as the Suns, we are very happy right now.
He's 100% in my opinion, somewhat of a Steph Curry, Trae Young archetype. Like this could be a very big boom pick if it hits, but I think ultimately he'll still be average even if he doesn't achieve those levels of
and that's why we drafted him
expectations.
for the most part. Yeah.
So the one knock on him being his size and potential defensive ability. Are you guys worried about that paired next to Booker?
That was a bit of a worry, and I could say that was a bit of a worry. That's why we kind of we were leaning more towards Kira Lewis to draft, but we think he's going to be a very good player, and if it works correctly, it could be an incredible fit with Devin Booker. So that's why we're kind of happy about that.
Well, I want to say who was it? Was it you, Matt, or was it Chuck who first thought of the guy?
It was kind of it was I would say Chuck.
Yeah.
So like at first it was like, oh yeah, we're not going to draft this guy, and then we like looked more, and he had those like what he did in the like his stocks and rising up, and we've been seeing everything else, and we kind of realized that, like, this is a pretty good player, and we all know that the Suns need a point guard, so we're really hoping that this could be our next point guard.
Oh, really? You're thinking long term with this guy at 19?
Could be. Yeah, I think so. I think we could think long term with this guy. I mean, we still have like Ricky Rubio is a very good point guard, and I mean he's good, but we need more of like a scoring kind of point guard because Ricky Rubio can't really shoot that well, and I mean he has those problems. So this is more of our shooting kind of point guard. So we're kind of excited about that.
Yeah, I can't think of a player available right now that would fit Chuck more than Tyrell Terry. That's how I feel, and it ended up going that way. I don't really know what you guys are going to do for 21. There's still a few guys I would like to see get picked at this point, and you definitely have a chance to
we have 24, not 21.
Oh yeah, 24. I just looked at it too, but 24 is still a good range, I think.
Yeah, we're still hoping there's some like one or two players. There's still a few players that are on our board come that pick, so we're still not done yet.
Mm-hmm. Good. Good. And you guys still have the other point guards, your inherited point guards, right? Okobo and Jerome.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I think Okobo's. I'm pretty sure we waived Okobo. I'm not completely.
Really? Oh yeah, you did.
He's gone. But we still have Javon Carter, Cameron Payne, the campaign.
Wasn't that a 1 year?
Yeah, but I think we're resigning him.
Oh,
might as well.
Really? Wow.
Might as well. He did very good in the bubble, so might as well.
Yeah, those 8 games.
Yeah. So.
I think it's strange in the bubble. A lot of those guys that they called busts, Cameron Payne and Trey Burke, they both did really well for those 8 games, which is really. And Trey Burke in the playoffs as well. He showed he could do it.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, it's strange that they waited that long to show their talent, but hey, if it's gonna keep them in the league, then whatever.
Exactly. I mean, we're really hoping Tyrell Terry could be our starting point guard down the road. Yeah, he doesn't need to start right away, and he's probably not going to start right away. I would assume not, because we still have Ricky Rubio, as we all know. But I mean, down the line, he could be a definite starter for us, and we're excited about that.
Good. How old is he, Tyrell Terry?
He was a freshman.
He is
20 right now.
20.
Okay, well, I mean, I wouldn't from that I wouldn't expect much year 1, but also it kind of depends because I think he can be a lottery talent in this draft. I think he is. So if he shows that, there's a chance because usually guys picked outside the top 15, they don't really contribute that much. Young guys.
Yeah.
You have to draft the vets to get the immediate impact. But Tyrell Terry, he's a talent, so
yeah, that's what we're excited about.
Yeah, definitely.
So
we're gonna see.
There's always like one or two of those like players from the first or like the end of the first round or the early second round that ends up actually doing pretty well for the team. And you had I said not Tyrese Maxey, what was his name? 76ers. He has a YouTube channel.
Tabuli.
Yeah,
Tabuli. That's good. I
Smash,
like that.
man. That's
I'll bring it back to Terry quickly though. I put a lot of stock. I love Kevin O'Connor and his big board that he just updated. That wasn't too recent, but
Killian Hayes is the best player of all time.
well,
Kevin
yeah,
O'Connor.
maybe I don't agree with that, but he has Terry all the way up to 8. I saw another big board that had Terry all the way up to 12. So getting him at 19. I mean, yeah, I don't love slender guys, but I think he'll be able to, there's going to be nothing on him for 2 years because we have Rubio. He can just sit back.
Exactly.
And then he competes against Cam Payne, which will be maybe the best training camp battle in this short NBN off season. So watch out for that.
I'm very excited about that.
Poku dropping right now.
Oh yeah, he is, huh? Okay,
RJ Hampton dropping and
Kanan,
Jalen Smith dropping.
I think he said that he would bet on Poku going in the lottery, right? In NBN, someone like that.
I'm surprised he didn't. Like, this is just like the most meme pick. Like, we had Bol like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
last year, 2 years
Poku
ago,
top 15
with
seemed
the,
like such an
with
NBN
Trav
pick.
When we were in the
No,
I
dude,
think-
Bol was deserved though. Bol was deserved.
I think you have too many teams in the lotto who, like, if there was a really good team in the lotto who happened to get like pick 13, pick 14, and they weren't too worried about what this pick was going to do in year 1, even year 2, I think you go with Poku for sure. But like, I feel like a lot of these lotto teams need more of a sure-ish thing.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're drafting a rookie, right? You're drafting a guy who's never played in the NBA before, and you know that this guy. What are the chances of him contributing? And looking at it historically, what are the chances of a drafted player contributing at all? You know what I mean? For staying in the league, being a role player. So, if you think you have a guy who's even going to be, a role player, and you don't think that there's higher upside elsewhere in the draft, then I think you just take that. And right now, the fact that nobody thinks that Poku has that kind of upside, it's a little surprising. I mean, I have my own opinions, but it's a little surprising that so far we've gone through, I think, half the league, and none of them have decided to take a chance on the guy.
I think biggest thing with Poku is like if he busts, like he's gone. Like it's a waste. It's like not even like I don't even think he can be a decent role player. If he busts, he's absolutely gonna be out of the league in like 2 years.
He's definitely fucking boomer bust, man. Like
to the Dragon comparisons.
Exactly, man. Dragon Bender.
Dragon Bender.
Fucking Dragon Bender. You guys remember Vesley, Jan Vesley? Yeah. So
Jan Veasley, man. That's my guy.
Was in the Warriors?
Lasted like
Dude,
a year or two.
I'm mildly concerned that me and Pokusevsky have the same BMI, which is like to say that we're fucking underweight.
I mean, Tankathon has Poku at 9, which is very interesting. To say
Like, how do you...
Poku is 201 pounds. I mean, like, just think about that. This man is 7 feet tall and barely over 200 pounds.
Yeah, that's one of the problems.
Like he's a talented guy, but like
whoever drafts him, it's similar to what Denver is doing with Bol right now, IRL, where they drafted him and they're literally just keeping him in the G League and letting him develop for a couple years, as he puts on weight and stuff like that. Like you have to essentially expect. If you're expecting Poku to produce even somewhat mildly for you, you have to expect that in like year 3, more likely year 4.
The thing is, though, he could produce at a really high level. So, it's definitely going to be interesting to see if anyone wants to take a chance on him this late.
Oh, well, the likelihood goes higher the farther we go, especially for those guys who traded down and they have multiple picks in this back end of the draft. Cleveland's there. I know the Suns probably won't do it because Chuck has PTSD from Dragon Bender. But Cavs are there. You know, the Nuggets have not historically not been afraid to take risks, and even the Heat right now. I'll tell you what, Heat culture has never been a guy to say, "Oh, this guy doesn't fit with the team. We're not going to draft him." He has always really been talent focused with his draft. That's been his draft process. Maybe that was more egghead though. How he's going.
The mastermind behind everything. I wouldn't be surprised if RJ Hampton is a pick here, maybe.
RJ Hampton.
Even with the Heat being right there for competing, huh?
They don't care. They don't care. I know they don't care.
Yeah, because I think if you're the Heat, the entire strategy is free agency. Like, that's it. That's 2021 free agency. So I would just take a high upside guy here. Jimmy's older, right? And I think you need, along with Hero, maybe another guy who's younger, so that when Jimmy starts to decline, you have some guys in the wing, kind of with Bam and Hero, that can carry the team into the next.
You mean a guy like Duncan Robinson?
Well, I don't consider Duncan Robinson like a main piece on a he's not going to be a star level player on a championship team, is what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm thinking, right, you take a high upside guy here to possibly reload the team in 3 or 4 years when Butler starts to decline as he gets older, and you're not just banking on Hero and Bam being your two main guys from that point on.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit with Hampton, obviously you're gonna. I think that makes them the team to be, because Hampton has been widely regarded as having some of the best potential in the draft. But I err on the conservative side and picking somebody that's gonna maybe give you solid minutes by the end of the season for playoff time.
If they do that, I think they go with a big man here, in my opinion. They could use someone to relieve Bam and give them actual good men. I just don't think Kelly Olynyk and Myers Leonard are solid enough long term in the playoffs.
So if you think big for them, I mean, Jalen Smith has been falling. We've talked about that, but he's not your traditional kind of big man. You have somebody else in mind, like Isaiah Stewart,
Jalen Smith definitely on my list right here. The biggest problem with Jalen Smith is, right. I mean,
hey, I gotta interrupt here. We have the next pick from the commissioner.
And speaking of, with the 20th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Miami Heat select Jalen Smith from the University of Maryland.
Yeah, I like the pick. Only problem here with Smith, which has been my underlying concern with him for a long time. If you go watch tape of him, whenever he got switched onto bigs, I mean, we're talking like brutes, kind of like AD. He got bullied. Like his lower half is just not strong at all right now. He ended up on the floor so many times. If you go back and watch defensive tape of him, he can guard fours, no problem, I think. But if you're Miami, you need to only expect him to do that. I don't think he's a long-term small ball five. So he has defensive problems, but I mean, ultimately, I mean, he shoots threes and protects the rim. What you want in today's NBA.
No, yeah, I totally
Yeah,
see. He has a lot of development to be had, but I think he has the right measurables, the right skills to make it in the league, especially when bigs with shooting are so good in today's offense that he has these skills that's really necessary. And I think this is such a Heat culture pick. Like when I look back at when he picked Mo Bamba, Marvin Bagley, I mean, this is a guy that is better than those guys, first of all, and he takes those raw bigs that they need a little bit of work. They have a bit of a project in them, but it's such a Heat pick. I love it for him.
Yeah, we were talking about the different. You have your kind of boomer bust guy in RJ Hampton who could kind of fill in for them down the road as Jimmy gets older, or you have kind of your higher floor guys. I think Smith is almost kind of an in between. Like we know he's going to be able to protect the rim. We're pretty sure he's going to be able to shoot, but he also has some upside that he might be able to explore, and I like the pick.
Can I just say the Suns are assholes?
What? Yeah, what they do to you?
Go on.
Took Tyrell Terry. I'm pissed. I really don't. I think he's going to be a stud. I don't know why people are so low on him.
It's just defensive potential is really low with him. I feel like
So is Trey Young.
Okay,
so.
but I mean, listen,
I'm
they're
not trying to
different.
say he's Trey Young. I'm just saying.
Well, the reason that Trey Young is not unplayable is because he is Trey Young. So I mean,
yeah. And
we're going to be saying in 2 years the reason why Tyrell Terry is not unplayable is because he's
okay.
Tyrell.
I get that, but like Trey in college, I mean Tyrell showed a lot, but Trey in college was like way more dominant and able to.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying. I think
Yeah,
Tyrell is a good player though.
I just think it's it was more of a sure shot with Trey that like he could put numbers up. Terry really didn't have any games. I don't think he even scored 30 his freshman year in a game. So I don't know how big of a scorer he can be. That's kind of also a question with him.
Yeah, his stats were a little underwhelming for a guy, but it's his efficiency that's his real strength, especially the shooting, which is really great. But it's just, is he going to be able to do it on higher volume? Is he going to be able to repeat it in the NBA? That's the thing with Tyrell Terry. And I just don't think you had those same concerns with Trey Young because he was like one of the best. He played so well, it was insane. And then he got shut down a little bit, I think second half of the college season, which tanked his stock a little bit. That's why in NBN he went very far down, but in NBA he didn't. But yeah, I mean, Trey Young and Tyrell Terry, I think they're cut from the same cloth, but it's just if Trey Young is successful because he's so dominant, and especially with his passing and his playmaking, there are so many ways in which he was better in college than Tyrell Terry, and he's just gonna have to live up to that, I guess.
So what's the meme about Nico Mannion?
He's white.
Is that supposed to be a meme?
Yeah.
And ginger.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, that was a good one too. Yeah.
Oh shit. Never mind. NBA comparison: Luke Ridnour.
Brian Cardinal.
Brian Scalabrine, yep. Matt Bonner.
Kevin Werder.
I see some Alex Caruso in him, guys.
I was just gonna say Caruso.
Real gym rat.
Jumps
Lunch
at the
pail
chance.
type of guy.
First to arrive, last to leave. Wasn't it? Oh yeah, freaking Killer. Is Killer in here? Yo. Make your pick then.
I realize I'm on the clock. Okay.
$21. Who's left?
I got you, Cheppy.
Yeah.
We have the Cavs, the Nuggets, the Bulls, the Suns, the Pistons, the Cavs again, the Lakers, the Hornets, then the Raptors. That's the end of the first round.
Woo! Well, we got some more variety. I haven't seen the. I'm excited to see what the Raptors do because they didn't get a top pick this year, and they're kind of a little bit in limbo since they don't have a superstar, but they're a top playoff team. So we're gonna see. I'm excited to see what comes out of that drafting, out of that war room. Also, the Pistons haven't made a pick in a long time. I'm sure they're very antsy.
Oh my god.
People were talking about Nico Mannion. I have a hot take on Nico Mannion.
All right.
I think he will be better than LaMelo Ball.
Wow.
Could be.
That is a fucking hot take, man.
Holy
Could
shit.
be.
You wanna like put a sock on this or something?
I mean, like, if
Wow.
LaMelo busts really bad, I guess I could see it. Like,
I mean, I had a bit of a hot take. I forgot what I said, but like, that's like a extreme hot take, dude.
It's a hot take. It's a hot take.
That's
I
like
like
a
it. I like
fucking.
it.
It's a volcano type of hot take
Good,
right there.
good take, man. Good take. I love it. I mean, to be honest, I don't expect much from either, so that's why I like it. But honestly, good opinion. Nico Mannion. I just don't get it with him. He's so.
I've always been really low on LaMelo Ball. Just going back to his days in high school where he literally didn't play defense. He just stood at half court. And
You guys remember those clips of him just literally standing at half
He was
court?
cherry
And just,
picking.
Yeah.
I love him just chucking the ball up at half court though.
That was so
Like,
good.
You had just like for fun, you would just like chuck the ball up at half court and it would just go in. And it was like, okay.
What's unfortunate about LaMelo is if he didn't have his dad. Not saying I'm saying his influence in terms of his shot form and the way that he plays, he would easily be the first pick in the draft.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
No doubt about it.
It's the same reason why Lonzo has issues with his shooting form. If his was fixed, he'd be a way better player. Don't get me wrong, Lonzo shoots better in terms of his percentage and his form is looking better, but it's still not good.
And even like with we're basing all of this on how players perform in real life. And if LaMelo Ball goes to a team that can make him channel his talent in a productive way, and the better known franchises for that compared to going somewhere where I don't have as much faith in that happening, he needs a good franchise.
Completely off topic. Can somebody explain to me why Avatar is on so many people's salary pages in the bottom right?
That was me.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe Lance made an executive decision right there, but
Some have been deleted, which is kind of sad. I might have to pop on when all you guys go to bed and replace all of them at some point, but I enjoyed them. I still
Timberwolves one makes me very happy. I appreciate it.
Poor guys. Hmm. 21.
Did I do that one? Because I honestly don't even remember doing it. And that's even Devin Booker.
Yeah, that is Devin Booker.
Okay, I can see why I did that then. That's a great picture, though. You got the Wolves. It needs more moon, though. If there were a moon
Yeah.
in there.
Chuck, we're fighting.
Oh,
We're fighting.
You need to get over it, too.
No, we're fighting. I'll remember this.
I'm
Wait,
gonna maybe
are
let you.
Are you fucking or are you fighting?
I'm gonna make up for it. I think I'll make up for it if you listen to me.
Okay, man.
I am not taking Poku.
Okay, man. Can we get some? Can we get some talk about this Vassal pick?
Yeah, we
about
really
him?
liked Vassal. We really liked what we saw in Vassal. He's
It's
got a really great
Vassell, by
shot.
the way, like Sam Cassell. Vassell.
Yes,
Cassell.
and he's got the balls like Sam Cassell as well. So
Really?
we
Why didn't you
really
take
like-
Okora?
Didn't like it. Just didn't like it. Don't like what we see in Okoro as a 4 in a starting lineup. We wanted to get more shooting.
The
and we focused on
4?
that aspect.
Oh
say
shit!
4 or
The 4. He said the 4. He said the 4, guys.
What?
K-Man unintentionally just leaked that Ben Simmons will not be playing the 4 this year.
Well, we don't know because with 2K, we always have to watch what they give Ben Simmons as his primary. So it's always going to be messy. If he's a point guard at his primary, then we can't play him at power forward. And point guard SF, then we can't play him at the power forward. If he's an SF point guard, then we can play him at power forward and change his secondary to power forward. So
I would assume
we always
you're gonna
have
put him
to
at
keep
shooting guard though, right? If he's primary point guard.
If he's
And
primary point,
go ahead.
I don't see him being primary point guard solely, or primary point guard and then shooting guard. He's always going to be something funky. But what that secondary and what that primary is something that we'll never know. And each year 2K is messing with us. So we have to be able to be flexible with how we look at it and what our lineup is. Primarily, we would like for him to be a small forward primary and point guard secondary. And in that event, it'd be as Mike was saying earlier, we'd change the secondary to power forward. But
because you guys are gonna get fucked if Chris Paul is the shooting guard and Sims, like just with defense and stuff like that, since we can't set matchups.
Timberwolves is asking, can you be a shooting guard who can't shoot? Just ask Tony Allen. But honestly, really, he was given a shooting guard position in previous games, in previous years, and we played him at shooting guard in previous years, and it's not been awful. It's been interesting. So it's something that we constantly have to watch and constantly have to plan for and have secondary plans for. It's not something that we can ever have locked in, sadly.
All I got out of this is that the 76ers will be trading Ben Simmons. That's all I got out of this conversation.
Oh yeah, Wonder. You remember from our days. Like that was definitely on the top of our list. We really wanted to trade Ben Simmons. We can't stand Ben Simmons.
Oh man.
Ben Simmons for Harden?
No way, dude. Embiid.
Slide in the DMs.
Dude, they would trade me Embiid for Mitchell Robinson. So,
I mean,
Well,
yeah, you put it
You
down.
already proved this draft that you don't think Mitchell Robinson is a starting level center in the NBA.
No, when did I say that? What are you talking about?
By drafting Onyeka and Kongu.
Do you think Onyeka Kongu is gonna start?
I assume in a year or two, yes.
Well, maybe.
And I assume Mitchell Robinson will be shipped out of town.
Well, maybe. It kind of just depends, doesn't it?
I think it's but a certainty at this point.
Well, I mean, if they're both starting caliber, then we'll see what happens, I guess, right? Because that's kind of what we expect. I mean, I don't.
What if neither of them are starting caliber?
That's just unlucky, man. That's unlucky.
Why? Can you go into depth, Cheppy? Why you didn't go with a guard at 4?
At 4, what guard was I gonna draft?
Killian Hayes is probably the one that was right there.
I don't like Killian Hayes that much. He's kind of risky.
Why?
Well, because it's just so hard to evaluate Europeans. Like, I can't watch the games. Like, I can't actually watch a full Killian Hayes game because they're German, and I don't want to go onto German streaming sites. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get malware on my computer. And
Okay, but the question is, what makes it like Onyeka and Kongu was playing in the Pac-12 against that's like the shittiest conference by far.
Oi.
Power 5.
Oi.
You know what?
I mean, it's true. Pac-12 was really bad last year. Okay,
Oi.
so with Onyeka, you're watching him playing subpar teams in a way. Couldn't you chalk that up compared to Killian playing like grown men, even if it's just B League?
I mean, that's pretty high praise of the German league to call it B League. I'd put the German league much lower than that.
Well, the team that Killian Hayes played on, they play in the Euro Cup, so that's like, isn't that B League in European terms?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a B League team.
What's developing with this Cavs pick here? It's been a while.
Well, they technically can wait up until a pretty long time. They have a really long time to make their decision because we're still ahead of schedule.
They got a little under 9 minutes now.
Wait, really? Wait, that's kind of sick. Let's go.
3:20 is the time that they're supposed to go up. 3:12 right now on the dot.
Well, they've been on the clock for a while, and judging by their past decisions, I feel like a trade isn't all that out of question here.
Killer's about to get a spanking.
Okay. All right. So not too different than usual then.
That's right.
What the hell's wrong with you,
At what point
bro?
does him drafting down, like, I see that he's drafting down a lot and getting picks for the future. At what point is he losing out on really top potential here?
I would assume Killer is going with the idea, which a lot of people have, that this is like one of the weakest drafts in a number of years. And I mean, it is true. Next year's draft and the draft after that, I mean, are really stacked drafts. And so if you're a Killer, you could just be throwing in the towel for this draft and gearing up for the next couple ones.
It's crazy how this draft has been. People have been talking about this draft as being really weak for months now. For months. But
We have a trade.
Oh,
Not the Cavs pick.
okay then.
Nope.
But honestly, like you're looking at all these guys now, they're being talked about. Every single one from like 6 down to like 25 has a small chance of popping. And I feel like is that people gassing that up?
Well,
Gassing up? Or has the evaluation changed?
Maybe it wasn't so much this draft was actually a weak draft as much as there just wasn't 1, 2, 3, or 4 standout guys. Just a lot of guys who project to be, mid-tier players.
Yeah, I think I talked about this earlier. Like, I think Edwards would go like 7 next year. You know what I mean? The guys at the top of next year's drafts, Jalen Green, I think, Kate Cunningham, Jalen Johnson. I mean, there's a lot of guys next year who are just like you could classify them into the generational talent type of area, which you just can't do with anyone in this draft, right? Like the number one pick, people all they can talk about with him is, oh, he very well could be the next Wiggins. Like that's not what you want to hear.
Who?
Edwards.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear.
I think there's also. Go ahead, Kaden.
Oh, I was gonna repeat what Timberwolves is saying that 11 through 40 he thinks is strong than most drafts, and I think that's sort of what we're seeing. At least the thought process in the upside from a lot of these people is that people are looking at this like it doesn't seem like there's a lot of guys that don't have some sort of ceiling among these picks right now. What we're seeing.
The logic to me with the trading down potentially, depending on the timeline that the Cavs are looking at here with some of these picks, you gather assets like this. Maybe you're not ready to compete this year, next year, but to move up in drafts like next year or the 2022 draft, which could be even better than 2021. The ability to have those extra assets to throw in for even more trades like that could be a part of the logic with continuing to move down at this point.
Can someone see if Killer's like alive?
He's probably just talking in trades.
Or I thought we're like not allowed to trade after like a minute into the window. I just heard that said like beginning of the draft. Is that like a thing?
Oh wait, right. You might be right on that, kid. Then he's probably just looking at who's there that he can pick.
Probably just watching some more Poku highlights. Really selling himself.
He is the scariest person of all these.
Yeah.
To be honest. Just because of the fact that he's 200 pounds, he's a stick, but the highlights that we see of him, they illustrate that there's something there. I mean, the Bobo comparison.
Oh yeah, he has Jokic like potential playmaking, which is the big thing right there, right? It's like,
is he a good passer?
Wait, what?
Oh, he's a really good passer.
Yeah,
like,
okay. Well,
that's his one. Dude, that's his one skill right now. That's like.
Funny is he's from Serbia as well. Isn't Jokic Serbian?
Yes.
Well, Jokic is like top 3 playmaker in the league. So is that?
But he was also taken way late in the draft.
Jokic was taken 43rd, 42nd.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, it's a common thing with the Euro guys. Like their passing is always very solid. I think Poku, however, has, I mean, really above average passing skills for a guy who's 7 foot.
I think that with Poku, the comparison with Bobo, the difference is that Bobo had a better shot blocking, rim protecting, whereas Poku has that better.
I mean, Pokusevski also moves a lot more wing-like than Bol, I believe.
Bobo, you're just not sure how he kept that dribble alive. Because its movement just looks funky, but he's...
Dude, that shit was going so fucking high up. How is he not losing control of that?
Exactly. Like, it's really confusing to analyze Bobo because it looks like it's not natural, but somehow he makes it work sometimes.
Honestly, though... Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
No, continue.
You know, watching Bol this year, in the very few minutes he played in the playoffs and, you know, towards the end of Denver's regular season was really interesting because, honestly, everything he does on the basketball court looks unnatural as fuck, dude. He looks like a giant spider, like, skidding around the fucking basketball court and somehow it just goes in the hoop or he blocks shots or... He is frightening to watch. I don't...
At what point are you so unconventional that you're just unpredictable and unable to be defended against? Like, that's sort of the
right.
thing. And that's sort of what I feel with Poku a little bit with his unconventional passing and playing. Like, to me, what is it? That's the whole thing with, like, what is that fighting style? The drunken monkey fist or something like that, where it's so unconventional you cannot predict what's going to happen. And that's what it's a very crazy reference, but that's exactly how I feel people are talking about with Poku, and same thing with Bobo.
Well, Poku is also like hyper skilled. It's not just his passing vision. He moves like a wing. He dribbles like a wing. He can shoot like a guard. You know, he's kind of got that whole sort of Jokic package. Honestly, the scariest thing about Poku, though, if you're taking him, is his frame. You know, for all the upside he's got, that's a pretty goddamn strong downside. If he weighed like 50 more pounds, this guy is easily a top 5 pick in a good draft.
I don't know. It's hard to judge ceilings and floors when the guy... I mean, where did he play? Because...
He played in Greece.
Oh, well...
But, you know what? There are a lot of guys who have been taken in the lottery who have been obscure players who played in obscure European leagues that turned into all-time greats. You know what I mean? Giannis ultimately at one point was a raw athlete. You know, like Dirk played in German leagues. Like Ginobili was a fucking obscure Argentinian player. You know?
I will say, like, I know Giannis was very raw at the beginning, but if you look at some of his, like, rookie year and even sophomore year highlights, like, he came in immediately and was at least, like, a decent role player. Like,
yeah, he showed flashes early.
Yeah, I don't think Poku's going to be even ready to play
Well,
15 to the
Poku is also 18 years old. Like he just turned 18. You know.
Mm-hmm.
He's like really young. He hasn't filled out his frame yet. Honestly, I think it's probably going to be. Yeah, so I gave up a lot there.
Killer's gonna have like multiple firsts for like 4 straight drafts.
He's literally killing it right now.
Killer's going to draft everyone. It's going to be like fucking my league where you can you can get like literally every pick from 1 to 60.
So
this motherfucker at 21 better be Poku. Holy shit.
That's what
Poku.
Yo! Oh my goodness! All right,
I'm taking him, boys. Yeah, there we go.
Let's do it.
I'm
Talk
not
to
sure
me.
I
Talk to me.
understand the rationale behind this trade for Killer, but at this point, it's like,
Why would I mean he already had 19. He took 19. He already had another pick before that.
yeah. But
Yo, guys, I want to tell you, do not have short memories. When it comes time to vote front office of the year, do not forget what happened here on this day. All right.
Yeah, dude. Don't forget when Poku was the league MVP, man.
Hey, wait. Don't forget, I also have 26. Hit me up if you want it.
Unreal.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give up 3 firsts, I think, for 26 with how this is looking. Jesus.
Wait, who has to announce this pick? Is it going to be announced as a Cleveland pick and then traded, or is it just going to be straight up
Nah,
announced?
it's going to be sacked because my window's 320 to 330, so I still have time to trade it.
We'll be all good. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute, please. Just chill.
I can't wait.
To be king. I hate that movie.
Just picked up on that.
So is like Vlade gonna teach Poku how to eat like a man?
Vlade's out.
Hey, that dude's gone, man.
Yeah, Vlade's,
I hope so.
Vlade's gone.
I mean, is he really gone, or is he just hanging around back outside the gym smoking?
Yeah, no,
outside the
that's
big
what
3
happened.
gym. All right.
He's like, hey, you want some burgers?
Hey, just to make sure, who do I submit this goddamn pick to?
Me and Chuck.
Cheppy and Chuck.
Okay, I forgot to send it to Cheppy.
good, you're
Hey,
good.
Cheppy, you're on the line, right? I'm taking Pokusevsky.
Yeah, okay.
that's how you do it.
Yeah.
So professional.
Yep.
Hey, I'm taking Nico Mannion, so.
Hey, shut the fuck up.
From the
Glad I could be putting this shit together, you know. Getting spoiled. Jeez.
Weirdos, man.
I'm just kidding.
I'm missing college football for this.
Good. What's college football?
Hey, man, I'd like to think that me trading away my future for Pokusevsky has got to be mildly entertaining.
Well, last time it was Rui
It was
Hachimura,
extremely
right?
entertaining.
And look how well that ended up.
All right, Cheppy, play my music.
All right, there we go.
All right, first we have a trade to re-announce. The Kings receive pick 21 in the draft, while the Cavaliers receive Sacramento's 2022 second, 2024 first, 2026 first with a pick swap attached, and pick 35 tomorrow. GG. And with that, with the 21st pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Alexei Pokusevsky. Pokusevsky.
AP.
Got
so
it.
close,
From
man.
Novi Sad, Serbia, and Olympiakos B.
First try.
He probably didn't much for that.
Can we
Hey,
integrate
man,
the
the
NFL?
commissioner has trouble with Ginobili's name, too.
How do you fuck up Manu Ginobili?
Emmanuel Ginobili. You don't remember that pick?
Hino Beely. But let me ask you this, that guy. Did you have any protections on that 2024?
Nope.
Initially, we were gonna throw a top 3 protected on there, but I wanted there to be a protection on the pick swap for 2026. I'm actually pretty confident that I'll still be good enough in 2024 for it to really not matter. Believe it or not, even if my guys are only all together for 2 years minimum as is, I mean, Fox has been pretty clear he wants to stay in Sacramento as long as they're winning. Levine literally signed his contract with Sacramento when they were, fucking terrible. Harris is going to be here for the next 5 years. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can convince Capella to stay. I'm not too worried about where I'll be in 2024. 2026, though, that's a whole other question.
How do you get all that? How do you get potentially two firsts? A second.
It's a pick swap in 2026.
Yeah, but he could.
It's a lotto protected pick swap too. So if I suck,
I don't know.
It's a second.
Yeah. Oh, it switches to a second.
21. Man.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I'll give you that.
That's better.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not going to give up 2 fucking unprotected firsts for this. Be insane.
Hey man, there's crazier things that have happened in the NBA.
How much did you give up for Rui Hachimura?
There's about 50 things that are crazier than this that have happened.
Hey man,
you guys are also
iconic duo. Me and Picking Good in the early 20s.
I will admit, we traded like a fuck ton last year for Rui, and he turned out pretty good. So.
Well.
Yeah, and then Rui was the piece that got us Jimmy Butler. So. This is all an elaborate plan to trade Poku mid-season for Jimmy Butler.
And he didn't score 50
again.
in Game 7.
You guys are also saying or thinking that the league doesn't restart by the time these picks convey. Just saying.
This is true, bro.
Yeah, when everyone figures out.
Stop everybody knows, dude. We don't want to restart again. Please.
I'm just saying, if it restarts, you'll never hear from me again.
That's the moment when you realize that I'm actually killer as well.
Actually, the moment this restarts, you'll never hear from me again either.
Well, no, I'll be knocking on your door by January.
Chuck almost gave it up if they didn't restart.
It's true.
Yeah, so don't cheat, you fuckers.
I want my if we restart, I want all my sub money back delivered to me by check in the mail.
Pulling the old Parim.
Yeah, I said I'd do that in monthly payments over the time period that it took to receive it. So, I mean, that offer's always on the table for anybody.
Nice.
But then you can't come back.
Hey, I have a suggestion. Next time a pick's ready to be announced, let's just use the NFL pick sound.
Well, NBA has one. Is that what we've been using?
Has that not been working?
I've been hearing it. I think
I'm not watching.
Wait. Has there been sound before the picks?
Yes.
But I'm listening on here.
We can't listen. We can't hear it on here, but you can hear it on the live stream.
Yeah, if you listen to the draft show, you get this weird 10-second delay, and it's really terrifying. First, I had it unmuted, and I thought Chi-Town or someone who was talking at the same time was just being really fucking rude.
Who's up next?
Nuggets.
On the clock.
Woo! Guys, I'm excited.
Just wait till I give up 7 first-round picks for the Nuggets pick, man.
Guys, if they draft Tyler Bay, they don't need to re-sign Jeremy Grant.
I think they're going to re-sign Jeremy Grant anyway.
Can they?
Yeah.
They got room.
They have bird rights, so whatever.
101 million guaranteed. Salary. Well, we got to figure out what Jamal Murray's contract's going to be because right now it's estimated.
Yeah,
it should be within that. Jeremy Grant should command somewhere near 10 million, right?
At least.
Maybe more.
At least.
I think Jeremy Grant's going to get a full MLE from a contending team. I think that's ultimately what happens to him.
Well, isn't that less
But
than
why
10
would he
million?
sign?
more.
Why would he
Yeah,
sign that?
Denver will minimum give him 10 million, so it doesn't make sense for him to go to a contender for 9.
That is, yeah.
I mean, ultimately, I think it depends on who offers on him. You know what I mean? If if he has a chance to go play with a team that has a better shot than Denver, I don't see why he does.
Denver's literally a perfect fit though. Like, and they're a contender. I just don't see. Yeah.
I agree. I think all Denver has to do here is make the offer. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. They just like he's such a perfect fit for them at power forward. Yeah.
I mean, it's a mutual thing too. You know what I mean? I just if they try to cheap out on him though, yeah, they're not going to have him for much longer.
The Nuggets know that they're a small market, that they have to convince people to stay there because it's Denver, Colorado. So I think that they know what they need to do in order to keep the guy. It's just really if the guy gets a much greater offer. But Denver's offer
because
should
I
still
don't.
be adequate.
It's the thing with him getting an offer from like from like a top line contender, because Denver at the end of the day, they're like a dark horse contender. They can get their way to the final. They can get their way to the finals if a couple of things break right, but you're not going to think of them as your primary. If Grant gets an offer from a primary contender, his role would be reduced most likely because they're a primary contender. And with Denver, Grant has the opportunity to become that third star, that third scoring option for them. I know everyone talks about MPJ, but it's just there's an easier avenue for Grant to get the opportunities that he wants on offense, as well as compete, as well as get money. So I don't see why he would leave unless he gets to like something close to like 15 mil from some of these other teams that are maybe not as good offensively or good overall, but would give him a bigger role.
So with the Nuggets on the clock here, RJ Hampton has, is still available. What about the Nuggets kind of pulling something that they've done the last couple of years with a Michael Porter or a Bull picking a high potential guy and seeing what happens?
Well, last year was Darthon owner of the Nuggets, or was it still Pizza?
Still Pizza.
Well, then I guess we haven't really seen him draft yet, so he could go in a lot of different directions. I think, I think I would go for the safe prospect here.
Who is?
Dude, if I'm Denver, I don't think Plumlee is going to be re-signed for them. I'd be surprised if they bring him back. So maybe a center here. Ultimately, I think they probably just end up going with another wing.
Tyler Bay, keep it in Colorado.
Yeah, I could see that.
Kamala Harris. Okay, let's start here with a message from the commissioner.
Okay, we have a trade to announce. The Chicago Bulls receive the 2021 Indiana Pacers first round pick, and the Pacers receive the 2020 Utah first, which is pick 23. They will be on the clock next. And the Denver Nuggets pick is in. With the 22nd pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Josh Green from the University of Arizona.
Wow, Josh Green was still on the board.
Yes.
Yeah, 22. Yeah.
Josh Green, I think, it doesn't surprise me he fell this far. He's very, how do I say this? It's almost like he's meant to be in the 20s pick-wise. He's very athletic. Shooting, no idea how it's really going to translate because he took a low volume. ultimately it's just one of these. It's a classic pick in the mid 20s where a contending team takes a wing that they hope can develop into like a 3-and-D guy for them. I think it's a good pick. I think it fits Denver and what they're trying to do.
Why is this a better pick though than RJ Hampton?
Because I would assume Monte Morris has solidified his role as their backup point guard. And I think Denver doesn't really have any for sure bets at that like shooting guard small forward position. Like Gary Harris is very iffy.
Will Barton?
Barton's also kind of iffy if you consider him like the room to improve is, I believe, in their wings, and so I think it makes sense to.
Hampton is inconsistent when it comes to defense. He's smaller. Green he's built. He's got long arms.
Yes, that's another big point. This is the big thing of like Murray and Jokic are not good defenders. That means the three other guys in that starting lineup have to be good defenders, and so
good point.
And so anybody they draft, right, is like for Denver, they're either drafting guys who can play defense, or they're drafting just the sky high potential, like the Bowls and MPJ.
To me, this seemed like a pick that would not be something that the IRL Denver Nuggets do, but I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, especially from what you guys are describing with how good Green is defensively. To me, I've always seen as RJ Hampton as a very high ceiling, and possibly bust character, and that's what everyone's saying about him. But the fact that he went to New Zealand for me and was willing to take on that bench role for them, and didn't really cause much of a bust or anything, like that's what we were hearing about with like the different situation than LaMelo Ball was in, and that's what really made me think that RJ Hampton could be someone that develops over time and becomes that star high ceiling player. So I just thought that Denver would be a perfect situation for RJ Hampton, but.
I mean, Hampton played in Australia. I just don't see the skills there with Hampton. Like, it's just it's so raw. It's unbelievable. It's like I just killed the deer. You know what I mean? The blood is running down my face. It got in my eye. You know, that's what I mean. And it's it's so crazy that he's really or for some they mocked him in the lottery, and that's crazy for me. Here with Josh Green, the stats don't really pop out to me for me to really see why this guy is so. I didn't really scout him a bunch because he appeared on a bunch of mocks late, but honestly I don't really see how he translates to the NBA as someone that you're really going to that has upside. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Denver, though, they have definitely. If anyone has room to take risks, it's kind of Denver. You know, their roster is already so full of talent. They kind of just need more bad players that they don't need to give minutes, because pretty much everyone on the roster deserves them.
Yeah, just don't pick who I'm picking.
I doubt I
Okay, who are you
will.
picking?
Cassius Winston, let's go. I really think he's going to be a good player.
How good?
Not first round pick.
Okay.
I'm talking like early second. I think he'll be a good player.
Yeah, sure.
I have enough points.
It's just he's small. That's the only thing.
I know he's small, but man, he's a bulldog on defense.
Yeah, I think he could get a good backup role, but that's his ceiling pretty much.
I think he could be a starting point guard for a contending team. Not necessarily like taking on a lot of offensive responsibilities, but distribute the ball, play defense, and hit some open shots. You're good. His NBA comparison is Eric Snow. who played with
What
LeBron
the
James.
fuck? Well, you just invalidated anybody wanting to take him. Eric
No,
Snow on my team.
I just looked it up and it said
Jesus
NBA
Christ, you
comparison.
can have him.
I saw NBA comparison Eric Snow and I was like, man, that is a terrible comparison.
They're just asking for him to drop all the way to 49 so that
Bro,
I can
Eric Snow is literally the fucking prototype for getting carried as the starting point guard. He was on the LeBron teams. He was on the Iverson teams. Like, holy shit.
I was going to say a poor man's Kyle Lowry. That's who he reminds me of.
Poor man, like,
He
how
do got the-
poor
he
are
do
we
got the
talking
booty.
here?
Like,
He
not
thick.
as thick with 3 C's.
He thick.
Not as thick with 3 C's.
Eric Snow always looked like a distant relative of Charlie Villanueva.
That's so true.
I mean, I think the one thing
Harry
for Eric
Charlie
Snow, the one thing for Snow was that he couldn't shoot threes, but he was in a league. He was in an era when it wasn't necessary for his point guard to shoot threes. If Eric Snow's in today's game, he's not getting minutes at all. But at the time, he was a much better fit for the team. So, yeah, he's being gooned now as like this awful point guard, but he wasn't that awful at the time.
I think Cassius Winston, doesn't he have a shot though? He has a 3-pointer, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then, I don't know. That's a weird comparison. I was thinking like DJ Augustine, something like that.
I could see it. I think Augustine is severely undervalued just because he plays for the Magic. I think he's undervalued.
I think on the Magic, he's like he's like their primary option he's basically their primary or secondary option actually in real life, but with Vucevic as the primary. And really, if anything, DJ Augustine really should just be your 8th man off the bench, who when game 7 it comes down to you going down to 7 players, you drop DJ Augustine because he's so awful on defense.
Kid, let's go.
He's got 7 more minutes.
I have Panda Express waiting for me.
Look,
that's fast
submitted.
food, dude.
This is not on me.
Wait, what?
Trust the process.
A copyright infringement, boy. Give me 50 cents.
Or just his pick, because K-Man will make it faster.
Yeah.
Man, we've slowed down to a grinding halt here.
No, don't worry. The next pick is almost in.
It's Chuck.
Is it in yet?
Oh, you're saying that the like Pacers pick or
yes, the
Chuck's
Pacers pick. The Pacers pick.
Oh,
the Pacers P.
PP Pacers.
They're having difficulty penetrating in the paint.
All right, here's our announcement.
With the 23rd pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Daniel Oturu from the University of Minnesota.
So that's a player.
I love it, dude. That's such a good player.
Why do you love it?
He's got the
I think
three-pointer, man.
It's not a bad pick.
He, as far as we wanted to get some kind of big man, some guy that could play the 4 or the 5. He's still only 21 years old. He's got like I think 7'3", 7'4" wingspan.
7'3".
Developing 3-point shot. As a matter of fact, he shot like 37% in the Big Ten last year. Averaged 2.5 blocks a game, 11 rebounds a game. So statistically, he got it done in one of the nation's best college basketball conferences. But on top of that, he's not just like some undersized guy. He's got the measurables as well. So I think he will go in the first in the real life draft, and I do think it came down to him and a couple other big man, like 5 prospects, but he was ultimately the one that we were most excited about, just for his upside that we still feel he has.
I mean, he destroyed Michigan this year a couple times, so I'm just happy to see him out of the Big Ten.
Wait, Wonder, you're a real Michigan fan?
Yeah.
Hey.
Chill. Come on. Listen, Toru, he has the measurables, he has the skills. I think he can make it in this league, and I'm glad someone reached on him because we've not been getting a ton of reaches, or well, I mean maybe, but this is definitely, I think, one of the largest reaches we had. I think he
Oh, I
was
like this
mocked
pick.
second round, so here at 23, it's really really good. I like it.
I haven't been watching. I just saw this pick. I really like this pick. Daniel Turo was a very good player at Minnesota, and Minnesota was pretty good last year. So I really like that pick.
Where is he being
Two
protected
on
in
Matt
real life?
liking my picks.
I think like early second round. That's around where Toru is being mocked.
Okay.
I think he is on the rise from what I have seen. I don't know that he's going to go at 23, but I would predict he goes in the very late first.
I agree.
Fair.
I think
At
it's
the end of the day, you
toss-up.
pick who you want. Like when it comes to this, it's not worth not picking him if it's going to be a couple of like 3-4 picks later.
I mean, you could
My
have traded
only
for
my
an
only
earlier
reservation
pick, you know?
would just be them trading into to get him. My only thing in hindsight is just looking back on it. If nobody else is going to pick him, could you have given up less to get this pick? But like you guys said, to get what you want, you do it.
I've been trying to move into the late first, and I don't have a lot of other assets I think would do it. I don't have a lot of super appealing seconds or, I don't know, middle of the road guys I could trade.
My hot take about this is that it'll actually be better than James Wiseman. That's a hot take there.
Ooh.
Well, I mean,
dude,
to be fair to
listen,
Wiseman,
Matt, that's a good opinion. Good take.
Is that less or more of a hot take than my saying Nico Mannion will be better than LaMelo Ball?
I think mine is less than a hot. Is definitely less.
the only reason it's not because Wiseman, if he doesn't pop off as hit his ceiling, he's automatically like Clint Capella, along those lines. Whereas
Is he?
Otoro has that range. He can shoot that three.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree with
exactly.
that evaluation of Wiseman, but
I think that in the real draft, any of Oturu, Zeke Naji, Isaiah Stewart, maybe Vernon Carey could all I think those four could go in any interchangeable order.
I agree with you.
In the late first. And I just liked Oturu best of that group.
And Wonder, just bouncing off what you were saying.
all right, guys,
before,
I
feel
have to interrupt. We have the
got our
next pick. We have the next pick.
Go for it.
With the 24th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Tyler Bay from the University of Colorado.
Good pick.
We're excited about this
Good
one.
pick.
I think that's it for the Suns. Unless something happens, that's it for the Suns. So we're kind of excited about
Like the two picks the Suns made here after trading back from 11.
Yeah, Suns did a good job.
Yeah.
We had a couple guys sort of fall into our laps after trading back from
We
11,
did.
and we're really happy with this.
We are very happy with it. And now we got a good player. Tyler Bay is good. I mean, this is a player who can kind of get into the system right away, maybe be a bench player for the most part in this to start off. And he has some good. We already have some decent not forwards, just like wings. We already have some good wings. I think he just adds another aspect onto it, and I really like this pick.
Well, yeah, I will definitely say Tyler Bay is one of my top prospects. Probably like top 15 on my big board. Maybe higher. So for the Suns to get him, I think it's really great, especially when they need defense. If they want to make it to the playoffs, I think he's going to be a good long-term piece. I think they're going to be very happy with his production this year, his rookie year, wherever he goes in the NBA, and it's going to be good for his 2K rating, I think. So Suns have a good future.
We're excited about the fact that with Tyrell Terry, we're going to be a little bit more probably. We won't play him as much probably because we still have to kind of develop him a little bit more because he's only 20 years old. We still have to kind of develop that kind of point guard kind of role that we have for him. But Tyler Bay, we can kind of we won't start him right away, but we can automatically start putting him in as a bench player and get him some decent minutes right away because he's pretty experienced already and he has the really good defensive rating. Him and Mikal Bridges might work as like a kind of a small ball kind of defensive roster lineup. So we're excited about this draft. That's draft pick and Tyler Bay.
Who are your guys' favorites that are still on the board right now, without giving up who you're looking at to pick?
I mean, we're done right now, so I can do some
yeah,
of
you
mine.
can go on.
I have a few that haven't been chosen yet. I really like Udoka Azubuike. He doesn't really have a shot, but I mean, he's just an extremely physical kind of player. And I think he's actually, in terms of more physicality, I think he's better than James Wiseman, in my opinion. But I mean, James Wiseman can at least kind of develop a shot. I don't really think Udoka will develop a shot, but he will be a very solid player. I'm not going to say one player who I'm supposed to say. I'm not going to say him at all.
My pick's already in, if it helps.
And no, it's not going to help because this guy is going to be probably far down. And Chuck and I really, really like this guy. Cassius Winston as well. I really, really like him. He won't be like a star point guard. What?
Eric Snow?
No. What?
Was he here for that? I think he was.
Joke.
I don't think he was here for that, man.
It says his NBA comparison is Eric Snow, and everyone just bagged on me for it.
Matt, were you even alive to see Eric Snow?
No.
Okay, guys, we have the next pick.
With the 25th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Detroit Pistons select R.J. Hampton from Little Elm, Texas, and the New Zealand Breakers.
That's a good
I'm
pick.
so happy. This is my dream. This is my dream to see R.J. Hampton in a Pistons jersey.
Yeah, that's
really.
I'm surprised he's slid. It won't happen in IRL.
100%.
But yeah, go speak on this, CF. What is it that you really see in R.J. Hampton?
Honestly, he just has so much potential. He came out of high school with so much potential. He underperformed doing something international, same way that LaMelo did. But LaMelo was taken. I'm not saying they're comparable, but they both had high ceilings. I'm very, very high on R.J. Hampton. I hope that he ends up in a Pistons uniform. Definitely not at 7.
No, that'd be a reach.
But if we end up making like the trade back with Boston for 14, 26, or whatever the hell they have, I'd like to see him taken with one of the 2 other picks, for sure. Okay, man, you can probably speak on more on it.
I mean, to me, I've loved everything I've heard about R.J. Hampton, mentality-wise, just in terms of what he's looking to do. I've listened to a couple podcasts, a couple interviews with him. So it's really just about his mentality, because he's got a lot to work on his game, as a lot of people have spoken about. There are things that we've liked about him from back when he was in high school, and in New Zealand. I mean, we're seeing now the athleticism is really all we're seeing. We're not really seeing shooting. We're not seeing a lot of good defense. What we're hoping, what you would hope when you're drafting R.J. Hampton, is that that his mentality of taking on the bench role in New Zealand and not complaining about it shows that he has the right mentality to acquire those skills in the NBA and work hard in the gym.
I see a late team taking him, and just I think he's going to do well in the NBA. I really do.
You basically get a lottery pick, if not top 10 potential guy, with basically none of the risk at this spot in the draft. So anybody that takes him at this point is getting what they want with this guy, and especially for the Pistons, who need some potential.
We need a point guard too. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I like this pick.
Oh yeah, this is great. This is wonderful.
I was hoping Chuck didn't take him. I didn't think he was going to, just because he already had Tyrell Terry.
Yeah, we didn't really want to draft him at all.
He was on the list, but he was down there a little.
Yeah, he was. We didn't really have him as a complete guy to draft. I have no problem with R.J. Hampton, but I mean, he just doesn't really fit with the team that well.
That was my Philly perspective also, that if we took him, it would just be so silly for us, because there's no reason. Like, we have a backup point guard already in Shake Milton's, and he can at least shoot already. So yeah.
I mean, we just drafted Tyrell Terry, for example, and shooting guard we have D Book. So I mean, like, really, like we don't really need him. We don't really need him,
Yeah.
to be honest. And that's why we went Tyler Bay, because we can use him with more defensive aspects. So yeah, that's why we went him. But a good pick. There's just nothing wrong with that. Just a good pick. And this is where there are a few players that kind of slid. And I was saying, like, I mean, there were some really surprising ones. I think the most surprising, in my opinion, was the Cole Anthony going as high as he did.
I think Kira Lewis going as high as he did.
Kira Lewis was not as big. So I mean, like, we were going to draft him at 11 if he was there. I'll say that we were going to draft him at 11 if he was there. But like Cole Anthony, I had on the bottom of my list just because I just don't like the way his play style, and especially with the fit with the Suns, would not work at all with the Suns.
No, Cole Anthony was very high. I was very high on Cole Anthony. The Jazz wouldn't trade him to me, but whatever.
We've seen a lot in this draft of what Wonder was saying before about people liking a guy and then willing to go out and get it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what the Philadelphia mentality was with Vassell. We were convinced that there was no chance we'd get him at 19, so we needed to jump ahead and really bite the bullet in order to get who we wanted. Like we liked Sadiq. We liked what was his name? Bale, whatever his name is. Bane. We liked Bane. These are really the two guards that we were looking at, or two wings really, that we could look at as quality shooters. Naismith as well, and all of them went in those teens ranges. And I think that can really be related to a lot of this draft. Is that you're going to see a lot of guys. You'll watch a lot of film of guys that are basically the same, around the same value.
Yeah.
One's slightly better than the other at its couple aspects, but it's all about how you perceive it and which red flags you're willing to ignore.
And then that trade just ended up working better in our favor too. So I mean, you got your guy, we got two guys that we really like as well.
Yeah,
so, like,
it worked out. It worked
was
out for both of us because I still think, it worked out for both of us. I still don't think Vassell will be there at 19. I'd have been shocked.
No, he definitely wouldn't have been there 19. Like he was going to get drafted a few picks after, maybe one or two picks after 11.
I'm convinced Pelicans would have taken him at 13 if he was there.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, Naismith.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair. I mean, this is you guys did pretty well with that Vassell pick. I know, like Chuck and I are extremely happy right now with what we were able to get. So I think we're just really happy for the future of this team, and we might not be done. I'm not going to say anything, but we might not be done with this draft. But
no one's 100% done ever.
No one's 100% done. So
and if you are, then you're not playing this game right.
Exactly. So we're gonna see what happens there. I think I gotta go. So,
yeah, I'm signing off as well.
Yeah, I'm signing off. We're done with our picks, so I'm signing off.
All right, guys.
See you guys.
Later.
Cleveland.
So looking at the board now, who is
Killer has 22 fucking minutes? Are you kidding me? I might be gone too.
Oh, Cleveland's on the top. Fuck this! I'm gonna get some snacks.
The other teams that are coming up, are we looking at active teams coming up or potentially teams that are going to use their whole clock?
Well, what? It's Coco, Fella, Odez, and DJ. So I like those guys. Who knows?
Well, yeah. Let's talk about this. What is it that Lakers, Toronto, Celtics? I'm just gonna ignore Charlotte right now. What are these three teams that are really top tier teams looking to challenge? What are they really looking for in terms of who they're gonna pick?
I would be surprised if one of them didn't take Luis Bolmaro. I know he's
Leandro Bolmaro.
Oh, sorry, Leandro Bolmaro. I know he's not really.
The Italian.
Supposed to be a short-term guy, like an immediate contributor. I'm not sure he's even playing the NBA next year necessarily. So I would say he, has the potential to be far greater than top 27 players. So I would imagine that one of those teams will say we can afford to wait on him a little bit, and then
it could be a good one for the Lakers with their cap situation.
Well, hey, their cap situation's been helped out heavily by Anthony Davis.
Opting in. Yeah. I think, for a team like the Lakers, obviously they're looking for immediate contributors with LeBron's timeline. And if you can't necessarily get that at this point, it might not hurt to have kind of a draft and stash kind of guy that you can wait on a little bit. And then, as always, contributing or contending teams are always looking for 3-and-D guys. Robert Woodard is a guy nobody's really talked about.
Woodard. Oh shoot, yeah, he came up late too.
Jaden McDaniels has a lot of potential.
I think it's his defense, right? That's the question mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Feels weird.
Tilly from Gonzaga, I really like.
Oh, Killian Tilly. He's the injury
might
one.
be able to. Yeah. He's an injury guy, but if he can stay healthy, he's got a type of game that's built for the NBA and shooter, old, which contending teams might like, but
it's a fluid situation there. We're about ready for the pick, almost there. Okay, announcement from the commissioner.
With the 26th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Jaden McDaniels from the University of Washington.
Yeah, good pick.
I have my
high upside.
High upside, I don't know. Well, we'll see, because I don't see it very much. There's a lot of guys in this draft. They're mocked first round, and they probably shouldn't go first round, but because of the talent available. But I think people still forget that this is supposed to be a bad draft, and these players are not supposed to be that good, but they're still treating them like first round talent. Like Jaden McDaniels is a guy I would usually expect to go in the second round with the risks that are attached with him, but here we have him going 26 to Cleveland, and Cleveland's a team with a lot of first round picks so far, so it's really interesting to see how they're going to distribute the minutes among their rookies year one.
Yeah, they're stocking up on guys that may not contribute to winning basketball at first, which could fit with their goals if they're trying to put themselves in a good position for a pick in next year's draft. Having these type of players that might take a couple of years to really round into form. Definitely some high ceiling, low floor players that they've taken here, but
Next we have Lakers. We said they wanted a, what do you call it? A ready now player, ready to contribute. I don't know. Are there guys that are really ready now?
What do you think about what's his name? Flynn from San Diego State?
Oh, Malachi Flynn.
Yeah,
yeah. There are a lot of veteran point guards.
I think he's more of a ready now guy that they could take.
Is it really Malachi or
No,
is it Malachi?
It's Malachi. I don't know.
Oh,
what
is it
the
Malachi?
fuck.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Malachi.
I'm a Spanish speaker, bro.
Hibachi Malachi Flynn, boy.
That's a top tier fuck up of a name.
This video saved, right, Chuck?
Oh yeah, it's going on YouTube too.
It looks like
Malachi. This is going to be a monster to download and upload, though.
Oh, it's
gonna
suck,
rip
man.
my bandwidth for the month.
Feels bad. Arizona internet.
What,
I
you
think
don't
if
have
the
Cox Communications, Cheppy?
Nope.
if
We
the
don't have that.
Lakers
I thought that
are
was
looking
bigger.
for like a big, I think that Vernon Carey could be a guy who could come and contribute pretty immediately. I don't think he has a lot of upside because we saw him be one of the most dominant players in college last year, but obviously there's concerns about whether he's really going to be a great defender in the NBA, whether he really has NBA level athleticism and length and any kind of measure we can think of. But he's got the NBA body, he's got the NBA strength. I think he's not that far away from what his ceiling might be if that's something that the Lakers are looking for off the bench.
In this highlight video on the stream, they're playing. It's Washington, right? And there's this big center. Is that Udoka Azubuike or whatever? Is that the guy? Or is that someone
What
else?
team?
It's Washington.
No, I think
No, that's
Azubuike's out of
Stewart.
Kansas.
Isaiah Stewart.
Oh, what the?
He's still on the board.
And that's another. I think he's a little bit more of a project. That's another guy I could see them going for if they're looking for a big.
Isaiah
I
Stewart.
think he's a first-round talent.
No, I don't think. He's so short. Like for a center, he's so short.
Yeah, he is a little small play center.
Well, it's 2020.
No, but I mean, if you're gonna be that short, you got to play power forward or shoot. That's it. Like you can't play center and be like below 6'8" or something like that.
Nah, Stewart's 6'9".
No, Stewart. I saw his without shoes
Okay,
measurements.
that's what it says. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's right.
I mean, I saw his measurements at the combine, and they're pretty small.
Talking Isaiah Stewart?
Yeah, Isaiah Stewart.
So here's a question I've always had about bigs. What is more important, height or wingspan, when it comes to a big?
I mean, I think standing reach is the best measurement that kind of combines both
Because
those
he has
things.
he has a 7'4" wingspan.
Oh damn!
Like Oturu, one of the reasons we liked him was I think his standing reach is something like 9'2", when it was measured last, and I think that compares favorably to a lot of the bigs.
I think Isaiah Stewart's is around 9'2" ish. So my
that's
thing
pretty
with that is
good.
just like, yeah, I mean, obviously you'd like him to be 7 feet tall, but to be 6'9" and have a comparable standing reach to other bigger guys, I almost see that as an advantage when it comes to center of gravity and potentially being a little bit quicker as a 6'9" guy compared to some of your traditional bigs. It's just the reason people typically don't like undersized big men is because usually that's paired with shorter arms. So that means
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, but if they're smaller height, then they have a smaller body, and at center, that's where you defend the largest people in the league. So, if you don't have the strength to keep up, then I think you're just going to get pushed out of that position pretty quickly. Even though you have the rim protection, like your arms are long, but when you're being posted up, it's the core strength that matters.
If we're talking about strength, Isaiah Stewart is somebody that has.
I think he's a pretty beefy guy.
He's got it.
Who we got left? Lakers, Hornets, Raptors, and Celtics.
We're in the final stretch, guys. All right. The draft. It took us this long to get to the draft. I think so many months doing nothing, and now we're here. So after this, there's not going to be anything for like another week until free agency opens up. So just enjoy it for a little while. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Coco online? Oh yeah, he's here.
Yeah, we're setting up the announcement right now.
Ooh.
We good?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, with the 27th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Xavier Tillman from Michigan State University.
Dang, dude.
Interesting.
Dang. I mean, we pretty much knew he wasn't going to fall to us at like 40, but I did not know he was valued this highly.
Wait, what team? At 40?
Lakers.
No, at 40 is which one?
Oh, Grizzlies.
I'm with the Grizzlies.
Okay, yeah. I don't.
You think the only bigs the Lakers have right now is AD and Cody Zeller, so they could use him this year. Tillman, that is.
Tillman. Yeah, the only thing is he's also a bit undersized for center, but I've heard that he's very skilled and he has a lot of. Well, what I've heard is he can play basketball. Like he's a real basketball player. He understands
It's
the
always
game.
a good
and
trait to have.
He's smart.
As a pick in the NBA draft, you typically want to be a basketball player. Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's a high bar, I
Nah,
guess,
I know what
because
you
some
mean. I
guys
know
don't
what you
really
mean.
play.
Yeah. No, Tillman is very skilled. He's a good passer out of the post. He's a good shooter. Like you said, undersized a little bit, but
is he shooting?
LeBron's would love him as a high IQ big man, high effort. Another guy I hated playing against as a Michigan fan.
Tillman,
I'm back with my coffee and Oreo dark chocolate thins.
Oh, came back in the who's on the clock now? The Hornets are on the clock.
Hornets on the clock, but I'm sure they will be quick. Right?
And why do you think they'll be quick?
Well, just because Fella's been following along with the draft, so I think that there's not going to be as much delay.
Fella, if I remember, was one of the first people that kind of joined this thing. I think he's pretty interested in drafts. So
Yeah, he is.
It doesn't surprise me that
he is one of the first ones that joined.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the roster the Hornets have put together?
Well, I think they're one of my main competitors.
For tanking?
Yes.
Okay, well, I was thinking, wait a second, what?
It's a roster.
I forget. Yeah, they traded Zeller for Danny Green in this pick, so I thought that was a solid trade to get a chance at someone here. They got Kennard for Monk.
Kennard is nice.
Monk and Bridges.
I mean,
could go either way.
They have $33 million guaranteed next year.
Yes, that too. They can hit free agency hard next year.
So with some, and what picks do they have next year? They have their own pick. They have a couple seconds from some other teams. I think they need to go high upside here, similar to how the Cavs have been drafting.
What in the world is Charlotte going to pitch to any of these superstars next
year?
All they got is money, I guess.
Having a 5%
chance,
a 5% chance of winning, and hoping that they luck out.
It's big.
As someone who had Luke Kennard as my third or second best player in our previous NBN, they're in the same boat, except they don't have Kyle Lowry and Christian Wood, and so it's going to be rough. If that team was bottom 5 in the last NBN, I think this team's going to be bottom 2. And it honestly kind of sucked. It sucked that they were as good as they were last year. Only got the 9th pick somehow.
They're placing Kyle Lowry and Christian Wood with Devontae Graham, who I do like.
All right, guys, we have the next pick.
And Kevin Knox.
Announce this real quick.
Knox is gone, though. Oh, wait, no, this.
With the 28th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Théo Maledon from Rouen, France, and Asvel.
Oh, that was good French.
Oh, that's kind of surprised because they took Kira Lewis at number 9, drafting 2 point guards on a team that already has Rozier and Graham.
Yeah,
it's possible. It's possible they don't see Graham as a long term. That could be a trade to a contender.
Yep, only 1 year left on his deal.
BRB, I got some work to do, I guess.
Graham to Philly?
They may not want to to pay him next year, and for a contending team, a $1.6 million, 79 overall guard at the break might be a
plus restricted free agent. So if they think they can get him for a good
and
price.
they have some cap room. So there's stuff that you can do with this team because they could take on, a large contract for. But they would have to be an expiring. Nobody's going to trade one of those. I don't know. This team's a mess.
Don't make fun of him, man. It's not.
No, it's not his fault. I mean,
long term though, it's not really looking that bad.
Oh, it's definitely not death. It's just looking at their cap sheet for this year is
it's
convoluted, but they have some options.
I gotta think that they're gonna try and move Danny Green. That some competitors gonna be thinking that they can try and revive him. Although again, that's something that that Charlotte's probably hoping that Danny Green can make a comeback like this in the regular season and then move and then see what they can do with him at the trade deadline.
Kind of a buy low, sell high if Danny Green can come back.
Yeah, because that contract is very high. 15 mil is a lot of money, and for a player, for a streaky player as he is, it's tough to take that on.
It's only a 1-year deal though, so
yeah,
they'd be taking him on as a rental. Whoever would trade for him.
Maladon does make sense for me though, next to Lewis or even Rozier in the future. He is big. He's big, but he's a point guard for sure. And Kira Lewis, I don't know how much of a playmaker he is. I mean, he's a good playmaker, but I think these guys would be okay as a pair next to each other, where Maladon maybe guards the two, but is running the offense more.
Do you think that is something that's going to happen this season for the Charlotte Hornets with Terry Rozier and Graham, or do you think that is not, they can't share the floor and therefore they're going to have to try and move one or accept being a tank?
They're accepting the tank, I think, either way. I think that's I think that the tank has been forced upon them at this point.
Yeah. Anyway, what do you guys think the Raptors are going to do? Please respond quickly. I only have a few minutes to make the selection.
Raptors? I mean,
looking for some advice here.
It's a smart idea.
Raptors probably want someone that could contribute this year. I know they've got Gasol, Ibaka, and Van Vliet are all free agents, so they may need someone to replace those areas.
It really depends to me what they want to do with Van Vliet. Do they want him to be the one that takes over for Kyle Lowry, and Kyle Lowry as well? Because I mean, they need some way to be able to restart the next generation for the Toronto Raptors. Van Vliet might be that guy. He's gonna command a lot of money though, and as he's spoken about in the NBA. He's hinted at the fact that he's played on winning teams for most of his life now, and that might be a chapter in his life that he's willing to pass on. That an aspect of the team that he'd be willing to pass on in order to get the most money out.
Okay, guys, we have the pick coming in.
I think Tilly would be a good pick here, kind of a replacement for Marc Gasol.
With the 29th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft. The Toronto Raptors select Zeke Nnaji from the University of Arizona.
All right, Mega, speak on it. What is your thought? What does you see?
Yeah. So what we see in him is it's pretty similar to what we see in people like Pascal and Fred. We see a guy with a high motor and a huge work ethic. We believe that he's good on both ends of the floor and can only get better, and that he's somebody who is going to keep improving.
Do you see him as someone that can contribute right away?
I definitely think that he can contribute in a way, probably not as our starting center. We're obviously gonna be players in free agency trying to do stuff without saying too much. But I really think that he's somebody that even if it takes him a few years to get going, I feel like he's going to be somebody that is going to be seen as a lot better than somebody would be at 29. Also, I just feel like this Arizona team. I feel like all the individual players are kind of better than better individually than as a group. I'm a bit higher on all of them than most. So, I think that this is going to be a very successful. I think that Zeke is going to be a very successful player.
That's good.
I like the pick for you guys. You obviously needed a big man. With Gasol, he's gone, and Ibaka, he's a free agent. You don't know what's going to happen with him.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, as far as bigs go, most coveted skill is shooting. So Najee definitely has that. Zeke, he has that. So as far as that's pretty modern thinking to draft a guy like this. I think he has question marks on his athleticism, but this is a low risk pick for Toronto. It's 29, and I think they still have one more second round pick. It's pretty late though, but they don't really need to. They can say we want this type of player, and if it doesn't work out, then they sign in free agency because they're successful enough to sign free agents, even though it's a small market. Or Toronto's not really a small market, but it's bad weather, I guess. So it's
international also, that's a major aspect that it becomes a problem for players when they're talking about Toronto, is the fact that they have to go through customs and everything every single time they fly home. A lot of players from Toronto Raptors have spoken on that.
Yeah.
Looking at Boston here, guys. So they picked Denny earlier in this draft. Shortly after listed Hayward on the trade block. Or maybe that was before. Maybe that was part of their.
Nah, I think that was right after. Yeah.
Can I just say that I really liked that trade from Boston. I really respected that. That was a big swing. I like Denny a lot, but
I like it for him too. Looking at their roster here, they have some options at center. Obviously, Tice is a good player. Robert Williams is a nice depth piece. Do they go center to try and hit maybe on somebody like Isaiah Stewart or Tilly, or do they go for a wing, a 3-and-D guy?
I definitely see that. They may also want a point guard, I'm thinking, one that can run the offense. Because, what was it, last year was Kemba.
Yeah.
He's getting a little older. He's got a couple years left on his deal. But last year they wanted to make him up.
Edwards?
No.
They have a weird offense though. Just when it comes to like Tatum is a point forward, Marcus Smart runs the offense. Jaylen Brown they run through.
I'm just thinking
Hayward may be leaving, but Denny is also a playmaking wing.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just thinking because they had Wanamaker playing in the rotation last year.
True.
Free agent,
True.
So.
True.
Well, which of the big man options, which one would you say is the best? Because the thing is with Boston, they have some big men, but they're all extremely undersized. Like Ojale, Dice, Robert Williams, even you would consider undersized for the center position at least.
And we kind of talked about it. You may have been gone when we were talking about the whole height versus wingspan thing for Isaiah Stewart. I pay more attention to wingspan. Somebody mentioned standing reach as a good measurement for that. So even though Isaiah Stewart is 6'9", I do like him as the best big man available. But if you're worried about that kind of size, then you have to go a little bit down the board to find somebody.
The thing for me, I think 2K has given. Sorry, Killer.
I was just wondering who's talking about the Kansas center earlier. Seems a little.
Oh yeah.
Early, but
Azubuike or something.
I don't know. He's a big guy. Yeah.
To me, the thing with another thing that you gotta really look at in the last year, especially with 2K, is strength. A lot of these really, really tall guys that are not exactly strong. I think that they really regressed, at least in their value in the last 2K, and their ability to the rim and the ability to box out. You mentioned Isaiah Stewart. I would just question whether or not lateral quickness. He's 6'9", 250. He's got the wingspan, but I would just wonder whether or not he'd be able to move laterally. But if you're going to play him at the center, that might not be too much of a problem because there are big men that are laterally awful, but
Yeah.
you can make it work.
Yeah, for Boston, you're probably not looking for a guy that's going to play 28 minutes a game. You're looking for a big that's going to give you 15 minutes a game and, get away with good defense, high effort. And that's something that Isaiah Stewart could bring. Azubuike has definitely got the measurables and tested out of his mind at the combine. So maybe they like that from him.
How much do you want to put into that aspect over looking at what's there in the free agency? Because as you guys mentioned before, it is quote unquote easy to find big men in the summer free agency with like 5 to 10 million.
Well, refresh me on. No, they are way over the cap. But refresh me on the MLE for that. If they're over the luxury tax, what do they get for MLE?
The taxpayer.
And how much is that?
Are you talking about Boston this year?
Yeah. 5.
Yeah, Boston this year, I think they're gonna have the 5 mil.
I just don't know who you get. I don't know who you get for 5.
That to me, now that I think about it, most of these centers, you're probably looking at 7 or 8. So if you have the non-taxpayer MLE, then you can get into the conversation. But 5 might be tough.
5, Dwight Howard. Why not?
You don't have LeBron there though to control
sure
him.
Is. He's gonna go
maybe
crazy.
2K. Maybe 2K Dwight Howard is a little bit more mature.
I mean, can you get a chance at a guy like, is Tristan Thompson a free agent?
Yes.
Can you get do you get a chance at Tristan Thompson as a vet who may be looking for that?
Hell no.
I think he's gonna get the full ML.
A Bismack Biyombo.
That's not out of the range as a 1-year deal, honestly. Like a balloon offer, like KCP got with Lakers initially.
Then after that, if you're dropping that far down the overall list, like at that point, I would rather just have Azubuike as a 70 overall, who's humongous, and then you have him on a rookie deal because the cap problem isn't going to go away for Boston. It's going to be this.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Tatum next year is going to get.
They're always going to be paying Tatum and Brown, and
they're never going to be signing free agents.
So you may as well try and hit on a big that you can keep on a cheap deal for 4 years, 5 years, and hope that he plays well enough that he wants to leave. Because if he's good enough to want to leave and you have to pay him more, that means he played well.
Yeah, I just realized that they still haven't done their extension for Jason Tatum. Wow. That's going to be fun. I mean, I think I know the answer to that one, but we never know with the play option committee. But in general,
he's in his last year,
y'all
right?
better not mess his shit up.
That's exactly what Tuck said.
Yeah. His last year of his rookie deal.
Nice.
Yeah, and he's got an RFA cap. I'm 99.99% sure, but that BJ will match anything, even if they can't extend.
He should just
you
offer
would be
him the 5-year
stupid not
max.
to.
Yeah.
I'll be 100% sure. I mean, come
on. Looking ahead also to tomorrow, who are you guys looking at as possible second rounders? I mean, this could just be it's essentially an extension of this 30th pick because that's really all this is. But Killer, I don't know. Killer, I don't know if you even talk because you've got like 30.
I've got 30.
He's got.
Oh yeah.
There's a couple guards there. We were talking about Cassius Winston earlier. I really like Cassius Winston as a guy that's going to come in. He's going to be ready right away. So he might be a little farther down some people's boards, but I think he could be worth a late 30s pick.
Yeah, right now the guy.
I'm just gonna keep talking about Isaiah Stewart until hopefully he falls to us at 40, and then we'll just pick him.
Wait, what? Who are you on Wonder now?
Grizzlies.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Everyone forgets.
Dude, a lot of movement happened, but yeah.
It's
So
because
Wonder,
it's a
what are you
small
guys looking
market.
to do in Memphis this year? Like, in terms of your outlook, are you looking to really push hard for playoffs? Are you looking to acquire young talent and see where you can go, like sort of like an OKC did, and to be fair, Memphis did in real life last year?
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited about the core that we have. There's some people that have the opinion that if you're not going to compete for a championship and you own your pick, you may as well just tank and get better players. But we don't really have that mindset. We think that we're set up to compete with how competitive Moran is, and we love Jaren Jackson, of course. But we're gonna see what we can do. See if we can make some noise. We're excited about after this year. We have some things opening up on our cap sheet that could be good for us. But
Fisk Grizzlies are back.
yeah, I would probably
back
I would probably compare it. I would probably compare it to an OKC situation. That's kind of been my my MO anyways. Even with the Kings, we made quite a few people mad with how well we did in that playoff run.
Yo, remember when they beat the Thunder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a shitstorm, man.
Well, hey, Wonder, I think we can even throw this back to all the way when I first joined the Sixers. Like, the discussion was there that we could have tanked because we were 3-7 when I joined. We were a losing team and we had the ability to tank.
Yeah.
It took a very hard run by me by all of us to like make the playoffs. Made some interesting trades, but
well, even our first year, weren't we together in Detroit?
Yeah, well, that first year in Detroit, we were amazing at the beginning of the year. We had 13-0.
Yeah, and even in the playoffs, I think we did better than people. We may have been a first round exit, but we did better than people thought we were going to do.
No, we made the conference finals.
Oh, we did with Detroit.
Yeah. Remember we
the conference finals.
Yeah, with a 3-person option of Jeremy Lin, Andre Drummond, and what was it? Tobias Harris. We beat the Wizards in the first round, and then we beat the Hawks in the second round, and then we lost to the Chicago Bulls in the conference finals.
Oh, that was when the Bulls had Anthony Davis.
Yeah, that was before that was RBL.
Yeah,
way back.
That was a lot of fun. We also had Dante Exum on that team.
Yeah, I think I've had Dante Exum at every team I've been.
He's on my team now. You want him?
I think I had him with the Sixers when we were there somehow. I think
we did.
We had him with the Kings for sure. Yeah. I just love Dante Exum.
How was Dante Exum on stream, by the way? Like, is he okay?
Nah. He did that. I don't know if y'all remember, but during the playoffs last year, he did that little dribble move. Cheffy, were you announcing with me?
Dude, I think I remember that, but I don't remember what happened. But I remember being hyped. I remember it was sick.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Does anybody remember when Aaron Holiday hit a 3/4 court shot?
Was that Aaron?
At the end of the end of a half?
I remember that.
Like a full court shot from Aaron Holiday. That shit was so weird.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember when BJ came on and made his pick so we could end this thing?
No.
Yeah, what the fuck, BJ?
Nope.
Never happened.
Hey, wait. If he doesn't pick, that means I get to pick, right?
Yep.
I'm on the clock again.
Well, not today. Tomorrow.
Aw, let's just do second round. Let's just rip through it.
Yeah, dude, come on.
This has been so slow.
Let's do it.
No.
Nah, bro. I'll be
What
ready
time are we
tomorrow,
starting
bro.
tomorrow?
I'll be picking at 12:01. My pick will be in.
Yeah, good for you.
So whoever's 32 better be ready.
So, just as an overall choices, who do you guys think who do you really think won today
Fucking killer, bro. You
Leave. What the hell?
got a mountain of fucking assets, man.
Are you kidding me?
Killer,
All
can
right.
you compile a list of what you started today with versus what you exited?
Oh shit! Yeah, I can try.
All right, so let's just exclude Cleveland from this discussion because we know who they won. You're
Okay,
right.
so if Cleveland
think-
is not involved,
Philly
I
did
mean,
well getting Vassell. I didn't think that was a possibility.
New
going into
Orleans
today.
did pretty well getting Nesmith. I think Killian Hayes at 6 was a good pick. The Wizards did pretty well getting Patrick Williams at 10.
I like
Fuck
that.
Miami for taking Jalen Smith at 20.
I was really upset with that.
Seriously, man. I was right about to trade for that to take Jalen.
Everybody was trying to trade up to 21 with me for Jalen Smith.
Everyone was.
So good.
the
Dude, you
Pacers-
should
I
have
had the
taken him
Pacers,
18. I swear to God,
Philly.
man. You should have taken him 18.
The Pacers were calling. Philly.
I like
Kings.
what the Suns did, getting who they wanted while also gathering assets because they traded down.
But
right?
that was a good move too.
Yeah.
They traded down from 11. and got
Those two picks that they
Terry
took were the ones I gave them.
and Bay.
Yeah, so they got who they wanted at 19, who they would have taken at 11. Plus, they added 24 to get another guy that they really wanted. So, like, that's mega value.
Yeah, no, and that was really. I think that was one of the best trades. I mean, obviously I'm biased here, but that was a great trade for all parties because everyone got what they want, exactly who they wanted, and it happened at the last second. I mean, when we were talking with Chuck initially over the last couple of days, it really was just about who do we want there, who do we think is going to drop from Philly's side, who we going to drop there, and who we wanted. We were really looking at Killian Hayes if he could drop there. We were looking at who if he could drop there, and we were looking at Vassell. Like those were the three names that we really wanted to look at.
Wait, who was the second one you said?
Okongwu.
Man, fucking Orlando really kind of reached on Desmond Bain, didn't they?
Yeah,
I don't think it was a bad pick, but I mean that's a reach.
I think it was a little reach, but I don't think it's bad because I think they're obviously going to try to win this year because they traded for Westbrook, so they want.
I mean, unless
that can play now.
He's ready to play.
Yeah, no, and I think that's why. Again, it's not a terrible pick. It seems like a reach to me. I feel like they could have probably traded down, still gotten Bain and someone else.
Bain was someone that I was looking at for 24, but yeah, no, Bain. I mean, he really matches his last name because Jesus Christ, he looks swole.
He just looks like a monster. We had him on our board for 24 as well. Let me see if I can.
Cole Anthony, man, Cole Anthony at 12. If he pans out, that's not bad. But like right now, that's really fucking questionable.
I just don't
love it. I don't like it with Mitchell.
You should never have to say if it pans out, it was a good move.
Well, I mean, I tend to disagree because there's a lot of the time in the draft, you'll draft somebody on them being a prospect. Like some guys are just projects.
Yeah, but they don't need. You don't need to do that at that point in the draft. Nobody was even sniffing Cole Anthony at that point.
No, and I agree, which is why I think this is only going to be a good pick if he pans out. But I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I know a lot of people were reaching out to Utah about 12, and
yeah,
they went with Cole Anthony. I mean, like if Conley leaves and Cole Anthony doesn't suck, then it was a good pick, I guess. But like, I mean,
yeah, the no point guards being on the roster, that was a redeeming quality. That was a redeeming quality of the pick for me, was just having a guy under contract for sure.
Right.
And I think 2K is gonna rate Cole Anthony well.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who seems to have been drumming up some hype. I could definitely see them doing that. But yeah,
As
that's
the Suns. We took Cole Anthony completely off of our board because we thought it'd be a terrible fit with Booker, and it'd never really pan out. So we
and it's an even worse fit with Donovan Mitchell.
Well, I mean, I tend to agree in regards to taking him off the board because of Booker. I mean, you guys were running D'Angelo Russell and Booker for a while, and that was kind of rough at times.
It did not work.
That was a score first guard next to another score first guard. So you had these two guys who wouldn't pass each other the fucking ball, and I it puts you in a position where the point guard ends up being the de facto go-to option, and you're not giving it up to ultimately who the more talented scorer is. I don't know. That's just such a questionable pick to me. Cole Anthony at 12, man.
I'll tell you what.
I mean, let me just ask you this first.
BJ.
BJ.
Dude, bro.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think Cole Anthony would have been there at 19?
Yeah, 100%.
Really?
I think Cole Anthony probably would have been there at 25.
Maybe.
Oh, I don't know about
I don't know
that.
about that. I think he's top 20 for sure, but
If you look at the people that got drafted in between 15 and 25, if it is indicative of what certain teams were looking for, there was room. He definitely could have fallen. Like what you got Tyrese Maxey, Terrell Terry, and then you don't have another guard for like multiple picks. I think he could have fallen a good bit there.
yeah, you could be right.
I mean, if people were drafting by positional need, yeah, he would have fallen.
That's
Killer, would you have taken him at 19 if over Maxi?
No, I wouldn't have taken him.
No.
All right.
Well, if we
Phoenix,
saw
would you? Chuck, would you have taken him over Terry?
No, but let's say Terry had been off. Maybe a little consideration, but like I said, he was off the board. If we had Kyra and Tyrell as our top point guards, that would likely be there when we got up. So
There's also a chance you see something
Lewis,
similar
man.
to. There's something you might see something similar to Poku, where somebody trades up or into the first round to grab Anthony if he's there at like 23 or 22.
Let's say, Chuck. Let's just say, for question's sake, okay, Jazz had taken my offer, and you don't have an offer for 11. Would you have found another offer for 11, or would you have who would you have taken at 11 without Kyra Lewis there?
Oh, this is actually pretty funny because three of the guys I loved, I don't quite love them, but they were on near the top of my list were Toppin, Lewis, and then Williams. As soon as Lewis got picked is when I went right to you and said, all right, let's do the damn thing. So then Patrick Williams left, and I was like, oh man, this pick definitely needs to get traded. But we liked Vassell. We liked Neesmith. It would have been Okoro, though. He slipped all the way to 14, and that's still surprising to me.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I think that one team that had a good day today, I didn't love the trade initially, but you look at the Boston-Cleveland trade for, I think, swapping 7. So Boston got 7 and a second for their 14, their 26, and their 2022 first, which is going to be like a late first. But you look at who they got Denny there at 7 when he's probably a top 4 talent in this draft. So really that's, a late lottery pick, a late first, a future late first for one of the top talents in this pick and a second. I kind of like that for BJ and the Celtics.
I mean, that's a late second. That's 48.
Well, I mean, it's not about that. Who cares about that? But I think Denny, for all those assets that they gave up, which none of them I don't think is standalone as being that great, I like it. I'm a fan of it.
I think it's good for both teams. I think it's a good trade for both teams.
One thing I have to say about it is, I think that Okoro, if we're going value, I don't think Okoro has much less value than Denny.
That's true. I mean,
maybe
BJ
the Celtics could have just stood put,
there, but
got Okoro there. So you got to look at it that way a little bit. But
you really think? Oh, hold on. You really think that Okoro's ceiling is near Denny's? Because to me, Denny can really blow the Okoro out of the water if he hits his top ceiling.
I think Denny's the next best. I think Okoro is the next best wing after Denny.
I don't know. I'm a little scared of Okoro.
He's a 6'6" big, really. Like,
he strikes me. Sorry, my bad.
Nah, just like that was the whole thing for us. Why at the end of the day, Okoro wasn't really an option because you can't. Like if Philly was gonna pick another 3, it had to be someone that could play the 4 position in all sense of purposes as well. In the event that Ben Simmons is not given the ability to play the 4, So
You're gonna play Vassal at the 4?
2K.
Oh,
2K.
How about this though?
So like
I know
Denny to
that-
me was the perfect idea.
I know that you guys love your well, Mike does at least his British boy OG. I see a little Okoro and OG. I see a little similarity there.
Yeah.
OG is only 6'7".
I mean, OG is like a good shooter though, and Okoro is a terrible shooter. Honestly, I can't remember who it was that made the Josh Jackson comparison to Okoro, but I agree.
I don't know what it is about me. Maybe it's that 1 inch between 6'7" and 6'6" is so big to me. It's like 6'7" is just acceptable to be up to be a stretch 4 to me.
That's what she said.
It is. It's a big difference. 6'6", you're thinking of Chuck Hayes, and you got to be really mobile. Then that was the thing with OG, is that he's strong and really mobile. Is that Okoro? Can he really be that mobile? I was sort of hesitant on that, so I was more willing to just say, you know what, let's go for a straight up shooter that isn't that actually knows how to do other things, which is why we didn't want to go for Naismith or mainly Naismith, because Naismith is the best shooter in this draft, bar none. But
Yeah.
Vassal has some other, just has enough of those other skill sets that he's a little bit better in our eye.
Unreal. Where is BJ? Says Killer Dog 7. I agree.
I
If
wonder.
you're listening to this, please tag BJ.
Dude, I saw him online on his phone.
I
for
saw
a
him
second.
pop online too. He knows it. He knows
He's got
it. So let
13
him know.
minutes.
Does he have a board in?
Nope.
No.
So what happens if he just doesn't show for his pick? When is his pick supposed to be due by?
5.
Wouldn't Killer take that pick today? Because it technically still be the 30.
Well.
How does that work? Does that turn into a guaranteed contract then?
Oh.
That's 4-year contract for the first round pick.
The board will have to discuss that if it does happen.
It's
But,
probably
you know,
gonna.
I have faith in BJ that he knows that in 2 minutes here that he's officially on the clock. I have faith that he'll get it.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
He wants to see
if
how
he does, then that's kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie.
He wants to see just how long we can talk and keep this going. He's testing our ability to be radio hosts.
Hey, as the commish, I feel like I can request this. Cheppy, why don't we play some? Let's do some Tyler Bay highlights again.
Oh my god. They must have run out of Tyrell Terry highlights. That's the only reason they're not playing his.
No, I've been watching the shit out of Tyrell Terry highlights, so I'll watch some Bay ones right now. I mean, I'm
honestly,
not doing
Chuck.
anything.
Honestly, Chuck, I really am happy for you that you got Tyrell Terry at 19, because I was convinced that the ringer had jerked him off so hard that he was going to get picked in the lottery at some point in the NBN. Like, I'm really, and overall for the whole league, I'm really happy with how people seem to have learned from not reaching hard in the lottery.
Yes.
Like.
Yes.
It seems like people may have learned their lesson, because I was convinced an NBN pick would be Poku at like 15 and Tyrell Terry at 7 and Denny and like, I don't know. I mean, Okoro dropping that fast, that's pretty NBN because of the negative marks on him. Yeah, I would have guessed someone to drop even more.
But guys dropped because reasonable picks were made ahead of where maybe you would have thought there weren't any like crazy bold going way higher than you expect.
Cole Anthony at 12 is for sure.
And even that one's like,
it's still reasonable, right?
It's reasonable, yeah.
It's just not done by the reasonable team, like structure-wise.
Yeah,
but even then, if you make the argument that they're just doing this as a replacement for Mike Conley, then it gets into that conversation. Like, for us, Vassal could theoretically be a replacement for THJ should he leave in the next year. So, like, that is something that I think that Utah was possibly thinking about for the future.
So here's a question: whose draft today do you think is most similar to their real life counterpart? What it's going to be?
Oh, that's a good question.
Say it again.
Wonder, you're about to get hired.
Whose draft today is most similar to what their real life counterparts draft will be?
Not Cleveland.
So it's not going to be like the Warriors because the Warriors have the second pick, but maybe they'll trade it. Pistons could have a slightly similar. They're not going to get Anthony Edwards, but
for the Pistons, it would be either Anthony Edwards or the RJ Hampton route. They can't do both.
Yeah.
Like, they either trade away all their assets for Anthony Edwards, or they trade away their pick to gain assets and to get the RJ Hampton pick later.
I think
maybe a
Wizards
Terry pick.
Wizards could take Williams in real life, possibly.
Do you think he drops that far?
Yeah.
I really hope
Yes.
the Blazers in real life take Sadiq Bey. That's such a good fit.
do we think?
That's also. I think that.
Do we think Wiseman could fall to the Hawks?
I don't think so. I think he's going top
6?
3 in real life.
I think he should.
Does Denny drop to 7?
No.
Yeah.
Because
Spotted
is it?
online as
I
we
think
speak.
they're talking about him number 2.
Oh shit!
He has 9 minutes.
Please.
There's no way Denny falls to 7.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about he's not passing the Cavs at 5.
People are going to go the other way that they went with Doncic, where nobody wanted to draft Doncic because of the Euro thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now people are going to be like, we can't pass on another Doncic just because, even though they're like not that similar.
Yeah, no. Denny does not have the
Not
range.
similar at all.
That's the main thing. To me, like the whole thing with Phil, like I was really looking at hard at I was talking a lot with Indiana for the 5th pick. I mean, Kid can really speak on that. But to me, it was really just, I was really trying hard to get Denny Avdija because he would be perfect next to Ben Simmons in the passing aspect and defensively. The only problem is he's sort of like Ben Simmons in that he can't shoot. Same thing argument with Killian Hayes. Like there's questions at his ability to shoot. So that was a major thing for me as to why maybe I wouldn't throw like the complete books for that 5th pick. God, I want Danny to drop.
Maybe BJ is just watching the entire stream to throw
I'm
himself
convinced he
in.
is.
He's online now. Maybe they're just setting up maybe sending in. They're just setting up the show. You know?
Wonder, would you be okay if the Pistons if the Pistons are left with Tyrese Halliburton?
Oh, I really hope it doesn't come to that.
Or
He's a
are you
stud.
just scared that we're gonna trade up to get LaMelo Ball?
Oh man, that would be so Pistons. Honestly, Halliburton would be fine. I'm worried that they're gonna try and scrape out some kind of winning season this year, like try and force Blake Griffin into producing. And they'll be like, let's get Halliburton so that we can do that.
I wouldn't be upset if that's the situation, just because if you're gonna pick a rookie like that is good, that is already decent enough. Like if you're gonna go for LaMelo Ball and try and make that argument, then you might be shooting yourself in the foot because LaMelo Ball feels like the type of guy that you need years.
Honestly, I want them to get Hayes.
Killian? Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Killian and Denny are my 2 favorites in the top 7.
I would love
top
the
10-ish.
Hayes connection with.
Oh wait, it's a pick in?
What's his face? Dumbuya, or however you pronounce that.
Who?
Sekou Dumbuya.
Oh, Sekou Doumbouya.
Sekou.
Yeah.
I really liked Hayes, like back in the old league where I had 2 mid-lottery picks, and I was hoping he'd be there. He's like my number 4 guy, but I don't know. I'm not sure I trust that he won't kind of flop.
Man, this draft board is nice to look at, bro. Who made these graphics?
I think it was me. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was me, maybe.
Kid made it.
No, full
Literally, round
disclosure.
3 of the
Actually, no.
Masters is
No,
literally
full
round
disclosure.
3 of the
Actually, no.
Masters is going to end up finishing before BJ puts his pick in.
No, the pick is in. I'm just
Oh,
getting
thank
it
God.
settled up, and we can finish this bad boy. And I'm just
Finally.
like a second away.
Jesus, BJ.
I really hope that this is a crappy pick so we can all give him a hard time
Shit for
this.
taking an hour.
BJ's cool. We're good. He was on time. No complaints. All right, Cheppy, play my music.
Oh, I can't hear the music.
We're up.
With the 30th pick in the 2020 NBN Draft, the Boston Celtics select Isaiah Stewart from the University of
I
Michigan.
like it. I like it.
Let's go, BJ. He listened.
Boring.
It's a good pick.
All
Listen to
right,
my pick.
Wonder, go for it. What is it?
Well, we already kind of discussed why this would be a solid pick for them with their cap situation and maybe not being able to afford any high quality options at the center position. Stewart gives them some depth. We also talked about he might be knocked for being undersized, but he has a very long wingspan, which I think is more important than straight up height for a big man. So when it comes to just being down low, holding up as a strong center in the post, Stewart's got it.
What are who are some of the top aspects? I know we talked about it a lot already for tomorrow, but in the second round. But just go over like each position. Give me one or two names that like really you're looking at that could really be someone that some people I should be looking at.
Cassius Winston.
Cassius Winston.
Wings. There's a lot of wings available.
Bill Morrow. I think Jamius Ramsey was a guy who could have gone in the first. He's got some athleticism. He's definitely a good shooter. Good size. I think Bill Morrow, Robert Woodard. Honestly, he's kind of like a poor man's version of a few other 3-and-D guys that we've seen today.
Malachi Flynn was talked about as a potential high floor guy that you know you're going to get.
That's Malachi.
Malachi Flynn. Malachi Flying.
Who's the Arizona guy, the ginger?
Nico Mannion.
I really like Nico Mannion. I think if he lands in the right spot, he could be.
This is a good
He could
time
be
to get
special.
him too. Like he fell into the second.
Yes.
I like him here for sure. I actually have a kind of a composite of some big boards. I could read off a few guys that are still at the top. We
Go
got
for it.
Mannion, Balmaro, Ramsey. We got Paul Reed. We have Devon Dotson, Vernon Carey Jr., Trey Jones, Cassius Stanley, Reggie Perry, Robert Woodard, Killian Tilly. Those are some of the higher guys on the list. And actually, when we get down to the bottom, those aren't quite at the top. Tilly averages average pick of 44. Woodard is at also 44.
And I'll throw Azubuike in there for a guy with just nuts measurements. Somebody's probably going to pick him. I'm gonna bet somebody picks him in the 30s, but I bet he'll be gone by 45.
Is anyone taking Devin Dotson?
Chungus.
I don't think he's all that exciting, but maybe. A couple other guys that weren't mentioned. I know Isaiah Joe from Arkansas. He's supposed to be like arguably the best shooter in this draft. He doesn't do a whole lot else, but obviously one of the most important assets. Grant Riller out of Charleston. He's like can do a lot. I know level competition really crappy, but great score. I mean, obviously the national comparison is like, oh, he's Steph Curry-esque, but And then who was one? Oh yeah, Jordan Wara. He's got decent size and can shoot, which that's enough to take you pretty far, even if he doesn't have that lot. Doesn't bring a lot else to the table.
Just wanted to have some numbers to back up my nuts measurements statements about Azubuike. So he's got a 7'7" wingspan at 7 feet tall, which gives you a high standing reach. But his standing vertical was 37, and his vertical leap was 40.5 inches. So, I mean, I'm just picturing this mentally. That guy could probably touch the top of the backboard.
And the fact that he's at 270 pounds,
Yeah.
Those are the numbers you see usually from like a 210, 220 guy.
Yeah.
This is a big chungus that can actually jump. Like, Jesus Christ. Are we talking
So
about?
I've actually heard some rumors that he may have his numbers might not be entirely like legitimate.
Are we gonna hear another Michael Beasley? He's now 6'9".
honestly,
He's now
no, dude,
6'7".
I'm dead serious. It's
I
not
would
like
believe it.
It's not a matter of like one or his standing reach says it's 9'5". It's actually 9'4". It's not something like that. No, like there's like legitimate like credence to the fact that some of this stuff might be faked. He had
And
his
I would
standing.
totally believe it because he's 270 pounds. So that those are freak numbers if he can actually do that. So I would believe it that it was exaggerated.
His standing reach was measured at 9'4" in his senior year of high school. Right? And they just measured it again for the combine, right? And if you got it up right now, you'll see it was what 9 feet, 9'1". I think his vertical is a little. Yep, I think his vertical is a little bit inflated. I think it's more likely this dude's got like a 32-inch vertical and wasn't really
Well, how many 270-pound players do you find from college? Like that is sort of the thing, especially in the last few years, is that these players are usually the opposite. The trend has been for the big guys to be even lighter, even lighter, even lighter. You're thinking about like that was one of the things that I looked at for Jalen Smith. He's actually solid size. He's a 225, 230 guy. For like I was thinking most of these centers are going to be around 210, 200 these days. It's just really thin.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of just the situation we're in with not having a traditional combine and getting reliable. So were you looking at that Reddit post from a couple days ago as you're talking about his standing reach?
Yeah, I saw that one on our NBA draft.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, so I guess whoever is looking at drafting him has got to weigh that and look at,
I mean, I'm sure
which set of numbers do you believe?
I'm sure he'll still be a good athlete. It's just like the numbers we have now suggest that this dude is about as athletic as Wilt fucking Chamberlain. While if we look at the numbers that he might really have, this might just be somebody with similar athleticism to like DeAndre Jordan, which is like by no means a knock. You know what I mean?
But could very quickly deteriorate at a much younger age if he doesn't follow his health properly, which at 270 pounds is a very scary thought. And I think that it's very interesting to note out the Ringer has actually compared the Ringer comparisons are range between Clint Capella, Omer Ashik, and Kendrick Perkins. Like that is a very wide range of athleticism and and physical sustainability. Like it's whew. You're talking about 220 to 300 pounds in between.
It's kind of funny to think that Zion Williamson weighs as much as this guy, and he's 6'8".
Mm-hmm.
Is he 6'8"?
Zion is fat.
Is he really?
Yep, Zion.
Is he really 6'8"?
Zion gotta be 6'4".
I don't know, man. Zion running around the court looks a lot shorter. He looks kind of spherical, man.
That dude's 6'5", bro.
He's 6'5" max.
300.
Are you guys talking about Azubuike?
No, we're talking about Zion now.
6'5", 300.
Just before though.
Yeah.
We were talking about Azubuike.
He's enticing though.
I buy that his combine, like those measurements are kind of wonky, but even so, it's like 9'4" standing reach. Take that off, take off a few inches from his vertical. It's like 9'4" standing reach and like 37-inch vertical, and he weighs 270 pounds. Like that's still insane.
I just don't get how you can have your standing reach like exaggerated. Like it either is or it isn't 9'4".
No,
I
he
don't know
tanked
how it
his.
could be 9'4" or 9'1".
They did with
He tanked
with
his standing
LaMelo.
reach the second time to make his vertical look better.
Right. That's
Okay, so it's
what I
one or
meant.
the other. So he either has a standing reach of
Of 9 feet
9'4" with
or
a vertical of
36.
34 inches.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Wasn't his vertical measured at 41?
Yes, it was.
So
Which is
yeah, that's
fucking
where I got
ridiculous.
37 from. Like if
I
it's
mean,
fudged,
37 is still pretty
9'4"
good.
Yeah, it's like if it's fudged and it's still like 9'4" standing reach, 37-inch vertical, and
So
he's very strong.
I've heard questions about his basketball IQ. Like, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys think there's any credence to that? Like,
There is, yes.
Because I
I mean,
haven't seen him play that much.
Yeah,
I mean,
he I don't want to just say this without base. Was he one of the guys that was in the brawl? Was in their brawl?
Oh Jesus!
I think he was.
I feel like he was. I'm gonna look it up.
That's why Kansas won the brawl.
Well, yeah. Look at that guy. Scary as hell.
Was he the guy with the chair?
Oh, I forgot about that. That
you
was
said the
great.
guy with the chair. What?
Yeah, there was a dude with a chair.
One of them was holding a chair.
That was great.
I don't know if it
Let
was
me
him,
look
though.
here. Was he on the court?
Oh my God, yo! I'm 90% sure that he was the one who made the block.
Oh, that might be it.
Yes.
Let me watch.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
yeah, 33, right?
No, 22. He's 22.
He's
Is he?
22.
No, he's not.
Oh,
No,
that's
he's
a different
33,
player.
and he made the block. I think
He's 35.
35.
Okay, if he's 35, then he's the one who came in late. He's not the one who made the block.
Holy fuck, man!
Oh,
this guy
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
huge.
Well, he'd be a first-round pick if he's like a sub 50% free throw shooter, but you can't keep him on the floor at the end of the game, or else, which it doesn't matter that much when he's maybe going to be a bench center. So
Yeah, he was definitely Azubuike was definitely stomping people. Oh my god, he's so big.
Dude, but if this guy gets out of shape, he's fucked. Like, so bad.
It's true. It's true.
That's why I love the comparison with Kendrick Perkins. Like he either like if it's Clint Capella, then that's like believing the crazy athleticism, and if it doesn't, then it's Kendrick Perkins straight up.
Yeah, so you're getting either like a crappy role player or a future like borderline all-star caliber center.
Tough call.
Either way, he's somebody I think to watch out for, just because, you know, when you pair that potential athleticism with a guy that size, you know, we're talking about a lot of guys. What happens if they hit their potential? If this guy hits his potential and stays in shape,
I mean, one thing to watch is I know he's had some problems with injuries. In like his junior year, I think he had like a wrist thing or something. Yeah, he's I mean, he's got like great, physical measurements, and if we want to believe his combine scores, he looked real fucking good. But I mean, you got injury concerns and attitude concerns and questions about your basketball IQ, and suddenly you see why he falls to the second round.
Who is? So I mean, of these guys in the first round, who should have really dropped down to the second round, and why is it Pokusevski?
I mean, the easiest pick I can see, it's kind of cherry picking a little bit, is Zeke.
Oh no, I like Zeke. I think he's a first-round talent. I'm not that high on Tyler.
I think Pokusevski's actually going to go in the first round in real life. I think he's going to go somewhere between number 10 and number 25.
Jesus, 10?
And whether that's a good idea or not is questionable, but I could definitely see some fucking visionary, general manager thinking, wow, this guy this guy, he's the next Jokic, the next Porzingis, the next Giannis, the next what fucking ever, what have you. And he's going to mega reach on it.
I know he's hurt, but I think like Bull, this is the same league that Bull dropped like 41st in.
Yeah,
that was because of injury concern, though.
Yeah.
With Pokusevski, the only thing you're worrying about is, this guy is really skilled, but he's super skinny. Can we fill out his frame?
Can we get him to eat Big Macs? But no, honestly, if anyone picks Pokusevski in the lottery, they should be hired by the NBN because that is a person that we want once they get fired once they get fired by the NBA for trading away half their picks.
Yeah. No big reaches at all, really. I think everyone's justifiable in the first round.
Yeah, I don't see any like Casey Okpala at 14.
I think Tyler Bay's like kind of limited, but like he could easily go on the first.
Did Kezi Okpala really go 14th last year?
Yeah.
Are you serious? I do not remember that.
I'm looking at the draft right now. It's
Was it last year or 2 years ago?
That was probably
2019. Yeah, 2019. Kezi Okpala, picked by the Utah Jazz.
And that kind of shit is why Hachimura went 23rd, PJ Washington went 24th, and Tyler Hero went like 21st.
Rui went 22, PJ went 23, Hero went 21st. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus
Romeo
Christ.
Romeo Langford went 20.
Oh my God.
Jesus, yeah, I'm really happy considering last year. I mean, last year I feel like there was a lot more of a consensus top like crew, and then like a consensus middle crew, and then a consensus bottom crew. Here, it's like a gigantic middle crew. What Timberwolves was saying is really right. Is that there's a huge crew of people between 11 down to like 35, arguably. Like that's where Pokusevski originally was around when I first started hearing about him. He's like late first, early second round, and now all of a sudden he's being talked about as possibly near lottery. Like it's crazy how much these guys have swung in the last few months. With
absolutely.
With no action happening. That's what's crazy to me.
Well, I think the perception of this draft at large is just trying, it's kind of changed with time, and I think, this is a draft where we've had an extra fucking 4 or 5 months to look at our prospects. It's more time to
And players like Tyrell Terry have used the time properly to add on some weight, supposedly.
Right, and I mean, that sort of thing can really change the perspective on a lot of these young guys. I know Pokusevski keeps being used as an example, but I think the reason his stock has risen so much is because we're kind of in this era now where people are just so enthralled by Euro prospects that like they're like, oh, we can't miss out on this next big guy.
Jesus Christ, I still can't believe Volpo went 10th.
Here's a question for you guys. So with the COVID element to all of this, and obviously it's affected the real life version of the draft and what you can see of players. Do you think that's affected ours, and a reason why maybe guys weren't being reached on is that all we're pretty much going off of is mock drafts?
Yes, 100%. There's no workouts to skew our perspective on a lot of American players.
There was no NCAA tournament to watch and have a guy just go off, and you're like, Tyrese Maxey just scored 30 in every game in the NCAA tournament. I'm picking him at 6.
Well, that would have been the real person that would have been what's his name, Cole Anthony. I mean, you're thinking about teams. You're thinking about these guys on really big teams that. Or even, I mean, he didn't get drafted yet, but Manian could have been like someone like that.
Yeah, I just think that's why maybe we're seeing such an even spread, or not a whole lot of reaches, or we've had some guys drop, but nothing too crazy to where it's like, we're all kind of going off the same information here, and nobody can really establish opinions based off of what we have.
I mean, at a certain point, really, the only thing that's going to change, the perspective, like, massively on a lot of these guys from person to person is how much film of them have you seen, you know what I mean? And at that point, it's just a matter of how
plugged in are you with all of the the college system and the Euro leagues and whatnot that feed into the NBA?
How plugged in are you, and how much stock do you put in early season college basketball?
And how much stock do you put in all these articles being put out? Like, that was to me why I was convinced that Tyrell Terry was going to go in the lottery, and that's why I didn't want anything to do with him, because I just thought it was just going to be another reach. It was going to be another NBN reach that was just running off of the media hype of a player.
Guys, I gotta end the stream now, but thanks for coming on to the draft and helping with all this, because it kind of would have been
Thanks for
boring without
setting
you
up.
guys. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good work,
This is
everyone.
really well done.
All right, so I'm heading off. Have a good rest of your day.